All right, welcome. It's been a while since we streamed. So today, obviously, Aetherdrift is live on Modo. So we're going to be doing some Aetherdrift drafts. And then I had a request from one of my supporters, Alex V, to build some EDH decks, as well as a comment by a lunch tray dog on one of my videos to also build another EDH deck. So if there's enough time after the drafts, we'll do it then. Otherwise, if the drafts wind up taking the whole stream, then we'll just do it on another stream. So yeah, I haven't played a single bit of Aetherdrift Limited, so let's jump in and see what it's all about. Let me know if the voice audio and background music are at a good level. Welcome, Edward Nigma. So yeah, a lot of people seem to be kind of down on Aetherdrift, but I don't know. The sets seemed pretty interesting to me so far, at least for constructed. I don't know how the limited experience will be. Man, I gotta get used to Modo again. Haven't played it in a while. So, number keys, right? Yeah. All right, well, we're taking Bright Glass Gear Hulk for sure. Pop open, where's the sideboard? This one? Yeah. Definitely Bright Glass Gear Hulk, although that obviously puts us into two specific colors, but who cares? It's like the premier mythic of the set. Well, that's not true. It's Aether Spark and Radiant Lotus and Ketramos, I think, are all worth more, but this is the fourth premier mythic rare of the set. What else is in here? Did a whole set review on these. You'd think I'd know these by heart by now, but I do not. So let's see. Sundial, Dawn Tyrant, 2 bounce-offs, which I don't think these are that good in limit, but I guess we'll see. Bauble, Kickoff Celebration. This seems pretty decent. How do I reduce the size of this stuff? Card size. Yeah, all right, let's just go ahead and take this. Move to deck. Dune Drifter. Okay, what do we have in our colors? We've got Stampeding Scurryfoot, which is, I mean, it is a 1-drop we can fetch, but not a particularly good one. Nesting Bot, also a 1-drop we can fetch. 2 artifacts, creatures, and or enchantments with MV 1 or less. So these are the only 2 cards in my colors, if I'm going to stick with Bright Glass. What else do we have going on here? Beginning of upkeep, exile the top of your library, you may play that card this turn. This seems pretty good, but we're not going to take non-Selesnya stuff at this point. Unless the non-Selesnya stuff just is complete crap for a few picks. Otherwise, I'd want to stay on board. All right, so between the 2 of these, I'm not actually sure which one's better. I guess if I'm ever tutoring them, the Scurryfoot is better. Oh, let's take Nesting Bot. Ooh, Ovia. Each creature that's attacking one of your opponents has trample, and then green tap, put a creature or vehicle onto the battlefield. It's an artifact, gets 2+1 counters. And then there's nothing else to take. There's Pothole Mole, which is ETB, mill 3, return a land from grave to hand. Well, it's a 4-mana 1/2, which is pretty bad. But the +1 counters means it's not just Elvish Piper. What else is in this pack? Cloudspire Coordinator, Transit Mage. I guess let's just take Ovia. I doubt this is going to be that good, but who knows? Okay, Guide Light Synergist. This gets +1/0 for each artifact you control, so it's always at least one and then presumably more. It also has flying. I like that. I don't like that it's another 4-drop, but what can you do? Veilheart Bike. Venom Sac Lagak. 2/1 with Death Touch seems decent. What's this card? ETB, target creature gets lifelink and indestructible. Okay, so it's a Windrake. And then we've got Ride's End. Targets a tapped permanent. Okay, so my thinking here is that I'm not actually sure which card is the best card in the pack, but there are 4 different threats that I would be fine taking. Lotus Guard, Disciple, Guidelight, Venom Sac, Lagak, and Veilheart Bike. But there's only 1 removal spell. So I'm fine taking the removal spell, wheeling one of these 4 other cards, and taking one of those. Brood Heart, Racer Scoreboard. This is ETB, draw 2, ditch 1, and then the other ability is essentially irrelevant. What else we have? Guidelight Matrix, Hazard of the Dunes. Ooh. That seems like pretty good stats. 4 mana, 4/4, Trample, Reach with the ability to pump it up later. There's also yet another Windrake over here. Avishkar Raceway. Discard a card, draw a card. And then starting column. Okay, let's ETB draw, and then auto cruise a thing for 2 mana. Just take Hazard of the Dunes. Okay, we've got 2/1 Flying Vigilance, sack, destroy another target artifact. That seems fine. And then there's Stampeding Scurryfoot. The land, and then there is actually a gain land in our colors. In exactly our colors. I think the Bright Glass Gearhulk in particular is going to be kind of hard to cast. So if that artifact dependent guy wheels, we want more artifacts, and Aether Jacket is actually fairly decent. I'm trying to think of how often we'll brick on having exactly 2 of each color with Bright Glass. This might also wheel. How many cards? 9 cards left? Oh, actually, no. We're not wheeling anything of value here. All right, we'll just take Aether Jacket. I'm not actually sure which one's the best there, but this is fine. Okay, Scurryfoot. I'm not going to take Scurryfoot. I'm taking Lagak. I'm not going to take cards just because Bright Glass can fetch them. And I think I'll have plenty of opportunities to find at least another 1-drop at some point. So yeah, we'll just take Lagak. When it attacks while saddled, it gets +03, sure. Saddle 2. Bestow Greatness, Spot Cycle Scouter. I like Scrying. I like that this also makes Nesting Bot better, because it can actually crew it. Alright, sure, we'll take the cycle. If you're just tuning in, we're doing Aetherdrift drafts today, and then I had requests from a channel supporter and a commenter to do different EDH decks, so if there's time in the stream, we'll do those later. If not, we'll do them another day. All right, Point the Way is actually playable off Bright Glass, but it's also not very good, right? It's just a ramp spell. Yeah, we're not going to take that. Okay, so we're going to take the Migrating Ketrodon. It's a big creature that Ovia can put in, and otherwise we can just cycle it. It also helps stabilize later in the game because it gains life, so this is fine. We'll take this thing. The Point the Way is just go fetch some lands, which is like, you know, not that great. Take the Ketrodon. Okay, so we have Skybox Fairy, which is not very good, but it is also the only card to take in this pack, so we'll just take this, I guess. Also, I'm going to be very partial to expensive cards that have, like, cycling abilities and whatnot, because then Ovia's works better with them. All right, we'll take Pothole Mold. That's fine. How do we get rid of this Wicker Folk on the screen? Can't get rid of it, seemingly. All right, this wheel, take that. Can I just not get rid of this ever now? Apparently not. Another Windrake wheel. All right, so our curve's pretty high. Sideboard this. So we will need to pick up some cheaper stuff. Speed Demon in the pack, which is completely out of our colors. Okay, I wish I could see what I was doing. Hang on. Card sizes. Thank you so much, Moto. All right, well, this is gonna make things interesting. So obviously we can't play... Well, actually, no. Hang on. I was going to say we can't play it, but we can actually cheat it in with Ovia. So that's not entirely true. You just got to be kidding me here. Hang on. Is it gone? Okay, thank goodness. Okay, so what else is there? There's Cloudspire Captain. Vehicles and mounts are bigger, and it's a pilot. Greenbelt Guardian, Trample, +3 counter, or yeah, 3 counters. Greenbelt's actually pretty good. Beast Rider, top 3. All right, I'm just gonna take the Mythic, and then we can Ovia it in. If we can't Ovia it in, because Ovia dies or we just don't draw Ovia, then I don't know what we're doing. But hell, let's go for it. Okay, another Venom Sac. What does this guy do? Look at the top 3. Reveal a permanent. Is this better, or is Venom Sac better? There's also Stampeding Scurryfoot, which I will once again not take. This dude fetches a vanilla guy. Creature with no abilities, yeah. Which we don't have, so no reason to take it at the moment. Let's see. So this is a late game monosync. This is better early. Actually, it's also kind of decent enough later on as well. I guess I would rather diversify which creature I have. Like, I would rather have this and this rather than 2 Legax, I think. I'm not sure about that, but we'll do that. Okay, tune-up, Broadcast Rambler. ATB, create a Thopter, and it's 5/4 with crew 1. So the Thopter itself crews the thing. Okay, so it's basically always its own creature. It is a... Can Ovia put in vehicles? Maybe put a creature or vehicle. It can. Put a +1 counter. Oh, this is a 3-mana 3/3. Put a +1 counter on target mount or vehicle. Our curve is really high. And I can't just take expensive things just because I have Ovia. Flash, untap it, gets +2, +1, +2 in reach. Okay, I'm not taking that. Tune up. No. Artifact from your graveyard. Okay. Well, it's between these two. I'm not actually sure which one's better. I'm going to defer to the cheaper one here. Yeah, okay. Beast Rider Vanguard. There's also Pit Automaton. Spend this only to activate abilities, and when you next activate an exhaust ability, you copy it, choose new targets. Okay, so exhaust. We have... I don't think we have any, right? Oh, no, we've got Hazard of the Dunes, but that's 7. We're never copying that. So not really. So it's a blocker. It also doesn't crew or saddle anything, which is kind of a problem given what we've been building so far. Yeah, we'll just take the Beast Rider Vanguard. Permanents, right? Yeah, reveal a permanent. I think the only non-permanent in our whole deck is Ride's End. Yep. All right. Take the Beast Rider. Okay, another... Oh, this guy's not the vanilla dude. ETB, target creature you control gets +2 until end of turn. We can also take Bright Glider. When this creature attacks while saddled, it gets +1, +2 and gains flying. Light Shield Parry. Okay, I'm not a fan of any of these cards, but I think the tiebreaker is this is another 1-drop for Bright Glass. So at the very least, I have 2 things to go search for. Because this guy's, all right. Not great. And tune-ups, whatever. Like, I guess I can cycle Skybox and get it back. Who cares? And this is a whatever combat trick. So yeah, we'll just take Rightful Glider. Another Aether Jacket, another Beast Rider Vanguard, another Spot Cycle Scouter. Okay, so... can I not group by type? No, I can't. Okay, how many... This is not accurate, right? 15 and 3 other. So I've got this and 2 vehicles, right? It's Rides End Skybox and Spot Cycle Scouter. Everything else is a creature. So I could take more vehicles. I think I'm... Oof. Yeah, all right. I might have chosen differently if I had more time to think about it. I think it was a fine pick, though. We have nothing here. What's the green card? Return up to 1 creature, mount, vehicle, vanilla. So we're definitely going to have a creature. We will have one of the other 2, a mount or vehicle. I don't know if we'll ever have all 3, but, you know, it's the only card in the pack in our colors, so I may as well take it. I'll probably wind up cutting that for space in pack 3, but who knows? Broken Wings, Scurryfoot. What does this guy do? 2/2, start your engines during your turn. This creature's first strike, max speed, exile this from your graveyard, draw. Versus this... Actually, is this even a sideboard card in this set? Probably not, right? You can probably just main deck Shatters. 3/3, this creature gets more toughness and vigilance when you're maxed on speed. So this probably just says 3 mana instant destroy target threat. Kind of. We also have a lot of 3-drops though. I don't know. I'll take this guy. What's Camera Launcher do? Put a counter on this creature, create a Thopter. No. Avishkar Raceway. It's going to be a pretty big ask to play any land that doesn't produce colors when we're playing Gearhulk. I don't particularly want to just take another Skybox Fairy, though. Or this thing. So I'll just sideboard this. Maybe we wind up running it. Alright, another Lagak. Can't take it. Can't actually play anything here, so just sideboard. We already have a Pothole Mole. I probably won't play this, but we'll just hide that. Okay, so we already have 22 cards, and we have a whole third pack to go through. I think I'm mainly looking for removal, because we only have 1 piece of removal. I probably should have just taken Broken Wings. Ooh. A rare that's in our colors. Tutor a mount or vehicle, and if a thing would get +1 counters, it's hardened scales. So, do we have anything that gets +1 counters? We have some, right? We've got, where is it? Not this one. It's... Yeah, we've got Daring Mechanic, and we've got Hazard with Exhaust. There's not a lot, but that's fine. All right, I need to start figuring out what are the worst cards here. Probably Pothole Mole is going to be in the sideboard. Like, I'm probably not keeping that main over these other 3-drops. Rise from the Wreck will probably go. I need at least 2 things to grab with Bright Glass, so that's fine. I might wind up cutting Speed Demon. Probably will. Alright, Caradora. First Cloth Wrappings, we're obviously not taking that. Broodwagon, we have no way of playing it. I mean, we can put it in with Ovia, but... Okay, so that's more... I like that more than Speed Demon, because we can at least just cycle it if we don't need it. Like, if we can't run it. But it's also just, like, not particularly good, because most of the time, Ovia, like, outside of Ovia, we can't play it, which means that it's just going to be 2 mana cycle for most games. So we probably just take Broken Wings, because we need removal. Yeah, alright, we'll take Broken Wings. Alright, so now we have time to think. What are the most likely cuts? I actually don't like these 1-drops very much, but we kind of have to play something so that Bright Glass has stuff to find. I'm almost certainly just cutting the Speed Demon. Alright, there's this. There's another Daring mechanic. Ugh. What does this guy do? Untap it and put a +1 counter on it. Light Wheel enhancements. Enchanted thing gets +1 in vigilance. You may cast this from your graveyard if you have max speed. So it's a 1-drop that Bright Glass can get. It's just not very impactful is the thing. Heard Hazard of the Dunes is really good in this format. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, it's pretty good stats to cost ratio. I think I'm just going to take Daring Mechanic here. Also Country Roads. Maybe we take Country Roads. I don't know. Gas Guzzler. Oh. Ooh. And it's a 1-drop we can get, but we can't ever play it because it's black. Alright, yeah. So Sloth. What does Sloth do? Attacks while saddled, gains indestructible, untap all your guys. Okay, so it attacks for free, and then all your guys have basically vigilance. And it's a big creature that Ovia can put in. I like that. I would be fine taking the second Broken Wings as well. Willow Rush Verge. There's also Beast Rider Vanguard. All right, I assume this is some amount of ticks, and I would rather have that than another Beast Rider Vanguard, which I may not even play, given how, like, my deck is already at 23. So we're just gonna side this. Hey, look, another... Oh, no, that just stayed on the screen. Okay, we have Interface Ace. And a different version of Skybox Fairy. We're not taking that, and probably not taking the Mustang. I don't have a lot of things to do, right? I do have... I've got the Scouter. I've got this Sloth, which does crew for... Or saddles for 4, rather, which this is for. And then we've got... Skybox Fairy. So there's not a lot. It is good at blocking. I don't think this deck particularly wants to block. I don't think this deck also particularly wants a Brightfield Mustang, though. I'm probably taking this and then just sideboarding it in case we run into aggro. Ooh, Lagarin. All right, we're playing that. Right? Nothing else? I mean, there's another Daring Mechanic, but we're not taking it over Lagarin. Lagarin it is. Alacrian Jaguar. Attacks while saddled, it gets +2/+2. I don't really want this, but I want any of the other 3 cards even less. So I guess we'll just take it. Another Beast Rider Vanguard and another Daring Mechanic. I guess it depends on, like, what we want on a curve. We have, like, an equal amount of 3s and 2s. We're gonna have to fix up some of this deck anyway. I like that. I think this has a better end game. It's better stats, better end game, and it works with Caradora. So I think I'd rather have Mechanic, but it's pretty close. Probably not playing Bestow Greatness, but we'll just take that. All right, oh, side. 3 picks remaining. All right, I'm probably gonna not play the Sky Fairy, so let's sideboard that. 25 total. We need to cut this down to 23, which should be decent, easy enough. All right, well, while we wait, what am I cutting? Yeah, despite Ovia, we probably have to cut... You know, Ovia is probably just going to go, actually. Because it's only good when you're putting in bigger things. We don't actually have, like, hardly any artifacts. We can put in, like, Aether Jackets, which would be... If you put an artifact onto the battlefield, it gets 2 counters. So it is good to put, like, an Aether Jacket into play, and then the Aether Jacket's a 4/3 Flying Vigilance. But outside of that very specific scenario... Not really that good. Giving all our guys trample is fine. I don't know if that's worth paying for mana 1/2. It's hard to evaluate because this card is obviously a tempo play. Like, it's really bad playing a 4 mana 1/2. But then if you have follow-ups with it, it's great to like put into other big things the next turn. But it is probably just going to go. Sideboard that. And we have 1 cut. It's probably going to be one of these 3 drops. So let's see. We have very little removal. It's just Ride's End and Broken Wings, right? And then... All right, let's stay... I'm not cutting any of this, right? So it's going to be something from over here. This gets a lot less interesting now that Ovia's gone. I think it's still fine, though. Mass Trample can break a stalled board. There is that, but I don't know how good it is. We do have a lot of creatures that have, like, higher powers, though, with, like, daring mechanics. But we also have a bunch of flyers, right? We've got 2 Aether Jackets, and we've got 2 of these Lotus Guard Disciples, so I don't think we actually need... Group creatures separately. Okay, yeah, so we have mostly creatures. I think I like all of these 3 drops more than I like, you know, a Lacrian Jaguar, for example. So I think the cut is either that or Ketrodon. There's also Rise from the Wreck. Okay, so I have no vanillas, and I have only 1 vehicle in my whole deck. As for mounts, I have a fair number of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So probably most of the time, this will be able to bring back 2 things. I'll be able to bring back a creature and a mount. I don't think I particularly want that, especially considering that so much of my deck is already creatures anyway. Pit Automaton also doesn't particularly do anything. It can pay for Aether Jacket's ability. That's not great. Interface Ace, same thing. Most of the saddle costs I don't think are that bad, right? It's Agarin is saddle 1, and then the Legax are saddle 2, and then this is saddle 1, and it's only Sloth that has a big saddle cost. Alright, it's almost certainly one of these 2 green creatures. It really, I guess it depends on, like, how aggressive is this format. This also is kind of a 6/6 because you can saddle it pretty easily, so effectively it's like the same stats as this, but with vigilance instead of reach. The cycling matters a little bit, but not that much. All right, we'll cut Tetradon. And then for color distribution, I guess we want to probably favor white. I think we have more white cards overall, and we have white 1-drops. Let me see. Yeah, we do have more white cards overall, and we have white 1-drops. So then we add basics, and yeah, that's too much of a departure. So 9 to 8, 17 lands. Anything that I want to change before we go? There's Avishkar Raceway. No. So Greatness. Possibly. We only have 2 pieces of removal, so it's very possible that we just want to cut a creature and have, like, this instead. I think that's the only thing. There's absolutely no way we can play Speed Demon. All right, let's do this. The requests that I got from the community were, so I had a request from Alex V, who's a Patreon supporter, and he basically asked to look at his collection and give him the best green and like reactive control deck I could build out of his collection. And then I had another player, or I had a viewer ask in the comments if we could build Edward Kenway. Okay, well, wow. So obviously this hand is unbelievably slow. We have nothing to do for the first 4 turns. On the other hand, we have some like really great cards, and we also have all the mana that we need to play this. So as long as we draw like something in the first 3 turns, we're probably good. We have a lot of 2 and 3 drops, like a lot of them. I think I would not keep this on the draw probably, but on the play I'll keep it. Sup, Tentative Orc. Welcome. Oh my gosh, it's been so long since I've played Moto. What are the controls? 6 pass. Astronaut on turn 1. Oof. Punished immediately. Well, back to you. How have things been? All right. I've been doing a lot of brewing with Dylan. I wonder if you guys would be interested in seeing our brews. Man, okay, we just have not drawn anything, eh? Okay, so speed is on 2. We have a little bit longer. Hopefully they give us something to Broken Wings. What kind of brews? Standard brews. We have a bunch of standard brews. All right. Speed on 3. Venom, Lagak. Ugh. All right, hopefully Bright Glass is enough of a roadblock here. Okay. Bright Glass, trigger, resolve this. Grab this, grab this. If they just have removal for this, we're probably fucked. But otherwise, this can block everything except Bastion. Oh, come on. You also have removal? All right, well. How much are we taking here? 2, 3, 5, 9. Okay. So I probably need to deploy multiple things, not just one big creature. The Bastronaut in particular is going to be a real problem. I can play 3 creatures. Put 2+1 counters on this creature. They can't even activate it. This double striking is an issue. We can play Nesting Bot, Brightfield, plus Lotus Guard, but that's pretty shit blocking. But I mean, it is blocking. Yeah. All right. Brightfield, Nesting Bot, Lotus Guard. Oh, it gains both of them? You don't choose? That's nice. Well, whatever. Over to the opponent. What do you think of the Aetherdrift cards? I like them overall. I think they've led to some pretty interesting standard brews, at least on our part. So our opponent only has 2 lands, but we're still dying because we did nothing for the first 4 turns. Or first 3 turns, rather. I will double block this. Actually, no. Double block? Oh, I can't double block it. I guess so. They can pump this, and then it's a 2-power double striker. So if we triple block, they can just kill one. They can kill like these 2, and then we just trade. So we just trade everything. I think we just have to though, because we can't just keep taking damage, right? Yeah. And we could kill this, but then it gets to kill 2 of our guys. I would rather kill the Bastronaut. Yeah. Yep, they pump it. All of our guys get killed. And then we make a servo. All right. So this has 4 toughness, which is an issue. Do I want to get my speed up? I don't think I have that many things that care about speed in this deck, right? I'm pretty sure I don't. Yeah, we're just on defense mode right now, so... I'm not particularly interested in, like, playing a 5-drop only to trade it for fricking Lagak. So let's just play both of these guys and just pass. Yes, I could hit with the servo. I think that's being kind of greedy. I don't think I just have anything that really cares about speed. What are my speed cares about? It's Nesting Bot, and then I have a 2-drop that cares about it, which is like if you have max speed, you can exile it from the grave to draw a card. Raceway, target thing gains haste. What does this guy do? Whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not their turn, this deals 4 damage to them. Whenever you activate an exhaust ability, put a +1 counter on this creature. All right, so we're just going to block here. Also, obviously, losing the servo is much easier than losing both of my non-token creatures. This is a 3/3. Huh. So if they play another land next turn, they can activate this, and this becomes a 4/3, and this becomes a 4/4. So I do need to put some defense into play. So if I put Sloth into play, then that blocks any which way they do it. All right, yeah. Let's play Sloth. Actually, hang on. Play Jaguar. Jaguar has to trade. Yeah, let's play Sloth. I was thinking if they didn't draw... Okay, they did draw it. I was thinking, like, if they didn't draw it, then this having Vigilance is better. Oh, come on. You have more removal? All right, well, we're going to trade here. All right, we're at 4. Pretty rough. Okay, let's play Jaguar. We're in a pretty rough situation. This is, what, 6 damage? Yeah. Chandra. Sack an artifact or discard to draw. Chooses to discard Elvish Refueler. Plays a land. And this goes off, but it has nothing to target. All right, well, we get to just attack Chandra for free. Okay, so if I play Leonin, Surveyor, and Saddle, I can attack Chandra for 6, and then they either have to block or they lose their Chandra. That's gotta be the move. Surveyor. During your turn, this has first strike. Okay, saddle this. Done. Combat. Attack Chandra. This ability. They will block. Okay. And then I guess we just pass. I have no targets for Broken Wings. So go. If they get this emblem online, that's so bad for us. Uh-huh. Chandra choosing to discard. Rise from the Wreck, really? Another Avishkar Raceway. These have different arts? Well, we can kill that. It's so rough that they can give this haste and activate it to kill our Actually, no, it's only artifacts that this kills, right? Okay. All right, blow that up. Right, it's not creatures, it's artifacts only. Run over on this. Okay, sure. All right, we are each empty-handed. That was a terrible draw. Combat. Attack Chandra. All right. So they kind of get 2 draws a turn because they can... What is this? All right. F me. Wait, so they chose to plus it instead of making a vehicle token. Okay. Well, I can only activate this once and I can saddle it. So I have to threaten to kill Chandra is the thing. Like, I can't just let them keep having Chandra in play. So I saddle, attack Chandra. This will become a 6/6. They can double block, at which point the counter doesn't matter because I still am short of being able to make this bigger. Ugh. Okay, so assume that happens. I killed the elephant, right? And then this is still in play, and then as long as they don't have another creature to give haste. Alright, saddle. Combat, back Chandra. See if they block it. Yeah, okay. So obviously assign the damage here. Okay. I'm gonna play this land now. Why can I not activate this? Oh, it's only mounts or vehicles? Oh, that makes it way worse. I thought it was just target creature. Oh yeah, they can just make the vehicle and we're dead. Well, I don't think I was winning that even if I didn't do it. So let's say I didn't attack, right? Then I would have had 2 blockers. They could attack. I'd have to block both their creatures. I would just lose one of my guys to the mammoth straight up and take 3 and go to 1 anyway. Anyways. I don't think we really have anything to sideboard. I guess there's possibly the Ketrodon. Or Bestow Greatness. It does feel like we need to punch through their board in a lot of cases. Let's see. So they have a lot of aggro, which means that more expensive cards are not as good. Especially like Spot Cycle Scouter. If this is just a blocker that I have to crew, it does get a lot worse. We only had 1 target for Broken Wings that game. I don't know. They might have more stuff, though. That has the Artifact Equipment Planeswalker, right? Yes, it does. But it's a mythic rare, so I doubt we'll be seeing it much. Alright, I think I want Stow Greatness. Possibly want Interface 8. Well, now they have Lagak with Death Touch, so not really. Also Menace. It's possible that this land is just better to play, even though I have Bright Glass for later in the game. We should probably just play it, then cut the plains. And then maybe Ketrodon. We need to cut 1 thing from the deck. Let's cut Scouter. I think I'm fine with that. Submit deck. That almost makes me want to try building Hammer Time and Modern. I have not kept up with Modern. I assume Hammer Time is just not a good deck right now. Well, that's rough as hell. So we not only need to draw another land, we need to specifically draw 2 forests. So we don't just need to draw 1 land, we need to draw multiple lands, and 2 of them have to be forests. Yeah, this hand's terrible. Alright, well, we'll keep this, and we will put back... Huh. I'm gonna say the combat trick. Yeah, Hammer is really fallen from grace, probably like tier 2. Man, this guy just has all the aggro, eh? Alright, Legat, go. I will 100% trade with this if they attack. Avishkar to gate. Aw, come on! They always have the thing. Yeah, okay, fine. Speed goes up. Alright, and then play Aether Jacket. Proceed. Hey, it's an artifact that can get blown up by this, maybe. Who knows? Probably not. Elvish Refueler, sure. Battle. Uh-huh. Block. Alright, now we need to draw a land or we're screwed. Huzzah! A land has been drawn. I don't actually know which one's better to play. Probably this, because it blocks better. We already... Oh, no, we didn't draw a single one of our 1-drop. That's another thing as well. Heal, do the thing, grab the 1-drops. Back to them. Looks like Tron fell off too since losing the One Ring. Modern, Bogu SWD says, Modern is really boring nowadays. Like 50% of meta are combo decks. I mean, that's why I sold out of Modern. Like, I think the format is just totally unsalvageable. I don't think it's ever coming back in any way. So this can just, for 2 mana, put a +1 counter on itself every turn. Alright, so if I attack and they double block, I can't actually kill both of them, but I can kill the Lagak, and then the Refueler doesn't kill Bright Glass. So... yeah, that's fine. Let's combat. Swing. They don't block. Damage. And then we will play a Sloth. One or more counters will be put on a creature or vehicle. Hardened Scales. Wait. Target creature gains haste. Oh, this is the rummaging one, or yeah, okay. Velo Heart. Then puts a counter on the Refueler. Yep, So this thing's a problem. It's gonna get out of hand. Ooh, I can Lotus Guard the Sloth. Bright Glass can no longer attack into this though. So let's see. If this attacks. Okay, I guess what I do is I go Lotus Guard Disciple, jump the Gear Hulk, and then we're short of being able to saddle. This is the issue. This gets indestructible, right? Okay, so it's probably better to go Caradora, saddle this, grab something, it doesn't matter, and then play Nesting Bot to get Start Your Engines online, and then swing with just Sloth? Yeah, okay, so play this. Because we don't want to just throw away our Gear Hulk. And if I play Lotus Guard, then I won't have enough to saddle here. Is that just the end game of MTG? Everything just becomes either prison or combo? I mean, it is when you power crank everything to the max. So, like, you know, if you think about what are the best CEDH decks, they're either combo or stacks. All right, so let's grab Lagarin, because we need to fly, right? Oh, actually, yeah, and Lagarin also pairs really well with our dude. So let's grab Lagarin. And then we'll play Nesting Bot to get this online. Then we will saddle this here. It just untaps the guys, right? It doesn't do anything else special. Okay. So, done. Combat. Swing. Solve this ability. Alright, we have more speed now. Back to them. Additional problems as decks like Splinter Twin just play control until they can finish you with Exarch Twin. You basically have to force them to spend all but 2 mana on your turn or you're dead, unless you play blue. Kind of surprised no one's playing Affinity with the unbanning of Mox Opal. Affinity struggles with combo, it's a meta issue, it'd be really good. Commander got a bit stale for me, so I went back to sparring on my Commander Knights. Yeah, Commander is also, like, has the problem of, it's just... because they've power crept it so much, a lot of the decks just homogenize into the same thing. Alright, I think we're basically taking over because they really just have Elvish Refueler here, and that's it. Unfortunately, this can't really attack anymore. I mean, it can, but then this just bumps it. So... if I attack with everything, right? Let's say I go, Guy, saddle this, attack. They can put this here, or they can just chump it, and then they can put, like... if I attack with Karadora can trade off in combat, so that's probably not worth it. So it's probably worth it to just... jump the Sloth. Yeah, just jump the Sloth. Play... we can actually play out our whole hand, right? Yeah, we can play out our whole hand. Yeah, alright. Play this guy. This has the biggest power on the board, so this one. Right field. Combat, and then our only attack is still just this. Oh, is it just life? Oh, it's not flying. It's not jumped. We still just get to gain 5 life. That's fine. And we have a really, really big board presence. Okay, so this is whenever it attacks while saddled, put a +1 counter on 2 things. What is this guy? Tap a thing. This becomes an artifact creature. Put a +1 counter on it for each mount or vehicle you control other than this. So that's 1, 2. So they can tap Veloheart, and then this becomes a 7/6. Ooh, I can use Ride's End. They're gonna tap Veloheart. They have 4 blockers, so... okay, this has flying, so they can't actually block it if I jumped it. Okay, so all of these have flying, so I should use the Nesting Bot to saddle stuff, right? So the Nesting Bot... Karadora doesn't have a good attack either, so we Karadora... becomes a 7/6. Okay, so on each of up to 2 mounts or vehicles, so we cannot target, so it's not creatures, it's mounts or vehicles. So it only targets Sloth and Brightfield Glider. Okay. This is saddle for 1, saddle for 3, really. Okay. So saddle this. We're gonna have Nesting Bot saddle Lagarin. Saddle here. And then we're gonna have Bright Glass saddle the glider. And then we're going to... This Gen's flying, right? Yeah, okay. So, combat. Swing, 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 swing. So, trigger goes on the stack. This goes on the stack. This targets this. And this. So resolve this, then Caradora makes the +1 counters additional. Resolve this. All right, let's see if they crew Spire thing. Four, 6, 7. Yeah. Do I want to kill this or do I want to kill Elvish Refueler? This requires they keep paying into it. I think I want to kill this thing. All right, kill this thing. All right, so now they have 3 blockers. They can only, I mean, they only have to block one thing, but that's whatever. And then they're taking 4, 6, 7 in the air. So they're going to be dead next turn if they can't stop this onslaught. Yeah, so chump block. Speed goes up. And it's back to them. Okay. I think we're good. I don't think I can beat them in a long game if they just have like these huge creatures that like Refueler that just keep getting bigger and bigger. So I don't think a card like Ketradon matters that much. But I think, yeah, we're mostly interested in just like getting a really big board down. So I think this is fine. We'll just run this back. If decks like Murktide would be at the top. This is not keepable. I mean, we do have we have 1 drop, 2 drop, but then that's just crap. Then we have nothing else to do after that, so mull. All right, keep this and put away, I don't want to throw a land back, and I don't want to throw back either of these 2 guys. So then it's, which 2 drop am I getting rid of? And it's Lagak. There's an argument not to do that because I'll need blockers potentially, but I think this has the best, like the highest ceiling if I throw Lagak back. So toss this. Done. Oh, there's turn 1 Bastionaut. Yikes. All right. Play this go. Not really an issue with my playgroups, but just playing Commander itself got stale, and I could build more decks, but it gets so expensive. Proxy! Command P, Proxy. Always Proxy. All right, Lagarin. I assume we're just going to be on defense this game, although I can't block Bastionaut anyway. Yeah, okay, got killed. Sure. So they are going to max this out. Bump it? Sure. I can't block this anyway, so I may as well play Aether Jacket and then use the Lotus Guard to recoup life later. Sorry I'm not getting your chat messages. It's kind of hard to multitask, jumping back and forth. Are they just gonna... Wait, I can't block this, right? It has menace. Why is it giving me the option to block? Alright, just no blocks. Alright, so speed is maxed out, then Elvish Refueler. Ugh. Okay. Oh, this has vigilance, right? So, give me speed. Combat. Wing. Speed goes up. Play Caradora. Use the ability. So Lagran's gone, so what do we want to grab? I could play Sloth next turn. Or Jaguar. The Sloth? The Jaguar has vigilance, which we really do need. The Jaguar also gets a little bigger than the Sloth, which is helpful with the Lotus Guard Disciple, right? Alright, let's grab Jaguar. I think you can make an argument for either one, but it's fine. Alright, I can double block this, but double blocking it is horrible because I can just pump it and kill both our guys. Actually, I can just pump it twice and kill both of them, and then we don't even kill it. So yeah, we're not blocking this. Run over, yeah. Yikes. I have no good blocks here, so we're taking 6 down to 10. Alright. Well. Play Jaguar. Combat, swing here. Man, they just have so many answers. Yeah, I don't know why it gives me the option to block when I should not be able to block this. Okay, this is saddle for how much? 1? Okay. Target this. Then I'm gonna... Do I want to crew with Nesting Bot or the Disciple? I think I want the Nesting Bot to block. So I'm going to saddle here. And we're going to play Nesting Bot and then combat, swing, trigger. We get to gain 6 life. Do I want to play this? There is the potential that I'll want to use this to discard it at some point, but I don't think I'll have the time to do that, so I think we just play it. And we are also maxed on speed. So if they want to trade, they have to either have removal or... Yeah, they have to have removal. The worst thing is Pioneer is dominated by Rakdos midrange / aggro / prowess. There are no non-rotating formats with reasonable budget that are not broken. Okay, so they can make this a 3-1 that trades with both of these. I think we just force them to spend their mana doing it. Yeah, pump. Pump. Yep. All right. Huh. This is 4 to activate. All right, they're at 10, we're at 12, so we can't play Bright Glass. The alternative to playing this would be to ditch it to Rishkar Raceway and try to find something better. I don't... This only pumps mounts and vehicles, though, which I don't currently have in play. It's probably better to try to get Gear Hulk online. We would have to draw exactly a forest, and if we just ditch this and problem is if I play this and then they just activate Elvish Refueler, it can't even attack them anymore. So I think we do this ditch here. All right. Combat, swing. So we can play Bright Glass next turn. We have already got Nesting Bot, so we have one less thing to grab, but that's fine. Jack. As long as you haven't activated an exhaust ability, so you still only get one exhaust ability a turn. Battle this, why? Oh, they have haste. Well, that's rough. Oh god, so they can just trade this for the Gear Hulk next turn? That's horrible. Well, we're not blocking. What's the activation on this? 1 and a green? Sure. We drew our last 1-drop? Come on. All right. So we have nothing. Let's see. Let's just swing here. And let's play Glider. Pass. So they can saddle this attack and then before damage blow up the Gear Hulk. And then still have it. This just sucks, but whatever. Oh, they just spent it. Okay. They're at 5, so they will die to our flyers before they will kill us. Probably. Okay, no, they won't. Well, I'm not winning this race, so let's just trade here. Right? Yeah. Hello, Sloth. Combat, attack with servo. Man, we are neck and neck. They have cards and we don't, though, so that's kind of an issue. Does the pilot come in untapped? Yes, it does. Pauper is also consumed by Glee, which would normally sound like a good thing, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm waiting for Basking Broodscale to get banned in Pauper. Speaking of other games, still playing Warhammer Age of Darkness. Got to get a bunch of things painted for the Bug Eater event in May. Well, good luck to you then. Time for a work meeting. Have fun here. Thank you for joining in, and I hope you things go well for you. Tentative work. No removal. Ugh. All right, they're killing us faster than we're killing them. Can I activate this if I play it? Yes, I can. I have exactly enough to activate it. It's not a sorcery speed ability, right? No, it isn't. Okay, combat. Swing. Good luck. Thank God it's 9 p.m. in Central Europe. Ooze Patrol. When this creature enters, mill 2, then put a +1 counter on it. For each artifact and or creature card in your graveyard. What? You gotta be kidding. All right. Well, obviously we have to block this. Activate. I'm amazed that they're attacking with Refueler as well. All right, what are we getting? Because I have to have another blocker, which is awful. I guess I'll grab the Legat because it Death Touch trades with this at the very least. All right, grab this. We're at 2. Yikes. All right, play this. Let's attack them with the servo to put them to 2 so that hopefully next turn this Aether Jacket can kill them. Actually, no, I have to trade the Aether Jacket, right? Yeah. Whatever. Proceed, sir. They have the haste land, so we're not in a good position here. And we have to block both their creatures. So if they have any 2-power creature with haste, or if they have any 2-power creature that they can play, or they have removal, yeah, okay. Well, I tried. It was a close one. And that's the game. If I hadn't have attacked with the servo, I could have chomped, so I would have been left with a board of nothing, and they would have been left with a board of Elvish Refueler. So things were not looking good either way, but 'tis what it is. Popping in has speed max speed impacted games much at all. First game was impossible because of a guy that gets double strike at max speed, but it's not certain if it would have been possible even without it. Yeah, so speed is, at least for constructed, in general, what I've found is that it's pretty easy to get max speed online, but the actual speed payoffs in general are not that good. Now, there are good speed payoffs, but there's not that many of them. In limited, it feels like it is, again, pretty easy to get max speed online. There's a lot more like creature combat in limited, and the speed payoffs are more relevant because the power level of limited is lower. Oh, I forgot. I didn't change my deck in between rounds, so I'm still playing the prefixed deck. All right, well, or like the unfixed deck. Well, I guess we're gonna see what happens. Turn 1. Basri. So our opponents just have turn 1 rares every time, eh? Ooh. All right, well, play this. So exert, make a 1/1 cat lifelink. Grim Bauble, and you can still exert your guy. Okay, fine. Okay, ooh. On each of up to 2 mounts and or vehicles. All right, so play Lagarin. I was gonna play Surveyor, but now we're just gonna play Lagarin, and we're gonna try to get in. Okay, so this doesn't untap. So then we get to play Lagak, attack, put 2 counters on each of them. Or put a counter on each of them, rather. Unless they just have this. Unless they just have all the removal. I mean, this is practically a constructed deck. Like, what is happening? Alright. Bot. And we drew all our 1-drops, so Bright Glass does nothing now. I guess we grab this guy. Play this guy, rather. Fail. Sack, gain life. Okay. Make another cat, sure. Wait, you're just surveilling now? Isn't this instant speed? Yeah, it is instant speed. All right. Bins Muragonda Raceway, but not the other card. All right, I don't give a crap if they block the nesting bot. Combat. Swing. You should have double blocked to gain more life, but okay. Trigger this, go to servo. All right, play Bright Glass with no legal targets to go grab. Greatest Gear Hulk. All right. 5 mana. are they doing? Oh, draw 2, each player loses 2. Okay. Well, if all they're doing is that, I'm, I guess, happy. 2 mana could be Ride's End. I guess we'll see. Any reason to play this stuff? I guess it's Bright Glass. Give it lifelink. Or no, I'm just gonna play 2/2 drops. That's more efficient. All right. Combat. Back with everything. Okay, they did have Ride's End. Figured as much. Trade with the servo. Uh-huh. Play this. This. And proceed, sir. Four lands and still 3 cards. This is the rummaging one, all right. And presumably you just keep making cats, right? Yep. So we have to saddle this guy, unfortunately, in order to get it through this. Five, 4. At the beginning of your end step, create a 2/2 if it has max speed. That is horrendous. We have to make sure that doesn't happen. They're already on 3. Oh man, so all my attacks are bricked except for Lagak. But I have to saddle it and attack, and then they can still just choose not to block it. And then I don't have a good blocker for Risen Necrogent. This is pretty freaking bad. Wow. Yeah, this is horrible. I think I just play Aether Jacket and pass. And absolutely never allow this to get online. Destroy target artifact. Wickerfolk Indomitable. You may cast this from your graveyard by paying 2 life and sacking an artifact in addition to paying its other costs. And then the Scry vehicle, right? So we just start poking them with Aether Jacket, I guess? That's what it looks like. All right, rather than play Lotus Guard, I think it's better to just have this as an activation, so... Let's see, if they attack with this, then we have to trade our Death Toucher, and then this can come online next turn. Things are not looking good. All right, we'll just attack with Aether Jacket. Right, they don't have reach. Okay. So we have max speed now for whatever that's worth. Draw 2, each player loses 2. Okay. Oh, they just get the max speed now. All right, well, we're fucked. Yep, can't beat a zombie coming out every turn. Yeah, sure, you make a cat. So I guess our only out is just poke them to death in the air. That's the only thing I can think that we can possibly win this, because they're just going to make an unstoppable board. How much is this? It's you gain life equal to speed, so they always have gain 4 at the ready, so we have to overcome that as well. So they're effectively at 17. They're just not going to attack? Really? I definitely would have attacked. All right, activate this guy. All right, grab Hazard of the Dunes, I guess. Aradora or Hazard. Aradora blocks for crap, but it also grabs flyers. If I play Caradora now, I can play Lagrin and Lotus Guard next turn. Yeah. Alright, combat. Oh wait, no, I already have Lagrin in my graveyard. Alright, I guess I'm grabbing something else then. Swing here. They still just don't have anything that flies, so that's fine. But they just have removal? Oh, is it Ride's End? But haha, we have Vigilance. Oh, they're just gaining life, sure. Is this colorless to activate? Oh, it is. Alright. Aradora. Trigger. Alright, what are we grabbing? I guess I want to play Disciple next turn, so let's grab another Death Toucher. So 15, they can always gain life off the cats. They will eventually make a board that's just too big for me to deal with. So yeah, our only out is in the air. The next turn, it's Disciple plus Lagak. We probably target Caradora and get 4 life. Can blow up this thing, but then can always just replay it, or we can blow up the scooter. Brewing the Scouter, okay. Are they just going to start attacking? Sure. All right, what are we blocking? I don't really care about blocking the Scouter, although it does mean I can trade with this and then they don't have a good out. You have to sack an artifact, right? Yeah, okay, so here, I don't want to lose this guy. Block this. I can't just take a bajillion damage. I'm definitely not losing Aether Jacket. I don't know how relevant this guy is. Like, I don't probably have enough time to activate this, but yeah, all right, let's just block the crew thing. Yeah, it sucks, but actually, no, I can save this. I can put this here and put this here. Let's do that. Okay, damage, we're at 13. Wretched Doll. Okay. Make a zombie. Uh-huh. Well, that changes things a little, because now I can play Hazard of the Dunes instead of Lotus Guard, so and they just have so much life. All right, right, swing with the Aether Jacket. And then we'll play Lagak and Hazard. All right, what's coming up? What's it going to be? Dune Drifter getting back Grim Bauble. You can get back artifacts with this? Huh. Killing Aether Jacket. Yeah. All right. Well, we got a long road ahead of us. Oh, man. 3/3. So this is just a 3/3 vehicle now. Sure. Take a cat. I don't really have any good attacks. Yeah. All right. A zombie. Even if I exhaust the worm, they can just multi-block to kill it. So, however, I gain more life if I Lotus Guard that next turn, right? So what I probably should do is just pass here and exhaust the hazard, and then when I go to my turn, cast Lotus Guard and target it. This is instant speed, right? Yeah, okay. All right, back to them, I suppose. Man, we're only on game 1. Lacrian Armory so that you can automatically crew Dune Drifter. Creatures you control get more toughness and have vigilance. That's rotten. Momentum Breaker. Yeah. What am I losing here? I think the Lagak. All right, we're going to lose the Lagak. Makes Dune Drifter into a thing. Although they just played it, right? So it can't attack yet. Right? Will they attack, though? Not actually sure that they will. No, they won't. Okay. So activate this guy. He gets 4 counters because of Called Ardora, and then that resolves. All right. Play Lotus Guard. Target here. Combat. Unfortunately, this doesn't have vigilance, but we got to get in when we can. So swing. They could block it to save some damage. They're just not going to. Okay, sure. Play this, and back to them, and we have 1 Beast Rider activation, and our blocks are horrible, but what can you do? So this is 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 16, 17, 18, 21. Yeah, okay, they did have Ride's End. I figured. Ugh. Gas Guzzler too. And Gas Guzzler. And they gain some more life. Yep. Yield to this. Alright, our blocks are all awful, right? Well, if they're attacking with cats, I guess they're not that bad. Uh-huh. I mean, seriously, why not just attack with everything? I mean, like, you have vigilance. Alright, let's get some information on what we're going to grab before I choose blockers. Alright, Jaguar. Alright, 8, 11, 14. So we can block here. I'm not at blockers yet. Okay, move to blockers. Block here. Block here, block here. And then do I want to trade? I mean, like, my only possible way to kill them is in the air, right? But I'm not going to survive 5 turns. Three, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. All right, we do that. Can't they make another zombie? 4, 9. So I don't have enough to do both to activate this and play Jaguar. I do have enough mana to activate this though, regardless of what I do. So do that. See if I get anything better. Okay, I did not. Do I survive combat if they just attack with everything? Block, block, block. 1, 2, 3. So 6, 8. No, I don't even survive. So let's go to the next game. All right, let's fix this up. Well, let's see. They have a lot of kill spells. So this might not be the worst. Let's fix the land. I just cannot beat them in a long game, so I think I need to try to cheese a victory. Yeah, I cannot beat them in the long game, so we have to high roll this. So I'm gonna want Ovia, Speed Demon, possibly Rise from the Wreck, Skybox Fairy, not Ketradon. And then let's get rid of... They have a lot of small stuff. But they also have big creatures that I don't want to attack me. Although if I'm on defense, I'm losing the game. So maybe Legat goes. I'm not sure. Legat also attacks them better than a lot of other things. Okay, Daring Mechanic. Get rid of the Scout. No, if I get rid of the Scout, that's my only vehicle. Oh, no, that's not my only vehicle. I have Skybox Fairy now. Okay, yeah. So get rid of that. Broken Wings. Do I need this for any reason? Dune Drifter already gets value if it's in play. Every Bauble and Momentum Breaker already have value. I didn't see any flyers from them. Yeah, okay, let's get rid of that. 2 more cuts. They just have like a million things on the ground, which means Jaguar isn't nearly as good. 1 more cut. 1 more cut. Playing Speed Demon so I can cheese it in with Ovia. That's my only reasoning there. Also, a lot of their creatures are like bear stats, so Daring Mechanic is better than normal. Running out of time. Alright, we'll cut one of these. Submit. That's pretty woof. No green mana. Nothing really outside of the nesting bot into right field glider plan. Card I can't play, and I don't have a Via. Have to draw 2 lands in order for this to be good, and one of them has to be a forest. This seems pretty horrible. Let's mull. Alright, well. I mean, yikes. I guess we'd get rid of Beast Rider. All right. Over to the opponent. All right, we at least drew the forest, so back to them. Interface Ace, sure. There's a Via. All right. Jacket. Go ahead. So the best move's probably a Via, but I don't know. It's susceptible to removal, maybe. Also, Via being a 1-2 means Grimbauble kills it, which is just awful. Although, so does Caradora, because it's a 4-2. Well, okay, they used one at least. All right, let's just go ahead and play Ovia. I don't have a good mount or vehicle that I can play on exactly 4 is kind of the awkward part. So if this does survive, Blackery and Armory, sure. This is instant speed, right? One Caradora, grab. If I grab Lagarin, I can't also play Jacket, although I can hold up Ride's End, I guess, but that's not great. All right, let's play this and over to them. And we'll just cheat in Caradora. Oh, I totally forgot about the +1 counter thing. Clearly should have done the opposite. I should have played this and cheated an Aether Jacket. I don't know. It seems like our opponent just doesn't have anything, though, so maybe we'll win regardless. Completely forgot about the +1 counter thing. All right, activate this. Put Caradora into play, trigger. The ability. All right, what are we grabbing? I guess the biggest thing, right? Dub Sloth. Maybe just Skybox Fairy, make a 6/6 flyer. I don't know. Sure, grab that. So this can't even attack through this. That's awkward as hell, but okay. So, combat. Swing. I guess I could blow this up, but I don't really care about doing that. Speed up. I could also kill this. Whatever, we don't need to do it yet. So presumably I'm going to go cheat in Fairy, Ride's End, whatever threat they play. Bloodghast, okay. Dune Drifter to get back the bauble. Uh-huh. And then presumably... I actually don't know which one they'll kill. Probably Ovia? No, they're going to kill this, eh? Sure. This is crew for 2. I'm debating whether I want to Ride's End this thing or not, but I don't think I do. Activate this into play. I mean, if I do, Caradora gets to attack, and then that's another 4 damage. Well, the problem is I can't crew this unless I draw another creature. So... I guess we'll see what we draw. Ooh, we can activate it? This crew too? Okay, so... this doesn't attack through this. I guess we just go ahead and crew this thing, right? Crew here. Combat. 7 in the air. Speed up. And then we'll just pass. We'll cheat in Beast Rider and then activate it to get another permanent. Rides End our Skybox. Oh, this can target vehicles, eh? All right, sure. Daring Mechanic. That's probably going to get killed. I'm not sure though. Okay, this triggers. Dune Drifter becomes a thing. Swing, swing. Well, why wouldn't you attack with this? What? Oh, so that you can... No, yeah, why wouldn't you attack with this? Alright, sure. Pick 2. Yeah, I don't understand. This has Vigilance. Why wouldn't you attack? I guess they don't know what I have in my hand, so they're thinking maybe I'm going to cheat in some huge thing. And activate this. Speed Demon Ahoy. Oh, man. All right. They have this 3/4 to block with. So I actually don't have any good attacks. This is end step. Put Speed Demon into play. And then I'm probably going to Ride's End, so I don't think I'm going to have the mana for this dude. Everything has Vigilance, though, so I have to... Keep all the mana open for this. All right, let's just go to my end step. Trigger. 3 cards drawn. Over to you, opponent. Upkeep pops the bauble. Trying to find an answer to Speed Demon, presumably. Mount or vehicle. So they only have 1 card in their hand. They bend land Basri. All right, they're just conceding from here. Do I want Broken Wings in order to kill Alacrian Armory? Not really. The daring mechanics have so far been kind of mediocre, but maybe I just haven't found a good game for them. Like, they definitely are good later if you can start using them, especially with Caradora. I think I'm okay with the deck as is right now. But maybe Jaguar's better than Sloth, I'm not sure. The Vigilance matters. And it's less to saddle. Alright, let's switch these. Once again, we don't have white, but we do have 3 2-drops that we can play, so... Like a 1 in... Let's see, we have 8 planes in the deck right now, so... The 1 in 4 shot of drawing them. That's pretty rough. We also line up very poorly against their early removal. I don't think it's bad enough that I can chuck it, though. They just have so much early removal. They have Bauble and I think 2 Momentum Breakers. No Gas Guzzler. Well, we drew another land, but unfortunately it was a 3rd forest. But at least we're drawing lands. All right, I should play Beast Rider last so that I am not exposing... Oh, there's more lands, yeah, because we're going to want Beast Rider later, probably. To dig for more stuff. Avishkar Raceway. So if they didn't play anything, yeah. So if they didn't play anything the first 2 turns, I assume their early plays are just removal, and so that's why they couldn't do anything. Oh, there's finally planes. All right, well, let's just be mana efficient and play Mechanic. Even though it's probably going to die, but, you know, what can you do? Miragonda Raceway. Crypt Caller Chariot. If we discard 1 or more, create that many cats. All right, well. Lagarin. This is 2 things, so I probably want to have a Saddle Guy in play. Combat, swing. As this needs 2 targets. Cruise for just 2. Cloudspire Captain. Mounts and vehicles get +1, and the creature saddle. All right, what am I eating? This guy? Oh, he can crew this at instant speed with this dude, and then he has a 6/6 blocker. So ground creatures are sort of irrelevant at this point. So we'll eat Mechanic. I wonder if he'll crew it and attack now, or if he'll just leave this to block. He will attack with it. Interesting. All right, I suppose he thinks he can win the race. Okay, I'm not going to dual block this. That just leaves me in an absolutely horrendous position. So yeah, we're not blocking. Well, it is what it is. Saddle this with this dude. Combat. Swing here. Triggers this and this. Scouter. They don't have max speed yet, so they can't do the rummaging to make cats thing. But we're in a pretty bad position. They're gonna surveil. I just do not understand the whole surveilling now. Like, why? So it's just a mountain vehicle lord that's also got the pilot ability. Okay. So if they crew Crypt Caller and attack, we go to 8, and then I have to leave a blocker back, because if they draw any creature, they can crew the Scouter and attack for lethal, so I will need a blocker. Jeez, we just keep drawing nothing. All right, so we got to activate this. And keep white up, because we have multiple white 1-drops we can grab. All right, well, I guess we grab this Gear Hulk. Okay, what are we doing? I have to leave a blocker back. So the best move is... This has Menace, so it's probably best to just attack with both these, but then I can't saddle, so I don't get the counters. There's no way I can afford to attack with both and saddle. So do I use Lagak saddle, attack, and then this represents... They will get speed on next turn. What if I just don't attack, right? Then they crew this dude, attack. I double block with Lagak plus something. And I still have a blocker here. If they have a removal spell and then they crew this, then it's really bad for me. If I attack here, I'm getting in 3 damage and putting them to 9, and then it's not lethal next turn. So I think I should just not attack. As bad as that feels. Is it the Dune Drifter to get Bobble back? Yeah. And then by not attacking, Lagak is now low enough toughness that it dies, and then they get to attack with the Crypt Caller and put us to 2. Pretty rough. Pretty rough. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll go to 2. Max speed. Thankfully, it feels like they just don't have anything else. All right. Bright glass. Trigger. Grab these. I need blockers. So if I have 2 blockers, the cat comes in tapped, right? So it's bright glass plus this guy to double block this. No, the problem is I have to double block this and I have to be able to block another thing. So I still can't even attack. This is just awful. I guess no, I can attack with one thing, but I don't get the saddle Laggerin. The odds that they find a creature, especially when they can surveil with Bauble, is pretty high. This must be double blocked, and then whatever other creature screws a vehicle also must be that vehicle must be blocked. I don't even have good blocks in that case, right? Because I go bright glass plus a 2/2 on Crypt Caller, and then I have to double block the other thing because these guys get +1 as well. If it's Dune Drifter, if they just crew Dune Drifter, then I can't even block in a way where... I think I just absolutely lose the game if I don't attack here. Like... Because then I'm trading my entire board and retaining like a servo token. I think I just have to hope that they don't have another creature because I cannot see winning this game if I do otherwise. Let's do this. Let's... saddle here. Whoops. This saddles with this. Combat. Swing. Targets here and here. All right, show me your second creature. Or removal spell. Risen, Necrogen. Yep, all right, we're dead. Oh, and they had another creature. Yeah, so if this was positioned in front of me, I would go dual block here, block, block, lose my entire board. They only lose Crypt Caller, and then we still wind up losing anyway. Well, that's been pretty rough. All right, so obviously we're not eligible for prizing anymore, but I need practice in this limited format. I need to get used to, like, the play pattern. Oh, I need to also edit my deck. I need to get used to, like, the play patterns, recognizing cards immediately, especially how, like, speed and other things play out, so... switch this, add this, add this, add this, get rid of Scouter, one of the Darings, and the Sloth. So it feels like there's a lot of really big creatures, especially with like vehicles that get crewed and creatures that get saddled and get counters on them and stuff. So flyers are kind of more important, as usual with a lot of limited formats. Flyers are important because you need to be able to break board stalls. Black seems like the best color so far. They just have a ton of like really solid removal at common and uncommon. These max speed lands also seem decent. Alright, keep. Opponent mold to 5. All right. Well, we're playing the same colors. Cycle Migrating Ketrodon, sure. Yeah, let's go ahead and cycle this. And attack. Cycling it now because I could have drawn one of the white 1-drops and been able to play it this turn. Night Market. Chooses green, sure. Gibrick Omnivore. All right, we're definitely attacking, and then I guess presumably I'll go Lagrin, hold up Ride's End. If they trade, so be it. And even if they trade, I still have Lagrin Jaguar to follow it up next turn. All right. Actually, I guess I could technically... I actually can't saddle it with these creatures. Okay. But let's just go to combat. Blink. We'll see if they offer the trade. Alright, they did. That being the case, we're not holding up Ride's End. We're just going to play these guys out. Three flying. If I saddle this guy, it's +1 and 2, so nothing can actually attack into this yet. All right, so there's the possibility that they attack us, so it's probably better to just play Jaguar Pass. See what they do. It also means if we do have to spend the full 5 to get rid of this, then we have another attacker in play. Okay, they are attacking. Yep, no blocks. Interface Ace. And this thing. Damn, really? So with flying, that means they can crew it, and then I still can't attack with these flyers. Ugh. Well, I can still attack with Jaguar. Or I could just attack with all, they crew it to block the flyers, and then I kill it in response, which means I can't play Daring Mechanic this turn, but it does mean I get to Lagger-in. So I crew Lagger-in here, swing with both of these, they crew this, I Rides End it, and then next attack Lagger-in can become a 3/3 and at least do this. I think I'm just better off with Mechanic plus attack with the Jaguar. All right, so battle for 1. Combat. Swing here. Obviously, they don't respond to that. Okay, then we'll play Mechanic. So they get a free hit with this because it has Vigilance, and this just untaps it anyway. Yeah. But if they attack with the other flyer, then we get to kill it. I don't see why they wouldn't. If they attacked with it last turn. Yeah, okay. So Rides End, kill that. And we take the 3 from here. Beat on 3. But now we get to untap with this board plus Daring Mechanic mana, so we're not doing too bad. They did nothing. That'll tap this guy. Okay, saddle tap here. And then let's just go to combat. So combat. Oh, I should have saddled this because this can just get blocked here. Swing, swing, swing. Targets are these two. All right, presumably this cruise then forces me to put the counter on Lagger into trade. What in the world do you have for 5? Rides End full on this thing, sure. That blocks there, put counter here. All right. Damage, trade, play this. Go opponent. And we are both playing from empty hands, but we have actual stuff on the board and they don't. Yep. Or 7. So even a land isn't a dead draw, and it is a land. All right. Counter, counter, battle this. Combat, swing, 5 in the air. And this is lethal next turn if they don't find an answer to it. All right, I don't think we changed anything. I guess... No, yeah, I don't think we changed anything. Right, run it back. So I think the main problems with the deck as I built it are I don't have enough answers. It's basically just Rides End and Broken Wings sometimes. So I thought this would be like, you know, in like the Mirrodin blocks where Shatter is basically a main deckable removal spell, and it's not really. Well, yeah, not having access to white is once again a problem, but I don't think we can ship it. We do have 2-drop with some kind of a removal. Stampeding Scurryfoot. Let's go. Close one counter on this, create a 3/3. So in order of the max of the speed lands, I think the haste one is the best one, and then it's probably the rummage one, and then the soul land. All right, play this. We're gonna have to trade with Gibrick. Well, if they attack with both, I'm blocking Scurryfoot, and then... But if they just attack with Gibrick, I'll just trade with it. Okay, so they clearly have some kind of a trick, so we'll block here and force them to use it. Yep. All right. Okay, we did draw the planes. I think I'm still better off just playing Aether Jacket to block this guy, and then trying for something else next turn. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe it's better to... If I don't play Aether Jacket right now and I just ride Zend, then I can next turn play Aether Jacket plus another blocker. Sure. Because the single white source is a problem in terms of being able to deploy multiple threats at a time. Start your engines. Ugh. Well, I want to kill this now, but I can't just not do anything. All right, eat this guy. Take 1, speed goes up to 2. All right, Jacket, Nesting Bot, pass. So if they attack with this, I guess I can double block it. They still get to trample, and then they get to use it from their graveyard at some point. I'm surprised they're still swinging here. Really? You're still going to swing here? All right, show me a trick or let's trade. Yep, okay, make a servo. That means I have a turn to attack them, and I still have the ability to trade with this anyway. Sure. Here's some Moto etiquette. If you have a stop on your opponent's upkeep, just like get rid of that. There's no reason to do that unless you're very specifically trying to like play around something. Swing here. We're not going to use this. We're just going to hold up Broken Wings. So let's just hit them. Pass. Probably not killing this. Probably just killing whatever vehicle they play. Battling this guy, sure. Or I could kill that because it's going to get flying. All right, double block here. No matter how I do this, they're still gonna get... I could triple block, but then I lose my whole team. So yeah, let's just double block here. The only reason to triple block would be so that they don't get speed to 4, but they're eventually gonna get speed to 4, so... All right, Broken Wings killed this guy. All right, trade. Wait, did they not trample? Didn't they have trampled? I'm very confused now. All right, so they can crew this, so this can't actually attack them anymore, so. All right. Keep playing out my lands so that if I happen to draw, like, the 2-mana guy that pays 5 to use, not behind. Anyway, yeah, there's no reason to saddle this because they can just block it, so. Now it's a free 3 damage in the air and blocking every turn with this guy. World Wagon. Ugh. That's pretty rough. Yep, crew, swing. We are rapidly dying. We've also just kind of drawn nothing. That's rough. All right, back to them. So presumably they'll crew both of these, attack with World Wagon. I'll put Leonin in front of Wagon. But we still don't have max speed anyway, so... Also, this can't even grab any ones. Uh-huh. Yep. And they get another land. Block here. Actually, since I'm far away, yeah, you know what? Block here. I was thinking maybe I want this 2/2 more, but I don't know. The fact this can fly and has vigilance might be relevant. Yeah. Well, that's something at least. So attacks while saddled, he gets a +1 counter. So he gets to animate both of these and attack, and then I have to chump block one of the 2 ground creatures and trade with the other one. Or I can put Hazard of the Dunes in front of Air Response Unit and chump block World Wagon. Okay. This does have reach. Problem is if I don't trade with this right now, it becomes a 5/5 next turn, but what are you going to do? All right, chump here, kill this guy. And we're at 2, ladies and gentlemen. And they have another one. Oh my god. So it's 1, 2... So this crews both of them. So at minimum 3 lethal creatures, if not 4. Alright, opponent. We can draw. Yeah, we're dead. Did not win a single match. Woof. Alright, so this is our learning opportunity. Oh, we still have another game? I thought that was game 3. Huh. Alright, I guess we have another one to go. No, I guess we're fine. Submit. So this guy being able to double crew / saddle has actually proven to be pretty important. I still don't think I want it in this deck. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things to use it on. I'm not sure. All right, keep. Night market, choosing green. My god, opponent, please take the stop off of the upkeep. Ooh, Ovia. Okay, Ovia makes me not want to just... I was just going to jam Aether Jacket next, but that makes me not want to do it now. So now the better path is just play the second Lagak and then Ovia. Interface Ace, sure. Another Aether Jacket, all right. Technically correct not to play this until the second main phase, but like there's no chance that they're gonna block whether I show them that or not, so let's just do it so we can F6 through the rest of the turn. Oh boy, opponent's just playing agonizingly slowly. Like, look at the time difference. 1/1 and Skyseer Chariot, presumably using Lagak, so you can't saddle it without paying 2, which is fine. I guess I'm fine trading with them, right? If I attack and their turn is just through Skyseer's Chariot, block each of these, we all trade, that's fine with me. Oh no, they named Jaguar. Alright, well, that changes things a little bit. Because now I can play Ovia. Just saddle 2, right? Yeah, okay. But this means I have trample, so if they do choose to block, I get to pummel over them. It does mean I can saddle now. Swing, trigger, gets +3 on the toughness, and then they don't have any blocks for it. Okay. And so assuming Ovia survives, we can spend our next turn holding up an 4/3 Aether Jacket on Ovia plus Rides End something. Activates the Chariot, sure. Oh no, are they fighting our guy? No. That was gonna be so good. Come on. Come on. Oh man, now I'm choked on mana. So I guess I need to start blowing up their artifacts, right? So like Aether Jacket is the best thing to play here. I don't care if they trade with air response unit, so combat. Swing. All right, play Jacket. Over to them. Activate only as a source. Yuck. All right, so next turn's probably just Aether Jacket to kill one of these 3/3s and hold up Ride's End, and then when this attacks, we kill it with the trigger on the stack. Yeah, they could just crew both of them. It's nuts. And this thing gets an attack. No blocks on anything. I guess technically, even if this attacks, we just block it with the Death Toucher, right? They can still crew with Brightfield? Would they do that if I just attack with Aether Jacket? Let's assume they do. I'd have to spend my whole turn riding this. We're kind of in a race. I don't think I can not kill this when they go to attack next turn, so... Let's go to combat, swing here. Then we'll blow this up. And then we'll just ride the Brightfield when they attack with it. Or possibly I'll kill this thing, because I can always block this with a Death Toucher. But... I can already play the other Aether Jacket to kill this at some point anyway, so I'm not entirely sure about that. What are we playing now? Jaguar, uh-huh. Swing, swing. Ride's End on this. Didn't attack here. So then we take 3 in the air. Well, that's finally something, but damn, is that late. I don't even know if I can afford to do that, because I absolutely need to kill this thing. Although, this followed by Disciple is pretty good, because then I just gain a bunch of life off of this. So I play it, I grab something, they crew this, attack, Death Toucher trades here. Well, then what am I doing next turn? I'm playing Lagarin plus Lotus Guard, gaining some life back, go to 7, and this hits me again. And that plan completely falls apart if Karadora dies. I think it's still more mana efficient. All right, let's do that. Karadora. Use the ability. Grab Lagarin. And we just pass. Crew Chariot. Battle the Jaguar. I mean, if they just have the trample thing, then we're dead. So, block here. No, they did not. Okay. Plays this dude. Oof. He's a problem. Okay, so I think I have to threaten lethal, right? So play this. Like, I have to gain life as well. Target here. Then combat. Wing. And the question is, which of these two am I playing? Because it really matters. They are going to block this. I'm surprised they're blocking it. So if I play Lagarin, they can attack and put me to 4. This trades here. That makes the decision way easier now. Because I was thinking like, oh, do I have to block this thing or not? But if they're just going to trade this guy away, then yeah, way easier to just play Lagarin now. And then we get to get +4 on our creatures. World Wagon, okay. What's the saddle on, or crew on this? 4. Okay, so they can crew both of them with Ace. They're just going to attack with this anyway. Sure. No blocks. We're at 4. So they can crew the grounders, but not anything else. Okay, so they have 2 blocks. Possibly Ride's End. So I play Aether Jacket, I saddle Lagrin. And then we just attack with everything, right? Lagrin puts counters on itself. And it can't target Disciple, so we have to target Lagak as the other target, right? So then they block Aradora and Lagak. And they take 5 and go to 3. But then if they find anything to crew, then we're dead on the backswing. So I can't just attack with everything. So I should have Aether Jacket back in order to block this. So I think what I do is I use Aradora to saddle Lagrin. Then I attack with Lagrin. And maybe I just attack with Lagrin. I need to put them dead in 2 hits, right? So Lagrin is going to target itself and Lagak, right? So we saddle with Caradora, then it attacks, and Lagak attacks. Lagak is 4, this is 7, that's not lethal. So I would also have to attack with Disciple. So it forces them to block. They have to block here, but they can just block with either ground creature or wagon. I have to hold up multiple blockers, so I think I go... I'm definitely playing this. Oh boy. Maybe I just don't have anything in the air to block. The reason I'm thinking that I need something in the air is like, what if they play Daring Mechanic, and what if they go like land Daring Mechanic, through this, it's a 4 power in the air, and then we just die, right? So I don't know. We eventually kill them in the air anyway, so maybe I just attack with Lagrin and then we're good. So saddle from here. Combat. Swing. Put it on this and this. All right, so they go to 5, and then we have 3 blockers on the back. So now, even if they crew both of these and attack with this, we can block all of them, or just some of them. 5 mana. Are they just going to activate this, or do they have a big thing to play? Nope. All right, we got it. So obviously no prize, but... So what have we learned? Shatters are not... I mean, they're main deckable, but they're not like premium removal. It's not the same thing as just as, you know, running murder. And the vehicles were better than I expected in general. There's a lot of good cheap creatures, like especially there's a bunch of rare 1-drops that showed up in that league. What else? Speed cards are better than I gave them credit for. So like the speed lands, for example, are good enough to probably just play them. Even in my deck that had the, you know, double pips of each color for the Gear Hulk, it's still correct to just play the speed land anyway because it's good enough. How's the speed soul land? It sucks. By the time you have max speed, having 2 colorless is not that relevant. The best one is the one that grants haste, and the second best one is the one that rummages. All right, well, I'm down for another one. Let's go. Let's get some more upbeat music in the background. Yeah, that league we played against Basri, District Mascot, and Gas Guzzler, and Bastronaut. Is there an absurd blue 1-drop? Set DFT, MV equals 1, color equals blue. There is a rare blue 1-drop. It's the Mindspring Merfolk, which in limited is probably pretty good. Enjoying the Aetherdrift draft? Yeah. I mean, obviously not pleased that I just completely bombed there, but, you know, it's our first league. Also, I didn't draft enough interaction in the first deck. We just had a Ride's End and a Broken Wings, and that was basically it. So if our opponent presented a threat to us, we essentially could not deal with it most of the time. Also, between Nesting Bot, the Glidey Saddle Guy, and the other dude, the one that makes an elephant, for Bright Glass Gear Hulk, I would have definitely taken the green creature over any of the other two. Well, we're taking Ketramos. These have definitely been some drafts. There's also a foil Bastronaut in the pack. But yeah, we're taking Ketramos. Oh boy, wow. All right, cards I would be, and there's also multiple cards in this pack that I would be happy wheeling. Chariot, Dune Drifter, and Grimbauble are all great. How difficult is this going to be to trigger in limited? You have to get 7 exiles before it's online. Although I guess if you're just drawing cards off of it, that's perfectly fine too. Like, it doesn't have to become a god. Let's see. There's green fight spells that let it deal damage to other things, but we'd have to be 3 colors to do that. All right, well, take Ketramos. Count on Luck is in the pack. Well, these 2 cards do not go together, obviously. So that leaves Collision Course, Freaking Oil... Okay, what do we have? Sack an artifact or creature, destroy the thing, and if you sack a vehicle, draw a card. Oil Gorger. Flying Haste. This guy is actually probably better than he looks. Nesting Bot. So what does this thing do exactly? Deal X, where X is the number of permanents you control that are creatures and or vehicles, and destroy an artifact for 2 mana. Creatures or vehicles. This is probably just removal, like, that's going to kill things most of the time. We may be able to wield this as well. I think this card is a lot better than it looks. Oh, I didn't even see this thing. ETB, each opponent discards. That's fine. But yeah, let's just take Collision Course. All right, Broadside Barrage. What do we have? What is Rover Blades? Double Strike. It's an equip 3, equips for 4, and it crews for 2. There's this dude who's the Mount Vehicle Lord. who's probably better than the other cards in the pack. I think the best card in the pack is Broadside Barrage, but we're not in those colors. What does this do? Start your engines. It gets plus fire breathing-ish ability. Also, Ketramos can saddle and crew stuff too, so he's not like irrelevant in that regard either. Yeah, let's take Pilot Lord. All right, what do we got? Interface Ace is the only card in our colors besides Engine Rat. I do prioritize this over Engine Rat. We saw how good it was in the previous league. Like, it is a lot better than it looks. All right. This will also probably just wheel. Broodheart, Sundial, like this guy. Bright Glider, Bearing, Aether Jacket. Okay, so... I don't have a particularly good reason to pick anything else over Sundial Dawn Tyrant, so let's just take this one. Sunbillow Verge, sure. There's also Swiftwing Assailant. I mean, Verges are ticks, so, I mean, we take those when we can. The point of the draft is to keep drafting. So if you can take some ticks, take them. Obviously, I would be perfectly happy to play either of these. What does Wreck Remover do? ETB or attack, exile a card. Oh. Oh, that works so well with Ketramos. This'll wheel, right? This has got to wheel. Never stop drafting? Indeed. Alright, let's play that. Alacrian Armory was also much better than I thought it would be. So we haven't actually taken any vehicles yet, but we can pick them up. Camera Launcher, this one sucks, right? Yeah. What does this do? Sack this artifact, deals 3 damage to target creature. That's fine. And then another Wreck Remover. Okay. Ugh. We can pick these up. This is an uncommon and, like, surprisingly pretty good. There's also a dual land in here. All right, let's take this. Daring Mechanic or some other stuff. 2-1. Start your engines. Becomes a 3-3. That and this are pretty close. This is always a 3-3, which I like. All right, we'll take Daring Mechanic. Ooh, Dune Drifter. Our first vehicle, and it's a really good one at that, so we'll take that. All right, so this is the only card to take here, which is fine. Deck. All right, hopefully those Wreck Removers wheel, but if they don't, no, it's not a big deal. But we don't have a single card that exiles for Ketramos yet, so that is important. Yeah, we're gonna take Mutant Surveyor over Rover Blades, I think. Maybe not, actually. So with both Interface Ace and Alacrian Armory, we kind of have, like... It's pretty close. I'll take this one. We have two different things that make it so that having additional vehicles isn't a big deal. All right, this thing wheeled, that's fine. Wreck Remover might not wheel just because it's a 3/4 that's colorless, so it could just go in any deck. I don't know. Is Wreck Remover a common or an uncommon? Wreck Remover. It is a common. Take this. What? It doesn't matter. Yeah, okay, so we're not getting Wreck Remover. Oh well. Pack a Deuce. Bulwark Ox. That's decent. And we have actually plenty of good cards in this pack. So there's Bulwark Ox. There's Oil Gorger. What does this thing do? Artifacts cost less. That's also decent. Wreckage Wicker Folk, but we'll take the Ox. Web Strike Elite, not in our colors. The only things in our colors are pretty trash cards. Yeah, I don't think I would play either one of these. Between the two, I guess I'll just sideboard Light Wheel enhancements, right? Actually, I so don't care about these that I'm just gonna take this for whatever fraction of ticks it is. Bleach Bone Verge, you say? Well, we'll take that. This is the Reckless Fireweaver in black in this set? Yeah. Also Country Roads, and then like the Rat and a bunch of other things we can't play. Well, sideboard this. We will eventually put those in our deck. I just don't want to see them down here right now because it messes up the counts. Nesting Bot, Aether Jacket, Spot Cycle. Okay, Oil Gorger, as I've said, I think is actually pretty good. It is awkward. We do need more speed stuff, though, like with the Nesting Bot, because you can't play it on, like, 5 and then go, okay, I guess we just don't have speed yet. Like, you really do want it to have lifelink by the time you get there, but this is fine. There's also Spot Cycle Scouter, which obviously is good with the vehicle stuff we've got going on, but I think I want to try this. It's also way more able to close out games than this is. So, move this to the deck. And we have, like, a number of good things on curve anyway down here, so this is fine. Still have 0 exile things for Ketramos. We need to fix that. And our total vehicle count right now is 1, 2, 3, right? Oh my god, Crypt Caller Chariot's still here? Wow, apparently black is just completely open. Yeah, we'll take that. And Spin Out is also in this pack. Jeez. Alright, Crypt Caller Chariot it be. Do we have any discard stuff with this? We have to discard the cards, right? Yeah. So not this one. So no. Okay. Well, take it. Another Alacrian Armory, or All right, the second one is probably a lot worse than the first one. Like, I don't think you ever want to see both of them. So that leaves probably Spin Out. I don't have any, like, looping thing I can do with this, right? This would be a lot better if we had, like, Nesting Bot or something. Without that, it's fine, but I think we just take Spin Out. Just cleanly answers whatever we need it to answer. Tune-Up, Spot Cycle Scouter. Okay, Tune-Up is... Man, we have a lot of non-creatures, though. But the Spot Cycle Scouter's fine, but it's, like, not great. And I think I would much prefer, like, getting back a Crypt Caller Chariot, for example. And if I take this, I'm also taking another non-creature, although it is something cheap that we can use to scry, so I'm not sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. We'll take Tune-Up. Another Interface Ace. Okay, so we can just play all the vehicles. All the vehicles. All right, I'm officially counting all vehicles as creatures now. Choose one mount vehicle, becomes saddled, or an artifact creature. And all your guys have plus 0, 1, and vigilance. Artifacts cost less. Do I want this versus Wreckage Wicker Folk? I have... It's a bigger body. This helps me find what I need. I'll take this one. I'm also really not sure there. I felt like in the first league, being able to block like was really important. All right, well, we're not playing any of this, so I guess I'll just take that. Oh, this thing does have start your engines. That might be relevant, but almost certainly not playing it. All right, another engine rat, sure. How much start your engines do we have? There's that one, and then there's like nothing, right? Thought I had one thing that started your engines. All right, well, we found a scouter anyway. Is that better than an Aether Jacket? Probably, especially given our deck. Locust Spray to the side. Still have absolutely no cards that exile for Ketramos. Bloodghast, which is honestly not very good. There's roadside assistance, ETB, make a pilot, enchant creature gets +1 in lifelink. That is more enticing. There's also this flyer, and then there's Gravestalker, which is cost 1 less for each artifact or creature in your graveyard. Okay, so it's an aura. Oh, you can enchant it to a vehicle, so it doesn't fall off. Well, if I do find stuff to trigger Ketramos, I will need to make up the life loss from it. I don't really have anything that like discards or surveils right now, right? So the Bloodghast, like being a quote-unquote free creature to bring back from the yard, is not actually that relevant. Although that would be pretty sick with Crypt Caller Chariot if I can assemble that combo, but I probably am not going to. All right. Well, there's another Verge. So once again, Verges are ticks and are therefore enable us to continue drafting, which kind of sucks because there's a Ride's End in this pack, which is exactly what we want. because it's a removal spell that also exiles for Ketramos, but we're going to take the Verge. What else is in here? Discard spell I don't care about. +1 counter, Death Touch, Indestructible. That's fine. This whatever spell down here, another Collision Course. All right, take this. I will now highly prioritize exile things over other things due to Ketramos and not having any at the moment. Another Sundial, which is, I mean, it's legendary, but I mean, your creature will presumably die at some point. Pit Automaton. I don't think I have a single exhaust ability in the deck, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have a single one. I could also take Fairy. I think I need to do that. There's this guy. Spend only on activated abilities, of which I also have, like, nothing. All right, well, we'll take a Sundial, I guess. Hatchick, which we cannot play. Actually, is that true? We have... No, yeah, okay, we can't play it. Ancient Vendetta, which we're obviously not playing. Canyon Vaulter. Saddles a mount or cruise a vehicle. It gives it flying, right? That mount or vehicle gains flying. Javelineer. Target attacking creature gets +1/0 until end of turn. And when that creature dies, surveil one. Okay. Guidelight Matrix also works pretty well with all of our stuff. Oh, there's a Ride's End in the pack. I almost completely overlooked that. Yeah, we're taking that over anything else. 100% taking that over everything else. Lord of the Undead Special Majigger. I mean, we have zombie cats. I don't think we can trigger this in any way, though. Is this a zombie? These engine rats are zombies. Pilot Dude, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Or there's these things, which are also fine. I mean, I don't know. I probably won't even play any of these cards. All right, let's take this, whatever. It's special. Canyon Vaulter, Pride from the Road, Vigilance, Start Engines, beginning combat, target creature or vehicle gains double strike. Kind of like that. Let's see. This cruise stuff better, and it jumps them, which I like. This, I think, is the only Start Your Engines card in our whole deck if we take it. So probably this guy's just better. Alright. Well. Sloth. This thing. Avishkar Raceway. There's also Siphon Fuel. -6, gain 2 life. Or another Collision Course. How much removal do we have? Or Ticket Tortoise. Or this thing. Oh! This would be a way to discard with the Chariot. Okay. Alright, that's the tiebreaker. So we'll take this one. Winter Cursed Rider, which we can't play. Or this guy. Okay, we'll just take this guy. Titan, Flyer, Oil Gorger. Oh yeah, Cycling works with this. Still think we just take this? It's pretty close between all of them. Maybe this one is better. I don't know. Diversify. Take this guy. Another Collision Course. Sure. Obviously, we're way over, and we're going to have to trim a bunch of this stuff. I'm almost certainly going to cut this. So let's just sideboard that now. All right, Skybox Fairy. Sure, we'll take this. All right, well, I doubt I'm playing this, but we can side it, and then if our opponent has like an unbeatable bomb, maybe we bring it in. Probably not ever, though. All right, so group the creatures separately. So this is a land, so we effectively have to cut 5 cards. Money draft on the Ketramos. Not only that, we drafted 3 different Verges. I'm assuming this is actually worth nothing, even though it's like a special thing. Okay, so 5 cards gotta go. This is basically a 3-drop. But you probably are going to want to bring something back that costs more than 1, so it's actually probably 4-drop most of the time, so it should realistically go here. All right, so tune-up is not actually good, and like, so basically, what artifact am I bringing back that I'm considering this worth it for? And the 2 options are basically Chariot, or if I cycled Fairy into the graveyard, I'm okay with tuning that up, because then I get a 4/4 flyer. But outside of those 2, I don't want to tune up anything else, really, which means most of the time this is going to suck, and we need to cut things anyway, so let's cut that. The next one is... we honestly probably should just cut Ketramos, right? Like... we have exactly 1 spell that exiles, and that's it, right? It's just the 1 Ride's End, and that's it. That's real unfortunate, but okay. I mean, the only other value that it has is crewing vehicles, but that's not enough on its own. So get rid of that one. How many actual artifacts do we have besides this guy? 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Although 2 of those are 2-drops. It's probably still worth it. But it is probably also first up on the chopping block if we have to cut stuff. It also really doesn't help, like, advance us towards anything, because the artifacts that we want to play are 4 mana anyway, so unless we're bricked on 3 lands, it's not relevant. There's an argument for cutting the second sundial, obviously, but this feels like the kind of thing that's going to die in combat a lot. So a second one seems fine to me. I don't know if we need both engine rats. That's another option to get rid of. The daring mechanics have been surprisingly kind of meh. I would have thought that a 3-mana 3/3 on its own was fine, and then the ability would just be upside, but 3-mana 3/3 on the ground has honestly just not been very good. So I'll cut 1 of them, and then... we're probably keeping all of the... we're probably keeping everything here except maybe 1 of the engine rats. And then so we're going to cut from the spells. So the spells... roadside assistance can potentially cheese... how does this cheese games? So the problem is we've got like Spot Cycle Scouter, and then you attach roadside assistance to it. So that's not good enough. You could also just put it on Sundial and make a 4/4 lifelink really quickly. That's also pretty good. Or you can slam it on one of these bigger vehicles. Main thing keeping the fairy here is 1, it's a flyer, which matters. 2, it can act, if we cycle it, we can trigger the chariot. So that's possibly relevant. There's like a lot of synergies that I may have been able to grab during that draft that I didn't. Like, I passed up the Wreck Removers, which meant that I didn't have exile stuff for Ketramos. And then there was some cards that came back from the graveyard from, like, to your hand for Crypt Caller, although I don't think we ever found, like, a discard outlet. We got to cut 2 cards. 1, 2. How many removals is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're not cutting removal. We can cut one of the engine rats, and then we got one more cut. That's 12 creatures, but not actually, because the interface aces don't actually attack, but they make the vehicles actually creatures, so... It's more like 12 minus the 2 interface aces, but plus all the vehicles, so it's more like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 creatures, which is actually decent. We can either cut another creature, of which I don't want to cut anything. If I were to cut one of these, it would be this thing. Spells, spells, spells. This is the most cheese one. How many speeds are there? Speed 2. And then 3 with the land. Is that it? Sure. How good's this? It's a 4/3 that enters and your opponent discards, but like its stats are not impressive. You can probably get rid of this one. All right. So then these are actually just free verges. Well, the Bleachbone obviously we're playing, and then the Sun Billow is free because I don't think there's any downside to having non-basics. Let's actually check that. Set EFT Oracle non-basic. Is there any downside to running an off-color verge? There does not appear to be. What if I say basic instead of non-basic? It's just things that find basics. Okay. So this taps for black by default, this taps for white by default, and this is colorless. So then our colors were very heavily skewed towards white, like by a lot. Right, yeah, we've got 16 white and only 4 black, although one of those is double black. And then the multicolor card. So, mana values. All right, add basics. So what are we doing here? That's definitely not the right split. But what if we do this, right? So this is kind of a dual land for both. So it's like having 9 planes. And then the Sun Billow is 10 planes. And then it's 6, sort of 7 black sources. Plus, then we've got Avishkar Raceway, which is colorless. Okay, so add that. We've got 10-7 split, kind of, with the Bleachbone. All right, this seems decent. Do I want to play, like, Locust? I mean, Locust Spray is a sideboard card. Like, I don't want this card if it's just things it can't kill. Although we did see a lot of X1 creatures in the previous league. But I think it's still probably a sideboard. It's like the benefit is, like, well, you can cycle it, and then it works with our Crypt Caller Chariot when it's not relevant. But I think I would still just keep it in the sideboard. Oh, it has this other ability. Return a zombie. That's still probably not worth it. Yeah, we can get our engine rats back, but eh. All right, save deck. All right, this looks like a medium power deck. I think it's probably better than our first deck, but it still doesn't seem great. on the play. Fine, keep this. And our curve's great. Play rat. Turn 1 rat, turn 2 sundial, turn 3 removal spell. If we draw a land, turn 4 Swiftwing. Wrap compactor, sure. Ooh, there's the second sundial for when the first one gets killed. Swing. Gain land. Okay. Well, I could hold removal up, or I could just keep bashing them. Probably better to just run this out, because I don't know that I'm actually going to have a target. Swing. Alright, quick welder. Island, Scoured Barrens. I assume their turn is just going to be killing Sundial. No, playing a 2/4. Okay. That brick walls... I mean, they can block some damage. It's better to just play Swiftwing Assailant. And then if they want to block some damage, it's fine. More mana efficient to play this. I have to play it first because we need start your engines online before we hit them. They can either trade with the rat or just block 3 damage. Yep. Alright. What's the 6 sack? Destroy target creature or vehicle. Put 2/+1 counters on this creature for 5 mana. Alacrian Armory. How good is that even? I guess I do it. Alright, it's 1 cheaper because of the quick welder. It has no targets. So, yield. Back all. How does this punish me? I don't think it punishes me in any way. Going. I was trying to figure out if there's like a double block that screws me over here, but I don't think there is. Just block, sure. Will this get killed? Because if so, I can play the other Sundial. Well, I assumed if they had a kill spell, they were just going to kill Swiftwing. All right. Yield here. All right, over to them. This becomes a 3/5 with flying. Which is still not actually good enough to trade with any of our creatures. Maybe Alacrian Armor is better than I gave it credit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe Alacrian Armor is better than I gave it credit. Like, I know it's good, but I chose not to pick up the second one because I was like, well, why would you want a second one? But maybe just seeing it more often helps you to just win the game. All right, we basically didn't see like almost anything out of their deck. I guess maybe the other engine rat might be kind of nice because it seems like they have a bunch of blockers, but not really. Or maybe it seems like they're also holding a bunch of stuff in their hands, so maybe the Wrangler could be good. Oh, I think the daring mechanic probably doesn't pair well against them. Maybe we just didn't see that much of their deck. I think we just run it back. Okay, well this is not keepable. Let's mill this. All this. All right, much better. What are we chucking? Not a land. I feel like I want it to be collision course, but it's so bad if we actually need this to like kill something important. It's just we're not going to be able to curve with it well at all. All right, get rid of that. I think there's arguments for potentially anything except Mechanic and the 3 lands. I think you could make an argument for Swiftwing or Dune Drifter. I'm generally going by the heuristic of if I don't know what I'll need, I would rather have threats that can actually win the game as opposed to removal spells. But that's more based on that being collision course specifically. Like, if it wasn't that... Like, if that had been, like, spin out, I would have kept spin out. Right, well, right on time, Bulwark Ox. So instead... I guess there's no reason to show them Avishkar right now. We're not even hitting them. So let's just play Mechanic. So this is just a Windrake with Start Your Engines. Yeah, okay. So strange, they're playing Esper. Okay, assume they hit us. Yep. All right, let's play Raceway, Attack, and then just play Swiftwing Assailant after that. Combat. The Wing. No blocks, apparently. All right, this up. And we'll play this. Hopefully they don't have the counterspell. They did not have the counterspell. Apparently they just had nothing. All right. Land number 5. This is a 3/5 now, potentially. Sloth, you say? Okay. So we want speed up, so we're definitely attacking with Assailant. We just try to race them in the air by playing Fairy. I doubt they'll block this, but let's just see. Swing. Actually, do I play Fairy or do I just play Scouter plus Ox? Because the Fairy, I'd have to crew it in order to even block with it. I'm not blocking the Sloth regardless. It is the most mana-efficient play, but it also means that the Bulwark Ox isn't online. Whatever. Cast this. And over to them. So this can block their flyers, but not Sloth, but that's fine. All right. They're not saddling. Sure. Just swing. All right. We're not blocking this, obviously, so... Didn't play anything holding up 6 mana. Okay, that's suspicious as hell. They can exhaust this, so I can't attack them with anything that will die in combat to this thing. Also, this thing can just cleanly block the fairy. Unless I have Daring Mechanic up. So, let's play... Let's play Bulwark Ox. And then we can respond with stuff if we need to. So, crew this by tapping this. Done. Combat. If they exhaust this, the only thing that actually breaks through it is the fairy. So the only attack we have is the fairy. So swing with the fairy. Uh-huh. Block. All right, do you have bounce off? Oh, double block, sure. Put a counter here. We'll do this. Do I want to trade or do I just want to sack the Ox and make it indestructible? If that's bounce off in their hand, we get absolutely blown out if I do that, but I think I would rather just do it. All right. Kill your big creature, and then my guy survives. Back to you. Now we get to retain a 5/5 flyer that we can actually make bigger. All right, sloth attacks. Could double block. If they have removal, then we get blown out, though, so I'm not going to block. Speed has been maxed. All right. There's a lot of lands. Uh... 5, 7. This is 8 damage. I probably need to just get in with the flyers. All right, before we do any of that, let's Dune Drift. Black, white. This one. This one. X is 2. We can get Bulwark Ox back. Yep. Get it back. Then we can crew this with the Ox. Done. Go to combat. Swing here and here. Leaving this back because this is a 2-turn kill anyway, and I would like a blocker in case somehow I get, like, the sloth is an issue. All right. Speed is maxed. Let's play Scout Cycle. All right, bottom 2 lands. And over to the opponent. I think if they attack me, I'm 100% crewing a vehicle and blocking them because I don't want to risk that we just lose to like some random pump spells. And we already have more creatures than we can even crew everything with regardless. There's with counters on them, right? Okay, we have one. Before we proceed, do we want to make any edits to the deck? I don't think so. Yeah, I think we're fine as is. All right, let's play. All right, on the play, round 2. This is fine. It's a little awkward that we don't have anything to play until turn 3, but otherwise it's fine. Mull to 5 for our opponent. There's an argument not to play the Swamp here because it reveals that we don't have Engine Rat in our opening hand, which if we draw it later gives our opponent information, but I also don't want to potentially... I can think ahead to maybe some weird situations where we might draw Avishkar Raceway and want to play it, and then but also want the double black open for spin out, so I think it's better to just have all that. All right, we are playing Daring Mechanic. Proceed, opponent. 2 mana 4, Cycle Chitin Gravestalker. All right. What is this? 3/2. When you attack, an attacker gets +1/0, and if something dies, surveil. Okay, I'm fine trading. Although it is awkward, we don't have anything else to play, but we can just spin out their next guy. So let's just combat. Swing. All right, they're just not blocking. That's fine. I guess we see what happens. So in all likelihood, I respond to this trigger with spin out. Gaunty? Okay, well that's dang. All right, death to Gaunty. Get the hell out of here, Gaunty. All right, play freaking Oil Gorger. And swing. Bam. Speed 2. Another Javelin here, so they get to attack for 5, right? Yeah. All right, what am I doing now? So if I swing at them again, I wonder if they'll block. We're kind of even on the race right now. This is mounts and vehicles, so it has no effect here. All right, combat. Swing. See if they block. If they block, it's great, because then I can Dune Drifter back our guy. All right. That's what I wanted a Dune Drifter more than anything else. So now Dune Drifter. X is 3. Get our dude back. Over to you, opponent. And now we can crew block. Actually, I'm not sure that I even do that, because we're going to play Cloudspire Captain. All right, well, they're not attacking. And they didn't play anything. Weird. How much is this crew for, too? All right. Play this, dude. Through this, with this. Combat. The wing. Alright. +1, Death Touch, Indestructible. Okay, at least it's not lifelink, sure. Okay, so they get to free trade with Dune Drifter, sure. That's fine. They still go to 2. There's an argument to not play the Engine Rat right now, because if I draw a land, I can go Rat, immediately activate it before they can do anything, but so that they don't have removal. But they'd have to answer a lot of what we got going on. Let's just play the Rat. I might cycle this, but I doubt it. Because it just represents another lethal threat that's also hard to block. So basically, they have to have an answer for every single creature, including the Engine Rat. They can't even block it. Yeah, all right. Well, once again, we didn't see much from them, so I guess we just run it back. Is there an argument to play Daring Mechanic over some other thing in the deck? I don't think so. All right, submit. We actually have a curve ending in Alacrian Armory, so sure. They were also pretty slow last time. I guess they're not as slow this time. All right, we need to play Bleachbone first. I'm thinking of the sequence. We need to go Spot Cycle into potentially having Spin Out up. All right, taking one from this guy. I almost certainly don't want to Ride Zen this. Let's just... Spot Cycle, trigger. All right, land to the bottom and roadside assistance to the top? I guess. I don't know. We're gonna have very few threats right now. I think we just bin both. Oh, this makes a pilot though, right? Yeah. Nah, we're just not gonna have that many threats. We need to just draw more threats. Back to them. Because, like, there's no way we're cheesing them here. They're a black-green deck. They're gonna have removal, and we only have 2 threats right now. So, Bruise for 2. I think we just kill this. You know, always bolt the bird. This is a threat that also ramps them, so we probably just kill that now. No, they had the 4th land anyway. Are they just gonna do the thing? Yep, they're just doing the thing. All right. Okay, I can play Sundial, hold up Ride's End. That's probably the correct move. Or I can play Sundial, attack with the Scooter, and still hold up Ride's End. Yeah, alright, so let's do that. Play this. Through here. Combat. Swing. No blocks. Sure. Speed up. And then we'll just Ride's End the elephant when they attack with it. Javelineer, sure. Trigger. Alright, giving it to that thing. Let's still just eat this guy. Alright, we're taking 3. Ooh, a Oil Gorger? Is more mana efficient than just playing a Lacrian Armory. Although we're 1 off from having lifelink, but yeah, let's just play that. So, tap, 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 tap. Through this, this. Combat, attack. How's the league going? Tuned out for a bit. It is going all right. We're up a match, and we're on match 2. Another Javelineer, so now they attack for 7 and put us to 6. All right, so now we're on defense, but thankfully we're getting Vigilance next turn. Yeah, all right, so Alacrian. Go to combat. This triggers. We target this. And then we... Oh, no! No! Misclicked of the ages. That's going to cost us the match. Oh, so rough. So we didn't get any damage in that turn, which means speed is not lifelinking for Oil Gorger. Ugh. So rough. Brutal. Misclicked. They're giving Death Touch and Indestructible to this guy before they even attack. Okay. Sure. These resolve. So let's crew this with this. Do I even need to block this at all? I don't think so. I would go to 1, but I'm okay with that, right? We put this here and we go to 1. Otherwise, we lose a guy. I think we can go to 1. I guess we just insta-lose if they have the, if they have the draw 2, each player loses 2 life. I think I need blockers on my turn, so I think I'm just gonna have to accept that that's happening. All right, we're going to 1. All right. If I Rover Blades, it's 7-3. I'm one short of playing and equipping to Streaking Oil Gorger. Okay, well, that being the case, at this point in the game, I should cycle Skybox Fairy. Alright, well, whatever. Combat. Has no targets. Swing, swing. That's brutal. I would have absolutely won this game if I mean, we haven't lost yet, but it's not looking good. Do I want to sandbag this and just rummage this land? I don't think so. I guess it's more mana doing this. Well, if I rummage the land, then I don't draw another land, then I don't have the ability to play and equip, so I may as well just do this. They're tapping very quickly. All right, well, yeah. Oh. Boy, did I fuck that up. Okay, I just F6'd assuming that it didn't matter, which obviously was stupid of me. Yeah, because I should have used this to crew and then double block. Yeah, okay, so I just absolutely flubbed that game so hard. Why did I F6 there? Being stupid. All right. Time to turn it around in game 3. On the play, what do we got? This is fine. Eight. Oh, I don't have the second black source for spin out. Oh, whatever. The reason I misclicked is because after Alacrian Armory resolves, you would think that you would have to pass priority again in order to go to combat, but it just instantly goes to combat for whatever reason. All right, let's play Womp, go to combat, swing. All right, well, pass with spin out up. They just don't do anything? All right, back to me. Go to combat, swing. How do you have nothing to do with 3 mana? I say that, but we don't have anything to do either. Well, I guess we have a removal spell, so. Whatever creature they play this turn, I'm killing it. Log Feast? All right. Milled over Hazard of the Dunes and Grim Javelineer. All right, well, we have seemingly both drawn pretty badly this game. Attack. Speed is 2. I think I play this other land, and then after that I stop playing lands in case I draw Avishkar Raceway to start discarding. Titan Gravestalker. Sure. Ooh. So, it's just a 5-4, right? So I could play Spin Out, or I can just play Crypt Caller, because it's the more mana-efficient play. That's flying. Yeah, so... Combat, swing. This means if I draw another creature, I can immediately crew this and attack. Well, it depends. It's crew 2, but almost certainly just crew this and attack. Alright, Chitin hits us. 15. Jesus. Alright, it's almost certainly better to crew this and attack than it is to hit with this, so... Crew. If they have removal, they have removal. They haven't played any removal up to this point. Swing. Other than Quag Feast, obviously. But you know what I mean. Nope, they just don't have it. Alright, well. Our speed is maxed. We can't kill this with Collision Course, so we just pass with Spin Out in our hand. Start your engines, blah, bitty, blue, bitty, blah. All right. Will they attack? I mean, I have a flyer that can just kill you, so. All right, let's kill this. Also a creature with Menace that can also just kill you. Maximum Overdrive to give it Death Touch. Okay, well, you're dead, because my creature flies. Alright, go to combat. Swing. Yeah, okay, what was the point of that? Alright, 2-0. On to game 3. I'm fine with, like, hey, your opponent might make a mistake. So, you know, passing with mana open or, you know, something where, okay, maybe they'll think that I have a response or whatever. But when you tap out and you clearly have nothing on the, like, why are we continuing? Like, yes, okay, I misclicked in the first game. So basically you're counting on that I'm going to misclick again. So, you know, 99% of the time, you're just wasting both players' time by doing that. All right, match number 3. Oof. We got nothing for the first 3 turns because this doesn't block, and we have no black mana. Yeah, this isn't well. I guess we technically have the fairy to cycle, but that still seemed pretty bad. All right, keep this binning. Huh. Okay, if we bin the swamp, we can go this, and then even if we fail to hit a land, we can still play Crypt Caller off of Quick Welder. Also, the odds we draw a land in the first, like, 4 draws on the draw is pretty good. Alright, so we'll put a swamp away. Plains. Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking about, but, you know, whatever. Back to them. Forest. Also still not doing anything. All right, swamp, go. Still not playing anything. All right, well, Play this, play Quick Welder. Back to them. Finally playing something on turn 4, okay. So, yeah, let's just play Crypt Caller and pass. Our main move is going to be try to cheese them by putting Roadside on Crypt Caller and just having a 6/6 lifelink menace. Uh-huh. How much does it cost to saddle this? Okay. So you get to saddle this, give it a counter, it untaps, and then you can crew this guy as well. Gotcha. Huh? So, through this. Okay, block your 4/4 with my 5/5. All right. Huh. All right, what's the best move here? I think it's still do what we were planning to do originally. Put this here. So, yeah, okay, they've just... The shame concession. Yeah, once again, I just don't think we change anything, so... I mean, we just have barely seen anything in their deck. We saw 2 cards, so... Run it back. Not gonna lie, I almost missed the line. I almost just F6 through that as well. Alright, this is fine. Keeping this. Alright, play this pass. Okay, play Interface Ace. Hole Mole, milling Dibrick, Detention Chariot, and getting a mountain back, alright? Well, let's just play this guy. Pass to them. They attack, I'm gonna block with Ace, not Quick Work. Planes? No. Ooh. Alright, turn my speed on. So I can play Chariot and Spot Cycle Scouter in the same turn. That seems pretty good. Trigger. Alright, at this point we don't need these land. Well, I kind of need another land for Streaking Oil Gorger. So bottom this, and then do I still want one either way? So next turn, if I just play like Armory and the Crypt Caller, I get to crew with no real issue. So that's not a problem. So it's more like just how much do I want to play Oil Gorger? Probably like a fairly decent amount. I'm gonna top this and then play this. pass over to them. Yeah, so this being able to crew both vehicles is just so good. All right, that does the thing. And they don't have any good attacks, so. I think at this point I actually just play Alacrian because then everything gets vigilance and we just get to attack and then still have all of our blocks open. Does this get back artifacts? Holy crap, it does. Jesus. White, colorless, black, cast armory. Then through here. This triggers. This resolve. Combat. This triggers. Make the spot cycle a guy, but we still don't actually have that many good attacks, right? It's there. So we just swing here, and then this blocks. This plus something else blocks. So I don't have any good attacks other than just this, but that's fine. All right, swing. They have to crew and they have to multi-block, but I still only eat one of their guys, but that's fine. Oh, they're just going to block all over that. So I kill this and the servo with the Thopter. Sure. No. 3 here. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Pass turn. So Dune Drifter is 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I actually have just enough to bring it back again. Tension Chariot. What are we exiling? This dude. Screw that. This. All right, it is now exiled. How much is it to crew this? 3. This is crew 1. All right, is it better to play Dune Drifter and get this back, or is it better to... They can still make this into a creature right now, so I don't have an attack. I could play Oil Gorger and start hitting them. Sounds decent. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. All right. Oil Gorger. Combat. Swing here. And that's it. And this goes up. I'm holding this land because if we get to the point where this is online, I want fodder to discard. I may wind up playing it eventually anyway, but there's no reason to play it right now. Start your engine's reach, upkeep. Impulse draw, upkeep. Really? You're not going to crew first? Oh, you can just target vehicles with it. Okay. Uh-huh. Will I multi-block this? Oh, it's indestructible, right? Yeah, okay. So I guess I'm just not blocking it at all then. Yeah, all right. They have a flyer, but that's whatever. Ooh, I can jump a vehicle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I don't have enough to do both of these. It's fine. I can do it next turn with Crypt Caller. So they can still crew this guy, so I don't have an attack on the ground, so... Go to combat. Swing here. No blocks, trigger. Okay, we're on speed 3, and then we go Dune. So X is currently adjust. What do you mean? X is currently, thank you so much, button. What is it? X is currently 4, yeah, okay. So get the thing back. And then it's to them. Sarcophagus. Their engines are on 2, whereas ours are on 3. Okay. Presumably, they're just not going to attack. Yeah, okay. All right. Play Vaulter. Then crew here. So this gives it flying. Then go to combat. This triggers targeting this, I guess. Oh, they do have a guy with reach. All right, they're just conceding anyway. All right, well. I don't think, like, we definitively had that game locked up. Like, they still had a pretty high life total and a number of threats on the board, but, you know, they chose to concede anyway. All right, so we got some qualifiers, our first trophy of this, and a bunch of boosters. Most excellent. So our deck, yeah, seemed to be a lot better that time. Okay, so my impression of Alacrian Armory has gone up significantly. I think that card is actually pretty good, and I gave up on drafting a second one during the draft for that league, and I probably wouldn't have done that had I known how good it was. Now, I don't think I would ever draft 3, but being more likely to draw this... Basically, I think that they're not that good in multiples, but you want higher chances of drawing one, basically. And they definitely allow... So, like, those and the interface aces allow you to draft way more vehicles than you normally would, so that you can have a lot more technically non-creatures in your deck. Weird that, like, Ketramos basically was irrelevant, because we only did one piece of exile removal. So I guess, specifically, if you just happen to get Ketramos in your pack, you want to prioritize, like, Wreck Remover. What else did I learn from that league? Let's return to the game. Oh, view your deck. I don't know if there's an engine that exists for Crypt Caller's Chariot and Limited. Like, obviously, you can trigger it with, like, cycling and whatnot, but I don't know if there's some sort of, oh, I can discard and get a thing back every single turn card. I'm not sure. Is there any card that's, like, discard a card, do a thing? Let's look that up. Discard a card, There's the Avishkar Raceway, so there's this one with the rummaging. And there's a 5-mana red creature that has rummage. And I know there's creatures that can come, like, from your graveyard back to your hand. So if you have a bunch of mana, you can start and, like, if you have a bunch of mana, the discard outlet and the thing, like the chariot and the thing that comes back to your hand, you can start doing a 2/2 loop. That seems like the end of it. I never actually got to use Rover Blades. They seem okay. What else? I never actually cast Collision Course once. They also just seem okay. The speed cards definitely, like this guy, for example, like you definitely want cheaper speed creatures. So, because like the lifelink on this guy matters a lot for racing. So you definitely want cheaper speed creatures leading up to him. In this deck, I didn't have those. The only other one I have is Swiftwing Assailant, and then everything else over here doesn't have speed except for the land. And that's probably another like benefit to these lands, which is all your later speed cards can potentially be online faster. Fairy's okay. Drifter's good. These guys, I think, are fine filler, but they're definitely not a draw. Like, I thought these would be a lot better. Because, hey, it's a 3-mana 3/3, but it seems like a lot of... It seems like there's a fair amount of creatures that have, like, toughness 4 on the ground, and so a lot of these 3/3s get brick-walled. So they're fine, but it's not like, oh, yes, I have a Centaur Courser. Excellent. Thing's fine. It trades a lot because it only has 2 toughness, but that's fine. This guy seems pretty good. It seems like breaking board stalls is important. All right, well. Let's take a quick break. So, quick break. Yeah, you know, get up, use the bathroom, brush your teeth, whatever you need to do, and let's come back for the third, probably final league of the day. See you in a bit. All right, we're back. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the third and final league of the day. Boom, instantly into the draft. Okay, Mu Yanling is actually pretty good. Create a 3/2 vehicle with crew 1. Vehicles have flying. Whenever one or more creatures you control with flying deal combat damage to the player, draw a card. So, yep, we'll definitely take that. There's also Quag Feast in here. What else? Pride of the Road. Stock Up, like the best divination ever made. Hazard of the Dunes. It definitely seems like blocking the like dinky flyers matters a lot. So, reach with a 4/4 stat line seems pretty important. What does this guy do? Draw, discard, put a +1 counter on this creature. Siphon Fuel. ETB, create a Thopter. Yep, definitely no possible pick other than Mu Yanling. I do like we seem to get a diversity of colors so far. All right. Okay, so we got Scrounging Skyray. I mean, we don't have to stick with blue, but let's just look at this. Okay, so Scrounging Skyray. Whenever you discard one more cards, put that many counters on it. Sky Streak Engineer. We've seen this dude before. There's also Gear Seeker Serpent. I'm not actually sure which card is the best. I think I would take a blue card over any of the other cards in the pack. I don't think like any of the other cards are like enough better than the blue cards that I want to pick my second color already. I'm not sure. I think it's my choices between the Skyray and the Gear Seeker. I'm not actually sure. The Gear Seeker already is a little bit set up just because of the vehicle token. And I'm not sure how many... So like, this is obviously cheaper. I'm not sure how many artifacts I can realistically... I mean, obviously, like, it's a set full of vehicles and whatnot, but... I'll take the Skyray. We'll see how it pans out. I'm just not sure how many discard effects there are for it, but we will see. Ooh, Boosted Sloop. Attack, and it doesn't have. This doesn't have to attack. It can be anything that attacks. You loot, which actually works perfectly with this guy. Like a perfect curve. Play this into this. You loot. It's immediately 2/3. Oh, we're not doing this again, are we, Moto? Okay, there we go. Add blue. Spend this only on artifacts. So this does commit us to another color. And let's see. Galaxian, I don't think is even good because it's just 2 toughness, and so anything can block it. There's also Ride's End here, which would commit us to a different color. But yeah, let's take the Sloop. Let's play Is It. Let's play the Is It looting deck. I know Mako's an uncommon, so that's also not necessarily doable. This is the dude that grabs a vanilla, right? Okay, yeah. So him and Galaxian are in this pack. Sloop it is. All right, we've got 3/1 with Start Your Engines. We have another Gear Seeker. We've got the Buccaneer that also has a looting ability. We've got this dude who also has... Oh, no, he does not. It's a Grease Wrench Goblin is the one with the looting. All right, I think between the 2 red 2-drops, I think this one's probably better than this one. Like, by the time you have max speed online, I don't know how relevant the double red is. But then the question is this better or is this better? I think the blue one is better. There's also the dual land here, but that's... This ability ties into the discarding plan, and it's also more immediately available. It's only 2 mana to activate, whereas this is 4 mana to activate. Also, if we do wind up abandoning red, this is a pick I can take. Fuel the Flames or Spectral Interference. Well, there are a lot of small creatures. I've seen a lot of decks that spam out a bunch of tokens and whatnot. And all of our guys so far can actually survive this. It's also an uncommon. I can cycle it, and I can play it more proactively than I can Interference. So sure, we'll take Fuel the Flames, even though I don't think it's that good. And there's another Hazard of the Dunes in this pack. We're gonna ignore it. Another Fuel the Flames. There's also Pedal to the Metal, First Strike, and plus X. And then there's this guy. Ooh. The Discarding Synergies. Well, so far all we have is Skyray for those Discarding Synergies, but maybe we'll get more. So I want the second Fuel the Flames over this guy. I mean, no, not really. I also want to see if we can actually build a discard synergy dot deck. So we'll take the Gunner. All right, we've got Kickoff Celebrations. We've got another one of these guys. Importantly, this has Start Your Engines on it. Is a 2-drop. I don't know. I feel like the ground gets gummed up really hard. Like, I'm not sure how readily this can get in. I'm also not sure how good Kickoff Celebrations even is. All right, well, we'll take the synergy the based card. All right, we have nothing in here. Well, we got another one of these guys. Haunted Hellride. Attack. Creature gets +1/0 Death Touch and untap it. We're pretty committed to Izzet at this point. It'd be a hard pivot if we left. So let's just taking this. Crash and Burn. Okay, this is actually decent removal. Sure. Seems like blue utterly dried up. Oh, well, maybe not. Gear Seeker. Okay, I would prefer that over Roads.land. How many artifacts do I even have? I've got Boosted Sloop, and that's it, right? And I guess the vehicle token that Muyan Ling makes. All right, a decent 2-drop. Basically, saddle, this becomes the Goblin Shaman token from Fable the Mirror Breaker. All right, take the red card, which is actually okay. Side that. This doesn't have to be 2 mana. You can just discount it. Godlight Matrix is all right. I don't think I would play it unless I had more vehicles. Mendicant Core and Ovia. Also in color is Tyrox, which I probably wouldn't take, and Crash and Burn. There's also Midlight Mangler. During turns other than yours, this is a creature. And there's this thing. When you cycle this card... Okay. Mendicant Core is just so good. Like, if we can play white with this... We'd have to get Fixing, though. Or I'd have to hard pivot out of red, which seems really dubious at this point. But I like this enough that I'm willing to take it over Crash and Burn. So we'd probably have to find like 2 dual lands or something. Air Response Unit. Okay, there's another Scrounging Skyray. Diversion Unit. Diversion Unit is an artifact, which is relevant for this. It's also relevant for Mendicant Core if we do wind up playing it. And it's always a bigger flyer than this is initially. How much looting do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then a card with cycling. All right, let's take Diversion Unit, I think. Dual land, not in our colors. Okay. Glory Heath Lynx is actually really good, but we're not playing it in this deck. So we've got Sarcophagus as an artifact creature that we can play early. There's also Roadside Blowout. Return target creature or vehicle and opponent controls its owner's hand. I like this as a tempo play. Bounce their thing, draw a card. Only on activated abilities, which includes Gear Seeker, I guess technically Mendicant Max Speed, Guide Light Matrix. But we're still just going to take Blowout. Oh, there's a dual land in here too. Hopefully that wheels. I'm not passing Blowout for it. Miragonda Raceway, which we're almost certainly not taking. What's up, GPGP? Tap target creature or vehicle, put 3 stuns on it. That's actually decent. There's this for start your engines. I'm much less likely to want these if I'm trying to be 3 colors. Tap for blue for artifacts. That's okay as well. I don't know, if I'm doing the whole discard thing, having a land that lets me discard later is pretty important. Alright, we'll take Raceway. We may not even wind up playing Mendicant Core, so... Oh my god, and Voyage Home is here. And another duel. It's 10 cards here. It's very unlikely we wield this dual land. I guess I also have Gilded Goda to make treasure tokens, so that's another way I can potentially fix for Mendicant. Voyage Home is just so incredibly good if we can ever get enough artifacts for it. How much do we have? 1, 2, maybe treasure tokens, 3, 4, 5. We need to pick up a lot more artifacts. I'm not passing it. I'm taking it. Boom Mobile. And it's still here. Well, it's an artifact. It actually has a relevant ability. And there's another dual land that we want. All right, well, I mean, we're not passing it, so we're going to take this. What does Trip Up do? It's a Grip Tide that has cycling. Okay. Lagrin, Hull Drifter, Guide Light, Walking Sarcophagus. There's also this thing. Now let's take Hull Drifter. A lot of stuff. What does Blockbuster do? Please get off the screen. All right. Oh, there's a dual land? Okay, I might just take the dual land over anything else. ETB, sack a creature or vehicle, shatter. Or this thing that crews things and it dies in ping stuff. All right, yeah, we're going to take the dual land over any of this stuff. Interface Ace. A dual land that we don't care about. We're not taking these other white cards over this. Tyrox, I'm not even sure how good this is. This is an artifact. We might pivot over to white. I'm not sure. How many vehicles do we have? 1, 2, 3. Bouillon Ling vehicle 4. Sure. Cloud Spire Skysicle. Enters, distribute 2+1 counters among 1 or 2 other target vehicles or creatures. And it has flying. And another one of these guys. Well, yeah, alright, I'll take this one. Come on. Alright, take the blue card. Probably not playing this. This is just +1 counter, create a Thopter. Or Country Roads. Alright. Sideboard. Thicket Tortoise is an artifact that sometimes makes a treasure. I may actually just play this, so we'll take that. and sideboard this thing. All right, so right now, I'm pretty happy with like the cards that I have. What I'm not happy with is my ability to actually cast them all. We have a Bulwark Ox, which may actually just be worse than Air Response. There's also just Lightning Strike in here. All right, how many cards do I have to abandon if I'm trying to cut red or blue? And then have, or I guess I'm trying to cut red, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's so many. There's no way we can abandon all that. Or just have it like be a splash. So I think we just play Lightning. I think we just take Lightning Strike. Because right now white's the off color, so we don't have any guarantee that we can actually use them. And we may in the end have to abandon all the white cards we drafted, which in that case is only these 4. Or only play like just Voyage Home and Mendicant and not the other ones. So like it's extremely unlikely we're gonna have a turn 2 Bulwark Ox, basically. So take the strike. 2 Regal Imperiosaurs. Alright. Well, we're not taking those. There's another Voyage Home here, though. Guidelight Optimizer. Alright, so all aboard the artifact train, choo-choo, basically. Gas Guzzler, obviously we're not playing that, but man. Start your engines, sack a creature, target... Copy target spell you control, and it's any spell, not just instants or sorceries. What else do we have? Cycling, Nimble Thopterist, Night Market to pick a color. That could actually be helpful. Pick white, and then we have white fixed. Yeah. We need to be able to guarantee that we can cast everything, so yeah, we'll take this thing. Broadside Barrage, absolutely slamming that. I don't think there's an argument for anything else. My deck. Alright, what does this guy do? 2/3 exhaust, put a counter on this, it gains double strike until end of turn. Or we can grab another Wasteway. There's no way if I'm playing 3 colors I can play 2 colorless lands. Wreck Remover. This thing, how many vehicles do I have? 2, 3. I don't actually know how many spells I have. I think I have a lot though, so I don't think I can afford to play Bounce Off. This card has just been incredibly good when I've used it. I think it's fine to take it as long as we have a sufficient number of white in the deck, which, given how many white cards we have, we're going to probably wind up. Okay, there's another one, but in this case, we're probably just taking Road Rage. There's also another Skyray and another Treasure Dude over here. There's so much I want to take from this pack, but the correct move has just got to be to take the Shock. That's sometimes more than a shock. I'm not even sure what our deck looks like right now. We're going to be doing a lot of cutting. All right, another Night Market. That's a lot of tap lands too, but we just need to ensure we have it. Bounce Off, no. A white card that's 5 mana, no. And then Wreck Remover, which is fine, but ignore. It really sucks that we're taking these single color lands rather than dual lands, but I don't know if we're going to find any in the packs. I don't think we will with this much left to go. All right. Push the limit or flood the engine. I don't think we have it would be cool to have this because we also have a lot of looting effects, but I don't think we actually have enough vehicles for that to work. Because, what's this? It's basically 3 mana sorcery speed murder, essentially. Because we've got 1, 2, 3. Do we just have 3 vehicles? I think it's just 3. So push the limit, as cool as that would have been. Just not enough support for it. All right, well. I really doubt I'll play 2 kickoff celebrations. Let's take this thing. Sure. This guy. I mean, there's zero chance I ever play that. I mean, is there? I guess there isn't. I do have night markets, but it's so unlikely. It's so unlikely I play either of them, though. Do I want Aether Jacket or Wreck Remover? I think Aether Jacket because it pairs with Mu Yanling, right? Yeah. Okay. Group creatures separate. So we have 36 cards, however, 4 of those are lands, so it's 32, so we need to cut 9. Question number 1. Sort by color. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 white cards. I can definitely cut Quick Welder. Well, actually, hang on. It depends on how many artifacts are in the deck in total. Sort by... Is there no type sort? I guess there isn't. Product type is just, is it a card, right? Alright, so total number of artifacts in the deck at the moment is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So there's 14 plus sometimes making a treasure token. The whole looting plan basically completely fell apart. Like, we only have one Scrounging Skyray, and then we just got a bunch of random looting creatures. So, like, the Thunderhead Gunners, for example, are way worse than they would be otherwise, even though they're fine. Like, it's just a big thing that can block a bunch of stuff. But it's not like we're going to go ham on the Skyray. So let's put all these over here. Like, we do actually have a decent amount of artifacts. And our vehicle count... Oh, did I not count Jacket or Tortoise? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, okay, I counted them. All right. Oh boy, 9 cuts is a lot. And obviously, it would make our mana way better if we just didn't play white, but our best cards are white. Aside from, I guess Mu Yanling is probably one of our best cards, but aside from that, our other best cards are Mendicant and Voyage Home. So, Alacrian Armory, I'm not sure that you even need any vehicles in your deck for this to be good. Just like buff your team, everything has Vigilance is pretty good on its own. So we have 16 creatures, although one of those is Ticket Tortoise, which has Defender, so that doesn't count. Also, one of those is Interface Ace. I'm trying to figure out if I can reduce down the number of cards in a specific color so that the mana is easier, right? And I think if I don't want to get rid of white, then I probably have to reduce... So, like, 3 of our white cards are also blue. So I think if I don't want to get rid of the white, I have to cut down red. So where's the mana value distribution? Okay, so... So these catalyzers we don't really need. They're not playing into our like overall game plan. We also probably don't need 2 different Thunderhead Gunners. It's probably fine to just have one of them. And then we also need to get rid of a lot of spells. So even though Cloudspire Skysickle is an artifact, it's also... I don't think it's a particular... Oh, it does have flying, actually. It can't target itself, but it is a flying vehicle that works with Mu Yanling. We can cut... Okay, so Fuel the Flames also kills like a number of our own creatures, so we can cut this and only bring it in against aggro decks, so that can just be a sideboard card. And then... Kickoff Celebration, this is not necessary anymore either. It's not an artifact, and we don't really care about the whole looting thing. Guidelight Matrix is a cantripping artifact. And it does support the vehicles that we have in the deck, which is 1, 2, 3. Is that it? Old Drifter, Sky Cycle, a Boom Mobile boosted sleep, so it's 4. We have a lot of spells. And let me get the numbers better here. So if I just don't see these. Okay, we only have to cut 4 cards. And we definitely want to cut red, but we kind of can't cut red in a lot of cases. Skyray, how much stuff loots? Well, it's a flyer, so it works with Muyonling, and the looting is Thunderhead Gunner, but that's there's a 3 mana gap between them, so you're not getting this for a while. There is Keen Buccaneer, which you can activate once, and there is the Broadside Barrage, so that's 2 cards. It's not a lot. It may still be worth it, though. Like, it is a flyer from Muyonling, and if you ever trigger it even just 1 time, then it's fine. It's also a 2 mana flyer, and therefore helps to start your engines going, which is also really important for, like, Mendicant, for example. Okay, God, we have so many spells. Is this deck a tempo deck enough to want Blowout? Probably. So how much removal do we have? We have Road Rage, Strike, Blowout I'm not counting because it's a bounce spell, so Flood the Engine, Barrage, Crash and Burn, so that's 5, plus Bouncing from Blowout, plus Boom Mobile if it ever kills anything. But mainly 5, which is fine. Seven, 10, 13, but it's kind of not accurate because the vehicles also get crewed by Alacrian Armory and Ace, so it's not really 13, it's more than 13, but it's not like that much more. I think if I run the deck as is, it's going to be the colors are going to just be a mess. Because, like, you want early red so that you can play all these removal, but you also want early white and blue. It's not imperative that you have early white. So even with cutting a bunch of red cards, it's still like, you know, so Voyage Home, for example, like, it's fine if you play it later. Mendicant Core, you don't have to play Mendicant Core on curve either. You can play that later. In fact, it's probably better if you play it later because then it's not susceptible to removal. So we probably want to get rid of Quick Welder. Come on. 3 more cuts. So right now, our vehicles are being crewed by either just creatures that we have, or they get crewed by Armory, Guidelight Matrix, or Interface Ace. I haven't played Guidelight Matrix yet, so I'm not sure how good it actually is. Three cuts. I guess another question to ask would be, how many artifacts do I have overall right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-ish, 10-ish, 11-ish, 12-ish, 13-ish, 14-ish, 14-ish. I really wouldn't want to go lower than that, I don't think. So I could get rid of Buccaneer. But I think Buccaneer is actually pretty good. This counts your vehicles and mounts, right? X is 2 plus the number of mounts and vehicles you control. So most of the time this is going to be 2, but occasionally be more than 2. I think if I'm looking at all of these, the most likely cuts, because we just really can't afford to cut a bunch of creatures, right? So the most likely cuts are going to be cards like... I guess if it targets a permanent with mana value once, it's not 1 or less, so you can't target tokens. I think Sky Cycle is honestly not that great for how much it costs. It would probably be a lot better in like Boros aggro where you're just turbo attacking constantly. Like if this is the top end, you go 2-drop, 3-drop, pump them. But here, it's probably a lot worse. I think we can cut that one. I'm dubious of Blowout, Guidelight. I mean, we have a bunch of removal already. We probably just get rid of this. And then... there's also dubiousness with Interface Ace, because you're almost probably not playing it on turn 2 if we're doing the whole color breakdown scheme. I don't want to cut any more artifacts. So if I'm a deck that's playing Voyage Home, then I want to be conservative with my artifacts and not trade creatures a bunch of times. Means the cards like Interface Ace is better for just blocking on the board early. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, there's zero chance I can cut Guidelight. I don't know, I draw a lot. Is there any way I can be a 41 card deck, or is that just stupid? I don't want to cut artifacts, I don't want to cut removal, and I don't want to cut any of my creatures. So that leaves, like, the second Voyage Home, but that's just, like, we're playing artifacts so we can play all this stuff in the first place. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5. So I have 5 pieces of removal. I technically could probably get rid of Flood the Engine. Or Crash and Burn, one of the two. Or maybe Road Rage a lot of the time is just not gonna deal enough. All right, let's cut Road Rage. So yeah, this deck's probably going to undergo changes once we actually play with it and see how it, it plays out in practice. So sort by mana values. Okay, sort by colors. So white is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the deck. Blue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And red is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So obviously blue caps out the most, and then so it's blue, red, white. So we've got do I need Avishkar if I already have like a million ways to draw cards, and the only benefit to discarding is Skyray. So yeah, let's just not mess up our colors by doing that. So we'll play all of these. So these are basically anything, and this is white or blue. So then that leaves us with another 14 lands in the deck. So what is it suggesting? It's suggesting 7, 4, 3. So yeah, it's prioritizing white over red, which I think is wrong. Although we kind of need white earlier sometimes because we have 2 2-drops that are white, but I don't know. Okay, so if I pick 7 islands, then that means I have 10 blue sources, kind of. And then this would be 4, 5, 6, 7, and this would be 5. So, no, that's wrong. So 6 white sources, that also seems like it's not enough. So what if I increase this, decrease this, right? So then this is 9 blue sources, 7 white sources, and 6 red sources. So yeah, 9 blue, 6 red, 7 white. It means Goda is not going to come online in a lot of cases. And we do have more red cards than white cards, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe these should be reversed. There's also arguments to removing Goda and playing Quick Welder instead, for example. It's always an artifact, whereas this isn't. The better blocker, which will help gum up the ground. There's not that many more expensive vehicles, but all right, you know what? Yeah, let's get rid of Goda. Play this guy. Then that kind of makes me want to shift back to having more white. Three, 6, 4, 6. So it's even amounts, but you don't need red until later, technically. Whereas like Mendicant Interface on turn 2 are more relevant than having like Lightning Strike on turn 2, probably in a lot of cases. I'm not sure. There's also the argument though that like Boosted Sloop loots and Barrage also loots. Yoy. Yeah, what a mess. All right, screw it. Let's do it. Save deck. All right, here we go. On the play. Acceptable. We have one card in our hand we can't play, but otherwise. Keep. Island go. So we just need to draw like any lands. Although 3 of the lands in our deck come in tapped, which does suck, but what can you do? Yo, new commander rules just dropped. We'll take a look at that afterwards. Oh, well. Do I just play Diversion Unit and then play Mendicant next turn, or what? Yeah, I think I would rather race here. Play Diversion Unit. Beta rules for the bracket system. Commander, EDH. No blocks on the rat. Wretched Doll. Well, ugh. Okay, we don't have the second blue source for Muyonling next turn, which is an issue. If this thing just attacks... Probably fine. Alright, let's play this dude and then just swing at them. Pothole Mole, okay. Milled over these 3, gets a forest back, sure. Swinging there, yeah, we'll just take it. So the rat blocks this, which is the issue. I could flood this, but then this doesn't have an attack. Or I could just play Mendicant. Or I could loot and hope that I draw an island, because we also want to get Muyonling online. Not committing anything else to the board seems like a bad decision, though, so... Play Mendicant. Play this. Combat, attack with just Diversion Unit. So we get speed 2. Swinging here. Still not blocking it. That's fine. Just ending. Ooh, lightning strike. Okay, so... I think I lightning strike the rat, and then level Keen Buccaneer up and attack. Or exhaust him, rather. But it depends. If I'm gonna exhaust this anyway, then I should kind of just do it now to see what we get. But I'm almost certainly just killing the rat so I can attack with this, if that's the case. Maybe we just kill this. I can't imagine I do anything else but just do that. So let's just... well, if I do it now and they have the indestructible combat trick, then it's really bad if I do that. Right, activate this. I guess it's fine. All right, discarding... Gunner. Yeah, okay, I want to get damage in, so let's, This is a monoleak, right? Yeah, okay. Do your guy. If they do use the combat trick, I'm not using diversion unit. I'll just hit them because I want Muyonling to be online. All right, combat. Swing here, swing here. All right. Speed up. Cycles Night Market. All right. No attacks, right? Yep, no attacks. All right. So now we play Muyonling. Make the vehicle token. Then we combat. Going here and here. Double block. I'm probably just killing the wretched doll. Damage? Kill this one. Alright, these go on the stack. Draw. Alright, do I need a second white source? Because I will need a potentially third blue source. So let's play Night Market, and let's name blue. Alright, our speed is maxed, so I can actually play and copy Hull Drifter next turn, which is pretty great. They just didn't have anything? They didn't even surveil with their doll. So confused. Okay, I assume this kills move, right? Yeah. That may actually not have been the correct move. How much does this take to crew? 3? So they can't crew it. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trigger. Pay the 1. Make a second Hole Drifter. Draw some cards. This resolves. Draw some cards. Sweet. All right. Combat. So these are both enormous. Well, Mendicant's enormous. Right? You cannot crew this. Okay. Is attacking here bad? Let's say they go creature, crew this, attack. They can attack for 8, and I do not die, even in that case. So. Alright. Block there. Damage. And over to them. Death Archfiend. Other creatures get -2. Sure. So it's going to kill Diversion Unit, but that's it. Alright. Alright, so I can just flood the engine, tap their guy, and then... Well, no, then they crew in response, right? So... I can crew both Hull Drifters and... Is there any way I guarantee that I have lethal right now? They have 1 blocker, right? So if I just... Yeah, okay. So we're gonna... Play interface, ace, trigger... Copy the ability, or copy it. Resolves. This resolves. Then we through here. So this is lethal. We'll have 4 attackers, they can only block 1 and then they die. All right, well, while we wait for our opponent to do whatever the heck it is that they're doing. Okay, there we go. Resolve this. Through this. Through this. Then swing, 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 swing. They have 1 block, they die. Okay, yeah. All right, so, I mean, we had a little bit of color problems, but it mostly worked out. What did we see from them? Just a bunch of regular old stuff? They have a Shepherd Archfiend, so we have to keep that in mind, but I don't think that means we just suddenly change all of our creatures. I don't feel like I want to switch anything around. I don't know, it seems like most of their stuff's expensive, so maybe Blowout is better against them than normal. But I'm not even sure about that. I think it's fine. Let's just run this back. All right, we got all our colors. We're a little slow, but otherwise, this is fine. Keep. Our first land should be either island or plain, so that if we draw a turn 2 Mendicant, we can... All right. All right. Play plains. Go. Carrion Cruiser. Mill 2 cards, then return a creature or vehicle from your graveyard to your hand. They bricked. Alright, I guess we just play Quick Welder. This Night Market probably names red for Boommobile. Engine Rat, okay. This cruise for 1, right? Yeah. They have a fight spell. They just fight our guy through and hit us. Cycles Brood Wagon. Okay. And then does nothing. Sure. We drew Boommobile. Okay, so... I think I'm fine staying just on defense, and we'll just hold up Barrage, and then, yeah, so... Night Market, choose red, and then we'll just pass. I don't want to trade this if I don't have to, because, you know, Affinity is relevant for Voyage Home, Gear Seeker, so, you know. And it also makes my other artifacts cheaper. Cycle Wreck Remover, okay. They're attacking. Yeah, sure, I'll just kill this now. What am I ditching? Yikes, there's a lot of things I could get rid of. Definitely not Crash and Burn. Definitely not the land. I want to make sure I have a land next turn. It's either going to be Sloop or Gear Seeker, I think. Boommobile itself also doesn't do anything for a while. Maybe I do just get rid of the land, because then what am I doing next turn? I can play Sloop for 2 mana, and then... No. The Voyage Home, I want to get that online, obviously. If I play Boommobile next turn, it costs 3. It comes in, it makes 4 mana for its own ability, plus 1. So X can be whatever. I don't know if they'll even play another creature here. Let's get rid of, I guess, the island. Sure. I think I just like have a bunch of solid cards in my hand, and I'll eventually find lands anyway. Muyan Ling's interesting. That's actually... Oh, I don't have a double blue. Okay, Sure. Tap this. Play Sloop. Go to combat. Swing. This triggers. Alright, I almost certainly do not want to get rid of a land at this point. I can't even play anything else this turn, so... I don't know. Maybe I do just get rid of the land. I don't know. Sure, we'll get rid of the land. And we're not doing anything else, so pass. I keep thinking, like, they've done, like, very little so far, so that tells me they're probably sandbagging a bunch of big threats, which means I want removal and I want threats that matter. Blow up the sloop, sure. Aether jacket. Alright, okay, there's an island. I could just kill this right now with Boommobile. That sounds promising. So... 2... And then I can't do anything else. Or I could play Muyan Ling, which doesn't actually cause anything to happen. This can kill my Quick Welder, but I don't really care if they do. Or I can kill the vehicle token I make, which I also don't care that much if they do it. I guess they can crew this at instant speed, which is fine. Alright, Boommobile, red. Solve this, make red mana. Then activate this. Shoot this guy. X is 1. Sure. The counters are not dependent on how much you shoot. Yeah, okay. So done. Kill that. Go to combat. Swing. We are kind of gummed on certain cards, but I can always, like, figure a way around that. So we've got 2 artifacts right now, so... Oh, they just are not playing anything. All right, well... How much does it cost to crew this, too? Okay, So, play Muyan Ling. Trigger this. Crew this with Mu. Combat. Swing here. Trigger Mu, draw a card. I have 1, 2, 3 artifacts right now. Can't cast Voyage Home. Pass. All right, 6 mana. So 3 artifacts, this costs 4. Kills Muyan Ling, all right. Oh my god, Mendicant too. Play Mendicant. Through this. And crew this. I think this is lethal, right? Combat. Swing. It is indeed lethal. Well, somehow our messy colors of a deck is actually working. Okay, do we want to change anything before we jump into the next match? Come on. Come on, Moto. All right. There's Road Rage. No, no, no. Not these red cards. Definitely not this. Blowout, no as well. I don't think we do, actually. I don't think we want to change anything. I think this is fine. All right, let's play. On the play. Sure. Obviously, we're missing red, but that's okay. Island, go. Plays Scurryfoot, sure. All right, play this guy. Over to them. So we can sequence Quick Welder into Hole Drifter to draw some cards. Seems pretty good. Right, they attack, no blocks. Plays Gibrick, sure. Ooh, we can play Guidelight as well. All right. Cast Quick Welder. Takes this 1 mana, cast this, draw a card. Over to them. And now this can block either creature. No attacks. All right, yeah, let's cast Hole Drifter. Hole Drifter. Is it crew 3 on this thing? Wow, all right. Play land. Can't actually play anything else, so we just pass, right? This is 2 to activate. Cycles Night Market. I was wondering why they didn't do anything. Do we have 4 artifacts in play right now? So if they don't kill our guys, we can go Aether Jacket, Gear Seeker. Mills over... They milled over Pile Up. Alright, keep that in mind. They have a Pile Up in their deck, so I can't just commit everything to the board. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 pays for the Aether Jacket. I have 4 mana remaining. Gear Seeker is 2. And I can play Voyage Home? Holy shit. Okay, well. I need to tap the red source for this. Play the Aether Jacket. Play Voyage Home. This is so disgusting. I guess I'm crewing Hole Drifter. Swing Hole Drifter. Boy, was it the right move to swap this in instead of Goda. Ooh, a Gonosaur. Okay, oof. That's actually big enough that we can't kill it? Well, we're definitely casting Voyage Home, so let's just get that out of the way. Jesus Christ. I don't have white mana, so I can't play Mendicant anymore. I mean, I can play Crash and Burn, but the only thing I care about killing is Gonosaur. So... I could play Diversion Unit Sloop and then have... 1, 2... Still have 2 mana up after that. Which I don't know how much that matters. Yeah, I can't get Mendicant Core down, so that's irrelevant. I do get to loot. Play Sloop. And we're going to crew the Hull Drifter with Gear Seeker. No, we're not. We're going to play Diversion Unit. Crew here and here. Combat. Swing here and here. Sloop trigger. Resolve this. Alright, ditching. Interesting. Probably Interface Ace. How much mana will I have next turn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can play this. 3 left, play a Lacrian Armory. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, okay, get rid of Interface Ace. And then we can't do anything else, so pass. I can also use Guidelight to crew Sloop at instant speed as a blocker if I need to. Ooze Patrol. All right, it's a 3/3. Uh-huh. Oh, it mills cards first, but it still only became a 3/3. I assume that at the very least is attacking. All right, if it's just that, I'm just not going to block it. Yeah, no blocks. Glory Heath, sure. All right, do I have the kill? They have 5 blockers, but they have no blockers in the air. So I have... Hull Drifter is 3, 5, 7 damage in the air. Can I make Gear Seeker unblockable as well? Right? So... yeah, they're at 12. And none of these have reach, right? Well, I go Crew Hull Drifter, 5, 7 damage... and then just activate Gear Seeker. They can't block it, and they die. Okay, yeah. So, through using these dudes. Activate this. Combat. Swing. I'll discard a thing that I don't care if they know that information. All right. So they have like a bunch of 2/3s and whatnot, so I don't care about Road Rage. Same with Fuel the Flames. Blowout, they have like creatures that come in and have ETB triggers as well, so I don't care about that. So I guess I just don't do anything. Run it back. They have a Gonosaur Rex, but I have no way around that. Like, I mean, I guess I could blow out a Gonosaur, but then they just play it again. So my main answer to it is flood the engine. Or I have to, like, get it in combat and then crash and burn it as well. Hey, Dylan. This draft deck is disgusting. Playing Voyage Home plus Gear Seeker in the same turn. All right, one land is a mole. Okay, actually keepable. What am I tossing? So, Ticket Tortoise on curve is obviously crap. I kind of just want to keep hitting lands in this deck. So I have turn 2 Lightning Strike into turn 3 Buccaneer. So I probably just get rid of the Tortoise. Okay, let's get rid of the Tortoise. Tranquil Cove. Pass. All right, Mountain Pass. Holding up Lightning Strike for whatever they play. Daring Mechanic. All right, kill that. I don't think it matters. Play Buccaneer first? Yeah, Buccaneer first. Flyer dude, okay. Combat. Swing. I'm actually not going to activate it. I'm just going to play Quick Welder. And then I probably don't even play Night Market at this point. I have so many, like, all the other cards in my hand are lands anyway, so. Refueler, okay. So they get 2 speed. The 2/3, man, we're just drawing lands, huh? If I draw Boom Mobile, I guess I want double red open, but I can't actually use it, right? I guess I would play it even if I can't target any of their guys. Would I? I guess I probably would. So if I do double blue, that's puts me off casting other blue stuff, maybe? I don't know. Okay, activate this. I wouldn't have been able to play that anyway, so ditch this. Alright, we're gonna cycle Night Market. So combat. Swing here. All right, speed goes up to 3. Lori Heath links. Okay. Cycle this. So Elvish Refueler can become a 3/4 now. All right. So Gear Seeker currently costs 6, which I actually have. So if I attack here, they just fuel, and then we bump off each other, unless they also block with the links. But then I kill the links, which is fine. So combat. Swing. They also don't have to double block. They can just block here, which it doesn't cost me anything to just do that anyway. All right, we just bump. All right, play Gear Seeker. Rid of them. We flooded pretty hard this game, eh? So I don't know if I'm supposed to flood the Flyer or Elvish Refueler. Elvish Refueler just becomes an unstoppable force at a certain point. Yep, swing there, can't block it. So we go to 12, they go to max speed. Big boy, Earth Rumbler. Exile an artifact or creature from the graveyard crew. So it's a 7/6 that they can basically crew whenever. Man, we're just flooding the hell out. All right, well. I mean, we can tap it down. I guess we do that. So, flood the engine. This triggers. So, combat. I guess I offer them the trade with the links. Okay, yeah, sure. Alright, kill the links. They gain some life, they also take some damage. Alright, play this. Over to them. Man, we have like so much good stuff we can draw, and we're just not drawing it. Time to go and do some karate. Good luck here. Thank you for showing up, Tentative Orc. Hope you enjoy it. Yeah, okay, so we don't have a good block here. So we're going to take 7 and go to 5. Sure. Activate Refueler. You can do it every turn, too, including your opponents. Laggerin. Oh, so we're actually just dead if we don't find an answer. Okay, we have kind of an answer. We have to lose 2 of our creatures, though. They don't even have to block us is the issue. So they, let's see. I guess if I don't attack with Gear Seeker, then I can block this for a turn without losing Voyager, but this just seems so bad. So this gets pumped, and then I have to block here. All right, combat. Oh, I guess this itself has cycling, right? If I cycle it and I don't find an answer, then I'm just dead. But just playing it to chump block for a turn also sounds pretty horrendous. swing here. Like, if I play this and they have a removal spell, then we're just dead. If I play it and... Like, there's so many ways it goes wrong just playing this. I guess I would much rather just cycle it right now. Because this gets saddled. I guess they have to have the creature to saddle it, but that just seems pretty likely. All right. Cycle this. Wow. Yeah, all right. I mean, I guess technically we might not be dead. Wow, we've drawn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells, and we've drawn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 lands. Yikes. So this gets pumped, this blocks here. Okay, oh no, they just saddle this and we can't block the flyers, right? Yeah. Obviously. Go to the next one. All right, anytime now, Moto. All right. Yeah, Roadside Blowout as a way to reset the Elvish Refueler counters. They have a lot of, like, big, expensive bombs, so maybe this is good. What am I cutting for it, I guess is the question. Probably the Sky Ray. I just feel like this has been consistently mediocre. Like, you have to you basically have to have it on turn 2, and even then, like, who cares? Get rid of that. Let's bring in Blowout. Thunderhead Gunner for more ways to block flying. That's what that game came down to. If I did bring that in, I would have to cut... What? Buccaneer? Buccaneer's alright, though. It does have problems like in that game, though, where it's just like the body just doesn't matter after a while. Picket Tortoise on the play also could be... Well, I need a critical mass of artifacts, though. Let's bring this in. On the play, we only have one land. All right, all of our cards, all of our colors. Keep this. What am I jettisoning? So I have turn 1 tap land, turn 2 Mendicant or Guidelight Optimizer. There's no way I can afford to bin a land, so I'm binning either Optimizer or Jacket. Probably Optimizer. Let's bin Optimizer. Forest. Alright, play Mendicant. Rid of them. Engines have started. Can't attack into it without trading. Ooh. Or I could flood the engines. That seems better. Flood the engines. Swing, get my speed up. I could have also just played Aether Jacket and then had a flyer. Yellow Heart Bike. All right, they still don't have a blocker. Nice. Alright, jacket. Let's play this as a red source, right? Yeah, as a red source. Wait. 1 speed away, and we can get it next turn with the flyer. And we can cast Voyage Home, although it does take all of our cards, but that's fine. Okay, we can't get it as the flyer anymore. Well, we do get to cast Voyage Home. Bamf, and then we'll just pass back to them. I also thought about blowing up Veloheart to keep them off mana, but I didn't think that would be that valuable, and having more artifacts again for the Voyage Home, like, just seems so much better. Oh my god, what? Well, that's a problem. Alright, so what if I broadside kill this, attack, I get speed up to max, and then, but then I can't do anything else. I mean, it depends on what I loot into, obviously, but then I probably can't do anything else this turn. Alternatively, I just play Thunderhead Gunner, and, like, this is going to take us down pretty fast, is the issue. I need to find an answer to this. Ugh. Let's say I shoot this, and then they go and attack, and then they go, like, play something, crew Veloheart, attack. I'm not blocking this. I could block this. That's okay. I think I'm better off just playing Gunner and passing, probably. And then just taking this 9/7. And reevaluating what we're doing next turn. I need a lot of mana for what I'm doing as well, so, like, I could have kept the land in my hand and pitched it to Gunner, but I didn't think that was worth it. They're just attacking there. No blocks. Going to 15. Speed up. What do they have that... Oh, Swiftwing Assailant. Okay. Oh my god. Really? 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 Alright, what are we doing? Blocking something with Gunner and then shooting it post-combat. That's one option. This is going to kill us so freaking fast is the problem. If I play Broadside Barrage right now, I can't necessarily play anything else this turn. And getting max speed to 4 is like, that's fine, but I don't have any artifacts to copy. I could spend almost my entire turn playing Voyage Home, and also probably not be able to do anything. So... I think we activate this, discard the land. Alright, well... So, Barrage. So, block this, Barrage. To trade with it. We take 3 trample, so we take 12 and go to 3, which is really bad. But what else are we doing? Like... Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing. Pass over to them. And they're just sending these two guys in. Is there any reason to do this prior to damage taking place? Like, what if I draw Crash and Burn, then I could trade with this? I mean, if they have a combat trick, we're just gonna lose, so let's just assume they don't. So barrage here, loot. We're definitely not using this. Get rid of that. Block here. All right, we go to 3. Plays another big thing. Glory Heath, okay, that's not so bad. Ooze Patrol. The 4/4, sure. Okay, we can blow out this to put it back in their hand. And then we have 4 mana left, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it costs me 5 to play this right now. So if I play Voyage Home first, the only way this doesn't work is if I don't draw an untapped land in the top 3 cards of my deck, which is pretty unlikely. Whereas if I do Blowout first, I can't cast Gunner or Voyage Home. I also just don't have any good blocks if I just go Voyage Home plus Blowout, right? Because I blow out this, then they play it, crew the Veloheart, attack with 4 creatures. I have to block, let's say I block 2 of them. I'm at 6. I barely survive. I go to 1. And I have to trade both of my creatures away. Actually, one trades, the other just dies straight up. But if I blow this out and I don't draw anything relevant, then I'm just absolutely dead. Is this a permanent? I guess I could bounce my own Flood the Engine and flood this. But then they untap with 4 creatures that, again, I have to block. Yeah, so that's an issue. So, cast Voyage Home. So, white, red. We're not going to be able to cast Boommobile regardless, so. Alright, Voyage Home it is. What do we get? Alright, we did find an untapped land, but we can't really do anything. Alright, I guess we blow out this guy. Alright. Back to them. So now they go play dude, crew, swing all. We trade with Veloheart, chump, Ooze Patrol, take 5, go to 1. And we have no board, and they have 4 creatures in play. So we're pretty boned. Because I actually can't just bump off the Glory Heath. I do have to trade with it. It doesn't have trample, right? Yeah, okay. I do have to lose my board here. Yep, we're at 1, and there's 4 lethal creatures in play. Lightning Strike kills this. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana left. Yeah, there's no way we can play anything that gets us out of this, right? I can play Hull Drifter to draw more cards, and then I only have 3 mana left over, and then I'm just gonna lose. Yep. Well, sometimes your opponent just has 2 5-mana creatures with 8 or more power. Commander Brackets Beta February stream. So this is a Reddit post, links to the stream. I don't know if we want to watch the whole thing. How long is it? Oh, it's an article. Okay. So they've summed up the brackets here. We'll come back to that. An error occurred trying to pair you with another player. Please contact game support for assistance. Okay, can I play my match? I guess we'll try that again. All right, match number 3. Let's see what happens. I think our deck is really good. It's just the colors are a little awkward, obviously. Although so far it hasn't really been an issue. And the amount of cards that care about fit, like especially the Voyage Homes, probably we wanted more like cheap artifacts that we could play early on. But other than that, I think it's pretty good. Well, that's a mult. All right, all of our colors, although we have nothing to play for a bit, but sure, we'll keep this. What are we putting back? I cannot imagine just playing a turn 3 Aether Jacket on the draw is going to be that helpful. But Boommobile we can't even play right now, so maybe we just bin that one. We'll bin Boommobile. Another Voyage Home, you say? Haste dude. All right, well, taking some damage here. And by the time I even get Aether Jacket on the board, they'll have enough mana to exhaust it, so I can't even block it. Well, I assume they're going to attack us at some point. Double Voyage Home with no actual artifacts in play so far is kind of a problem. What would be the best draw right now? Probably Interface Ace to block this. Also cheat, or just Mendicant. Start getting some artifacts into play. Land, not so great. All right, well, just pass. Taking another 2, and then they'll deploy some other threat. Okay, 3/3. With start your engines. Okay, well, we finally drew a thing. It's too late, but we drew it. So we play Aether Jacket, and then pass. This is crew 1. I guess we can not block here, and then play Boosted Sloop next turn, or just crash and burn to kill this. Okay, yeah, so if they offer the trade with the Crow Catcher, we just trade. And then crash burn the 3/3. Alright, well, they got mana, so now we can't trade with it. Alright, take it. Pump their guy. I guess now we're killing that. Interesting. So Quick Welder can block this, but I still have to kill this thing. All right, combat. Swing. Oy. I probably just have to kill this, right? Like, and then we take 3 from here. Or I could just play Sloop and then... What I should do is try to find, like, hope to draw another untapped land so that I can go Welder into Boosted Sloop and in the same turn. So I should just crash burn this turn. Let's just go ahead and kill this now. Cast. Damage. Kill this guy. Over to them. So hopefully we can, like, start recovering life with the Voyage Homes at some point. But it depends. That we need to basically the pedal to come off the gas for us to have a turn where we can... Boy, another one. Well, like, we can at least trade with this. Alright, trade here. They don't have a trick. Alright, they did not have a trick. Another threat? Another one. Jesus. Okay, well, we didn't hit, so we're going to... we really need to find a land, so let's shoot this. Alright, what am I ditching? I guess it has to be a Voyage Home, right? Alright, we're taking at least 3. Eats the Loxodon to draw a card. Combat. At 3. Alright, they didn't deploy another threat at least. So play this. Then play this. Back to them. Outpace Oblivion. Okay, sure. So then they target our guy, we crew in response. Crew. What does this do on the other side? Sack it, deal 2 damage. Each player doesn't have max speed. Yikes. Oh, come on. The Aether Spark as well? Really? And it's bigger, so we can't strike it. Yeah, okay, sure. Do we actually have enough mana to cast Voyage Home? No, we don't. We're actually short of that as well. Alright. Below it doesn't seem particularly good. Most of their stuff is not that expensive, and like they've got haste guys, so that's just not ultimately that great. I might want to line up my creatures better against these 3/3s that they have, so I might want Endrider catalyzers in order to block them. So instead of... I guess I'm going on offense here, right? I guess we get rid of Skyray and bring in Catalyzer. Anything else I want to get rid of? Diversion unit is okay. Road Rage. We probably want Road Rage. We do really want to kill their stuff. So let's see. Road Rage in and out. Maybe we do just get rid of Diversion unit. Is there anything else I would cut for another Catalyzer? I don't think so. And that changes the math on the colors, right? Because now red matters more. These are even, but I still have... Okay, so it's 6, 9, 11 versus 6, 8 versus 6. So now we want mountain back in and out of plains. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm gonna have time for Guideline Matrix in this matchup. I probably just get rid of this and bring in another Endrider Catalyzer. I just need like ways to kill their guys. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Submit. On the play. Oh, we can't play Mend. Oh man, we can't play anything for a while. Boommobile, even if I play it on curve, I can only do 1 damage with it. I guess that's fine if I'm killing one of their 2/1s. Alright, we'll keep. Island go. Grease Wrench Goblin. Well, come on, planes. No, okay, it is something we can use, though. Catalyzer, yeah, this is going to be rough. The Ticket Tortoise isn't even doing anything. Yeah, it's better to just play Barrage. So, play this. It's better to shoot this now before they use it. Put a +1 counter on this creature. I don't think so. Alright, let's just pass back to them. So this way we can kill this, untap Boommobile, kill this. Barrage this guy. Now, if they want to use the ability, they have to do it now. Yikes. I definitely want to be able to play Gunner on curve, so I think we just get rid of Tortoise, even though it's the only way that we can make white at the moment, but I think we just have to. Although, how much does it cost to crew? 2? Yeah, I need to make sure that I'm playing everything on curve, so let's just discard Tortoise. And we take 3. Speed goes up. And they're going to deploy another threat. Yeah, sure. There's Night Market. Okay, we don't have time to do that, though. So, play this. Trigger the ability. Add red. And then target this. X is 1. Done. Kill that. Back to them. The next turn, we can finally play Gunner. And then we have Gunner, and it can crew this. Oh, haste 2. Oh, come on. Just the beatdowns. All right, we take 5 at max speed. Sure. All right, can't take a turn off, so play this. Activate, ditch the island. All right, well, they keep attacking. Oy. If they want to get more damage in, then they have to spend it here instead of deploying another threat. That might be worth just blocking this, but then they get to draw a card off of it, so I'm not sure. Form wanted to use this ability. All right, let's block here. The reason I'm not crewing is because there are artifact-only removal spells, like Sky Crash. So if they have that and I crew this, then they just shoot it and I don't have a blocker. I assume they're pondering whether they would just want to buff this up to get more damage in or not. Yeah, okay, so they're buffing it up. So we go to 4. Well, we at least drew Mendicant. We at least drew the Plains for Mendicant. So let's activate this and discard the Mountain. All right, play this. Play Mendicant. And then we'll play Buccaneer. And now there's no way I can justify attacking here to get my speed up, right? Yeah, there's just, it's so risky if I do that. Let's just not. If they attack with both, I will crew the Boommobile with Mendicant, though. Draws a card. Frickin' Knife's Edge we're on. They have the Aether Spark in their deck. They have Outpace Oblivion. Like, there's a lot of ways we just get killed. Goblin Surveyor with Trample, and it's a 3/2 with Trample. Okay. I assume they don't attack here. Their attacks suck, right? Yeah. Alacrian Armor. Ooh, Vigilance. That turns the tide pretty hard. All right, let's activate this. Ditch the Night Market. All right, well. I have enough to activate Buccaneer, so we may as well do that first. All right, we'll ditch this. And we'll play Armory. Go to combat. This crews the Boommobile. And then Most of my attacks can attack them in a way that it's not profitable for them to block us, so we may as well just attack with everything. Because everything that I have trades with everything they have or beats it. So I may as well just turn the tide right now. They're going to trade with Mendicant, that's fine. Let's kill the Vanguard so they can't draw into it. Actually, if they just spend their turn activating this, I think that's fine. Nope, not blocking it. They're going to kill off Thunderhead, sure. Alright, damage. Can't kill that. They take a lot. So we can crew this with either of our guys. Man, this card's so good. Outpace Oblivion. All right, what are they targeting? Well, I can. It's 5 damage, right? So they're targeting this. Okay. So then we crew here. So we're de facto at 2 because they can sack this to deal 2 damage to us. No shot, you also have a removal spell. Come on. Are you kidding me? So now we just died Outpace Oblivion next turn because we're 1 speed behind. Unless we draw a Voyage. Even if I draw a Voyage, I can't cast it, right? So, loop, combat, wing, trigger, yeah. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. What? Why are you not just activating this? Okay. Just wanted to waste our time? Sure. Man, how did this deck, from such a promising start, fall? Right, let's take a look at it. So, wow, mode is slow. All right. Sort mana values. So the problem might have just been like just too many hands where nothing, like not enough things to do early, so just getting run over. And other than like interface ace, so basically in terms of staying alive, there's like interface ace and there's lightning strike, and then none of the other creature, I guess ticket tortoise as well, but none of the other things are really good at actually like delaying the opponent from killing you if you don't have a turn 2 play. And we had too many times where we just didn't have plays early, or like things didn't come together. Like we would have voyage homes in the hand but not enough artifacts to actually cast them. Well, sometimes this happens. Anyway. Plenty more drafts to go. No more today. But before we go, I've been told that there are commander bracketing articles to go over. So let's look that up. Talk about it. All right. February 11th, introducing Commander Bracket Beta. Hello, everybody. This is Gavin Verhey on behalf of the Commander Format panel, and if you want to see what that is and who's in it, you can click here. All right, who's in it? This is from a while ago, right? Yeah, October 22nd. And here's all the people in it. All right. Today, we're very excited to share with you the beta test of our new Commander matchmaking system, Commander Brackets. In our last article in late October, we talked about a system like this that we were working on and refining. We have been. Put a lot of time and iteration into it as a group. It really was a big team effort. Today, we'll talk about them and share an updated roadmap for the future. Before getting into Commander Brackets, 3 important things I want to mention to set expectations around what you'll be seeing today. Number 1, I expect for many people who play Commander, nothing will change. You can continue to play with friends as you always have without digging into this system, and that's totally fine. Tons of regular playgroups have figured out what works well for them, which is great. However, as Commander has grown and become a fixture at game stores and big events, we want to create a common language to help people find well-paired games. I'm sure many of you had the experience of sitting down to play a game and quietly finding out the decks are operating at extremely different levels. I would think of the system as replacing the power level 1 to 10 scale with something more useful. It's a tool to help you find Commander games you enjoy. One thing Commander has lacked is a good way to discuss what kind of game you want to play, and this helps provide additional terminology. And rules still exist. You're certainly welcome to say, hi, I'm in bracket 2, except for this one thing. Is that okay with everybody? Having that conversation is great. Number 2, this system, nor really any system, cannot stop bad actors. If someone wants to lie to you and play mismatched, we can't prevent that. However, a lot of people just want to play games in earnest with other decks like theirs, and this aims to help in that regard. There are many ways to game the system. Be honest with yourself and others as you play with them. And number 3, I want to stress this is a beta test. Your feedback is going to be critical. While we are excited about this, we'd also be very surprised if it was perfect. So please, I encourage you to tell us your thoughts. The Commander channel and the official Magic the Gathering Discord is a great place, as well as other social media outlets. Well, this is a big article. Another place we'll be watching for feedback is at MagicCon Chicago. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right, with those 3 points, let's get into Commander brackets. There are 5 brackets. Each one is meant to classify a different kind of game experience. Brackets 1, 2, and 3 are different levels of socially focused play. Brackets 4 and 5 are focused on higher power or even a competitive experience. In each bracket description, you'll also find guidance around 4 kinds of effects that can really impact games. 2-card infinite combos, extra turns, mass land denial, and tutors for things other than lands, noting where and how you should expect to see them. For a little bit of additional definition around mass land denial, this is a category of card that most Commanders players find frustrating, so to emphasize it up front, you should not expect to see these cards anywhere in brackets 1 to 3. These cards regularly destroy, exile, and bounce other lands, keep lands tapped, or change what mana is produced by 4 or more lands per player without replacing them. Examples are Armageddon, Ruination, Sunder, Winter Orb, and Blood Moon. Basically, any cards and common game plans that mess with several people's lands or the mana they produce should not be in your deck if you're seeking to play in brackets 1 through 3. Additionally, you'll also see some references to the Game Changers list. This is a new small list of cards we'll share at the end that these brackets refer to and are cards targeted at higher bracket play. First, let us show you the brackets. Okay, so they're going to go through each one, right? Okay. Number 1, Exhibition, Ultra Casual Commander. 2, Core, average current pre-constructed decks. 3, Upgraded, beyond the strength of an average pre-con. 4, Optimized, high power commander, it's time to go wild. 5, EDH, high power with a very competitive and metagame focused mindset. No restrictions other than ban list, no restrictions of the ban list, no mass land denial, no chaining extra turns, late game 2-card infinite combos, 3 game changers. Mass land denial, chaining, infinite combos, few tutors, no mass land denial, no infinites, no game changers. Few tutors. What is the different one here? Land denial or extra turns. They've split up for some reason. Okay, so it's the same, just for some reason they bullet pointed this one here, but split it into 2 bullet points on the second one. Okay. Bracket 1, Exhibition. Experience. Throw down with your ultra-casual commander deck. Winning is not the primary goal here, as it's more about showing off something unusual you've made. Villains yelling in the art. Everything has the number 4. Oops, all horses. Those are all fair game. The games are likely to go long and end slowly. Just focus on having fun and enjoying what the table's brought. Deck building. No cards from the Game Changers list. No intentional 2-card infinite combos. Mass land denial. Extra turn. Okay, yeah. Easy core. Easiest reference point is average pre-constructed deck is at core. While Bracket 2 may not have every perfect card, they have the potential for big splashy turns, strong engines, and are built in a way that works toward winning the game. While the game is unlikely to end out of nowhere and generally goes 9 or more turns, you can expect big swings. The deck usually has some cards that aren't perfect from a gameplay perspective, but are there for flavor reasons, or just because they bring a smile to your face. Deck building, yeah, okay, we've been through that. Upgraded. These decks are souped up and ready to play beyond the strength of an average pre-constructed deck. They are full of carefully selected cards with work having gone into figuring out the best card for each slot. The games tend to be a little faster as well, ending a turn or two sooner than your core. This is also where players can begin playing up to 3 cards from the Game Changers list, amping up the deck further. Of course, it doesn't have to have any Game Changers. Many decks, to be Bracket 3, many decks are more powerful than pre-con deck, even without them. These decks should generally not have any 2-card infinite combos that can happen cheaply and in about the first 6 or so turns of the game, but it's possible the long game could end with one being deployed out of nowhere. Yeah, okay. 4 optimized. Time to go wild. Bring out your strongest decks and cards. You can expect to see explosive starts, strong tutors, cheap combos at endgames, and mass LD. Deck full of cards off the Game Changers list. This is high-powered commander, and games have the potential to end quickly. The focus here is on bringing the best version of the deck you want to play, but not one built around a tournament metagame. It's about shuffling up your strong and fully optimized deck, whatever it may be, and seeing how it fares. For most commander players, these are the highest power commander decks you will interact with. And then EDH. Mindset is a key part of that description. Much of it is in how you approach the format and deck building. It's not just no holds barred, where you play your most powerful cards like in Bracket 4. It requires careful planning. There's care paid into following and paying attention to a metagame and tournament structure, and no sacrifices are made in deck building as you try to be the one to win the pod. Additionally, there is special care and attention paid to behavior and tableside negotiations, such as not making spite plays or concessions that play into the tournament structure. EDH or competitive commander, similar names, is where winning matters more than self-expression. You might not be playing your favorite cards or commanders, as pet cards are usually replaced with cards needed in the meta, but you're playing what you think will be most likely to win. There are no restrictions other than the ban list. So the Game Changers list. What is the Game Changers list? You saw several mentions of this list above. This is something new that we want to introduce. We think it will be a huge help for matchmaking and understanding the format. Dramatically warp commander games, allowing players to run away with resources, shift games in ways that many players dislike, block people from play. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, in addition to that function, you can imagine this as a sort of watch list. Any future bans are likely to come from this list, save for maybe something that shows up in a new set and immediately causes problems like Nadu. Similarly, unbanned cards are likely to impure. This creates a nice half step between the banned list and showing up everywhere. It also really helps ensure that you know what cards we have our eyes on, so cards won't feel like they're banned out of nowhere in the future. Important, yes. I think a lot of people took issue with the Nadu, Jeweled Lotus, Dockside, Monocrypt ban. I don't think it was necessarily a problem of banning those cards. It was banning all 3 of them at once with no lead up. Especially since like Monocrypt has been legal for the entire format, and Dockside and Jeweled Lotus are multiple years old, I believe. And so like, why are you banning them now as opposed to previously? Like, what has changed that you're suddenly banning these 3 cards? And it just like blindsides everybody. It also gives us a tool to unban cards to try them or nudge around cards without a ban needed. If a card shows up and is frustrating at casual tables but fun by competitive players, we can add it to the Game Changers list in an update to get it to the right place. And similarly, if times or opinions change and a card on this list looks fine in casual play, now we can take it off. It's not unlike how Canadian Highlander just point values every now and then. To be clear, most of these cards are unlikely to be banned. You shouldn't go trading away your Gaia's Cradle in concern. However, it is a clear sign for players to know that these cards indicate a different kind of play and that others might prefer not to play against them. How many cards are going to be on this list? We all discussed a lot what we felt should be on this list to make it useful but manageable, and ended up at exactly 40. That number being round is just coincidence. This list doesn't always have to be 40 cards. Here's our initial Game Changers list for the Commander Brackets beta test. White, Granite Magistrate, Enlightened Tutor, Sarah's Sanctum, Smothering Tithe, Trouble in Pairs. Blue, Psych Rift, Expropriate, Force of Will. Really? I don't think anybody cares if you have Force of Will in your deck. Fierce Guardianship, Ristic Study, Thoracle, Urza? Okay, Mystical Tutor, Jin Gataxius. Black, Citadel, Demonic Tutor, Imperial Seal, Oppo Agent, Turgrid, or Vamp Tutor, Adnaz. Red, Jessica's Will, Breach. Green, Survival, Vorinclex, Gaia's Cradle. Multicolor, Kinnon, Yuriko, Winota, Grand Arbiter. Colorless, Ancient Tomb, Chrome Mox, One Ring, Tabernacle. Trinisphere, Grim Monolith, LED, Mox Diamond, Monovault, Glacial Chasm. Okay. And these are the ones that are prohibited in, like, the casual pod, right? 3 game changers, no game changers. Yeah, okay, so this is just more of that. Look here to see game changers in the deck list. Okay, no. The exact cards on the list is something we'll be carefully looking for feedback on during the beta period. Quick recap. Okay, I'll save my thoughts until we finish reading this article. All right. Quick recap. There's a lot about philosophy and goals, so here's a rundown. Bracket 1. Incredibly casual with a focus on decks built around a theme, as opposed to focus on winning. No game changers, 2 cards. Yeah, okay, we've been through all that already. So that's just a recap. Upcoming roadmap. We want to leave you all with a better understanding of what we're doing next and about when it will happen. That way you can better anticipate updates. So we're going to give you a transparent look behind the curtain here. The first step is for you to try it and for us to hear your thoughts. I'm sure we'll start hearing feedback quickly, and we're excited to see a bunch of people trying this in person at MagicCon Chicago. Depending on how that goes will inform much of the future. Provided the system generally works and is heading in the right direction, we'll begin making revisions soon after MagicCon for any structural changes we want to include. Then, with the information of how that all went in mind, we'll begin discussing any potential unbans with the game. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, all right, so we're going to do stuff in the future. Got it. We'll come back with one big article in April that rolls out the full system and any unbans altogether. Okay, so unbans are in April. This April, right? Not next April. Not 2026 April. This April, right? Late April unbans. And as we said back in October, no bans will be happening at that time, just potentially some unbans. So if you're eager to hear about unbans, late April is the date to circle on your calendar. And if anything changes in the timeline, we'll let you all know. The schedule is, of course, contingent on the system directionally working. And then once we're done with that, we'll get a regular cadence for updates of when you know you can hear from us. Hopefully that clues you in a bit. Welcome to the beta. I, speaking as Gavin, want to thank the rest of the team for their work. There was plenty of great debate and discussion, and while not every person necessarily aligns at everything, we can see the pieces from each and every personal number somewhere in the DNA system. We had great discussions about it. We're excited. Okay, I'm sure no shortage of pieces will be written, filmed, told in person, posted on Discord, etc., etc., etc. All right, here's the format panel. Bracket Q&A. As you can imagine, in this design process, there's a lot we talked about. You may have some questions. Something we wanted. Okay, I don't like this. Do I have to use it? No, not at all. As we mentioned up top, if your group is having success playing games you love without this, awesome, go forth. This is just one tool you can use. We would ask, though, if you are looking for a way to matchmake, to try it out and give it a shake. Why is card X on the Game Changers list? Let me break down the reasons and categories for all the cards on there as of this iteration. Tutor, 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 tutor. These are best-in-class tutors, but not worldly tutor, okay? Are best-in-class tutors and tend to find combo pieces or just homogenize the game to play out similarly. While tutors are already mentioned in the bracket structure, these 6 are ones we wanted to call out specifically. Granith, Oppo, Trinisphere, Glacial Chasm, Tabernacle. These efficiently lock out your opponent's ability to use their cards, often in frustrating ways. Chrome Mox, Grim Monolith, Mox Diamond, Monovault, Ancient Tomb. These are extremely powerful, fast mana pieces that accelerate the game. Smothering Tithe, Trouble in Pairs, Rhystic Study, One Ring, Jessica's Will, Bolas' Citadel provide overwhelming resource advantage for their mana value and tend to cause a player to snowball with the game. Idyllic Tutor, My Beloved, says Jan Durnick. Yeah. I'm pretty sure any of them above 1 are not going to be mentioned other than Survival, obviously. Vorinclex, extension of the mana denial restriction. It doesn't fully fit our description given and is a little nicer than other mass LD, but we still wanted to keep this card clear from the lower brackets. LED Breach Adnaz, combo Storm cards, usually up to no good, and create power and gold mismatches. Guy's Cradle, Sarah's Sanctum, huge mana boosts. Thoracle, best in class way to win the game on the spot, 2-card combo. Psych Rift, best in class way to reset everything. Expropriate, while it's expensive, the combination of take a turn alongside taking 3 permanents is strong enough to end some games on the spot. Jin Gataxius, a prime card to cheat out or reanimate. This Jin removes other resources while ensuring you have endless in a quite unfun way. Fierce Guardianship, Force of Will, free counter spells were much debated. They are powerful and often protect your engine. Guardianship doesn't put you down a card to cast. Force of Will can counter anything, including commanders, and works on your turn, which often is used to protect your combos. Force of Negation was left alone, however, since it only counters non-creatures, it only works on opponents' turns. Kinnan, Yuriko, Winota, Grand Arbiter, Turgid, Urza. We want to be very careful with the legendary creatures list as it essentially knocks them out of brackets 1 and 2. Additionally, your commander is the one thing you know before playing the game, so it gives you an easy way to say, hey, I don't want to play against that commander. However, after a lot of discussion, we felt that these 6 were almost never used fairly when played as commanders. I've never seen the fun, enjoyable for everybody Grand Arbiter deck out there in the wild. There might be one person out there who has it, and to that person, feel free to try and convince the table. As mentioned earlier, Rule 0 still very much applies. But generally, these are commanders that have a certain pedigree of appearance and that most players don't want to play against at, say, bracket 2. This does apply to the rest of your deck as well. While these cards can be a lot better within your 99, we didn't want an additional list of distinguishing cards that are only game changers when used as commanders. Why isn't Sol Ring? You are correct that it qualifies. The truth is, it's Sol Ring. It's the most iconic card. It's something that since the near beginning has been the poster child for the format. Playing Sol Ring is a universal truth handed down from Sheldon. Every deck gets exactly one Sol Ring, so let it power up and accelerate a bit extra on occasion. That remains true. Hard X should be on the list. Why isn't it? We talked about a ton of cards. Send us feedback, and we'll take into account when working on the final version. What does it mean if my commander is on the Game Changers list? As described above, these are commanders that tend to be exclusively frustrating power outliers at lower brackets. It does mean you cannot play them there if you believe you have Exhibition 1 or 2, or bracket 1 or 2 deck using one of these cards. For example, your deck commanded by Urza falls in the Exhibition bracket because it's about retelling the story of the Brothers' War. Rule 0 is still very much in effect. Upgraded. Bracket 3, it means it counts towards one of your 3 game changers at the optimized and EDH brackets go wild. Okay. Why are there 5 brackets? Doesn't it kind of boil down into 3? It's true that there are essentially 3 categories: no game changers, some game changers, and all game changers. We looked at 3 brackets for a while, but a couple things became apparent. First, there's an audience that would really like to play a commander game below the level of precons, and I personally think it's great that level exists. Really? I have never seen anybody who wants that, but okay. I've never built a purely goofy deck in my life, but now that I know I have terminology to find those exhibition matches in bracket 1, I feel a lot more like building one. On the other end of the spectrum, and talking with CDH experts, they felt like there's a difference between high power and CEDH worth quantifying. That is true. Additionally, a great point that was brought up was that CEDH already has done exactly what we're trying to do here with a label that indicates the kind of game you're going for. They have earned that official labeling by virtue of it proving to have worked. We do expect a lot of commander decks to fall into the core upgraded and optimized brackets 2, 3, 4, and that's totally okay, but having the room for exhibition and CEDH is something we felt was important, and if this is successful, those categories may grow over time. My best deck has no game changers and is technically bracket 2 deck. Should I play it there? You should play where you think you belong based on the descriptions. For example, if your deck has no holds barred power despite playing 0 game changers, then you should play in bracket 4. Why 3 cards from the game changers list for bracket 3? We talked a lot about the decks we had, what we expected, and what felt about right, so that your deck could have some of these cards that show up, but not be full of them. We talked about 3, 4, and 5, and while 5 doesn't sound like a lot, when the list is only around 40 cards, that's a lot. Ultimately, we wanted to start lower and see how it feels, but we're very much open to your feedback. We naturally expect people to talk about how many game changers are in their deck, so if someone says, hey, I have N game changers in my deck, you can decide if that's something you're happy with. How worried should I be about labeling my deck correctly and finding my exact bracket to play with? There's some wiggle room, and while playing against decks that are all inside your bracket is ideal, you can usually wiggle within one bracket from you safely. Bracket 2 playing against bracket 3 can work fine, but what this system is really trying to avoid is bracket 2s playing against bracket 4s. How can I use the system practically? Okay. That way I can play with different people depending... Oh, so have multiple decks at different brackets, sure. Why is chaining extra turn spells called out specifically? Extra turn spells take a ton of time away from other players. Yeah, okay. What if my deck accidentally has a combo or finds a way to chain extra turn spells? There's something to be said for intent, which is why we called out intentional combos and the intent to chain together. Is this the same as the power bracket system you announced last year? It can trace its lineage back to that system, but it's different. Yeah, okay, we don't need to read all this. We wanted to move away from the word power, which is why these are called commander bracket. Swords and counterspell are incredibly powerful cards, but they're also totally fine for games of commander. You didn't really talk about mana bases at all. Is there guidance for that? While mana is, of course, critical, it's rare that a mana base is what causes games to be unfun or warping. The further up the scale you go, the more I would generally expect stronger mana bases. Decks will want the most efficient. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Some game changers have shown up in recent precons, like Jessica's will. However, the pre-constructed level of core allows for 0 game changers. How will this influence future precons? It's true bracket 2 is the average modern day precon, but the emphasis is on average. MH3 commander decks and secret layers aren't in that mix, for example, and are places those cards can go. Depending on how the adoption of the system goes, this could go in several ways. Just like how some people will use Rule 0 to include a game changer, I could imagine an incredibly appropriate game changer in a precon potentially being acceptable. I could even imagine a future... Okay, yeah, all right. Basically got the gist. We don't need to read all this. Will you intentionally begin designing cards to go straight to the game changers? No. Is there a way for online tools I use to easily tell me what bracket my deck is? This is something we want to roll out and get adopted into many community tools. It's important a community format involves great community resources. We've gone ahead and given the popular deck building websites Architect and Moxfield, as well as Scryfall, a heads up on the system. You should begin to see them implement it very quickly. I play on Moto. Can this help me there? They're aware and working on it. I didn't see the question I was looking for answered here. Okay. So jumping back up to the top. So I fundamentally disagree with the premise of this bracketing system. And it's essentially, it's got all the same problems as the Rule 0 system, which is essentially, there's two types of games you have. You have the commander games that you play with an established group of friends or just, people that generally get together. Everybody knows everyone. Everyone knows all of each other's decks. In that case, that group is already going to self-select out the types of things that they don't like mass LD, extra turns, etc. You don't need that conversation. For the broader audience, in terms of like, okay, I'm going to go to the game store and I'm going to sit down in a group that, maybe I don't know anyone there, or I don't know what decks everyone's playing, and I don't want to have some kind of extremely lengthy, legalese conversation about, okay, what power level is my deck, etc., etc. So this is trying to clear that up, but it's never going to clear that up. There's no way, unless you have a resource like Moxfield or Scryfall or whatever, where you can plug in your deck to look that up. But then that runs into the problem of, okay, so now everyone has to have a digital version of their deck that's written down, and they have to check the bracketing system and remove cards from their deck until they're in the right bracket. You also have all these different brackets. So now if I'm gonna show up to the game store, right, and I want to make sure that I can play EDH, but I don't know what bracket of games are going to be there. Now I have to have 5 different decks built so that I have the correct, let's say, I don't care about CEDH, right? So I have to have 4 different decks built in order to be able to play with my opponents. What if I don't want 4 different decks? What if I just like one specific kind of deck, right? I just want to play that deck. So let's say, my commander is like the Locust God or something, right? I have to have the Locust God in different configurations for all 4 brackets. Like, the whole thing just, to me, feels like a mess. And what this really feels like is it's trying to clean up people that are not socially skilled enough to have potentially uncomfortable conversations. I thought we had a perfectly fine system before. You had CEDH, and then you had everything else. And everything else usually meant various power levels, but in general, the players in the non-CEDH version of the format didn't like mass LD or, other stacks effects to where you can't play the game, multiple extra turns, or just any extra turns in general, and 2-card infinite combos that are easy to assemble, right? I thought that was perfectly reasonable, right? Why do we have to deviate from this and have all these different bracketing systems? Now, that said, obviously they're going ahead with this bracketing system, so let's talk about critiques of the actual system they have in place. It does feel like having 3 different brackets from 1 to 3, it feels kind of meaningless. I feel like it's basically CDH, high power, everything else, right? And this whole... oh, you have random theme decks that are below precon power levels. I've literally never met a single person ever who had a deck like that. Now, maybe, I don't know, maybe you're like, hey, that's apparently that's your own anecdotal experience, and players in not Southern California, which is where I live, that kind of thing shows up all the time in insert location. So maybe this actually does exist, but it just feels, I've never seen it. I also feel like decks in the first 3 categories should be able to play with each other, right? How bad is your exhibition deck? How unoptimized and terrible power level wise are the cards that you can't compete in a pod with bracket 2 and 3 decks, right? I also really don't feel like even high power and CEDH need to be divided either. Yes, high power, you're not necessarily playing the most optimized version of everything, but I feel like if you show up to a CEDH pod, you can still compete. I think it's less so about like, oh, we're at the max power level, and it's more so about I just don't want to play against, again, mass LD, extra turns, like that kind of stuff, right? I've personally never had a problem with this. Like, I've had decks of all kinds of different power levels, mostly high power levels, and I just ask people like, okay, I played the deck. Hey, is this okay? Play the deck. We finish. I win the game. I say, hey, guys, does this feel like my deck is at an appropriate power level? Like, do you want me to play something that's not as good? I've never seen this be a problem. Off topic, but can you make an Asmo EDH deck? Possibly. I can add that to the list. Let me add this to this so that I don't forget. So, where is black and everything? Appearance. Page background, black. So we have a request from Alex V. EDH decks. We have a request from, what is it? Lunch Tray Dog for Edward Kenway, and a request from Joseph Barone for Asmo EDH. We will not be getting to that today because it's already been over 6.5 hours on stream, and I want to finish talking about this article, but we'll come back tomorrow and do like more drafts and build these decks, right? So, just throwing up my hands and saying, like, I don't understand why they're doing this bracket system. Like, okay, I don't agree with them doing this bracket system, but since they're doing it, let's talk about the criticisms here. I really don't feel like they need to have this many different brackets. I feel like you could just easily optimize this down to just 3. It does feel weird that you have a basically, you know, forbidden cards list, but then you give exceptions in the 3rd bracket. That feels weird. All right, so then let's talk about the game changers. So overall, I feel like this is a pretty good list. I would quibble with Force of Will and that's probably, well, no, Force of Will and I've personally never thought that like Turgid or Jin-Gitaxias were problems. Like, Jin-Gitaxias is 10 mana. Yes, you can cheat it into play, but if you're cheating things into play via, like, Show and Tell or Reanimation or whatever, there's tons of, like, impossibly good threats that you can cheat out early in the game. Like, it doesn't have to be just Jin-Gitaxias, right? Same thing with, like, Vorinclex. I feel like if you're at the point in the game where somebody has a Vorinclex in play, if you can't answer it, if, like, none of the other 3 players at the table can answer the Vorinclex, like, okay. By that logic, why isn't like Void Winnower on here, right? Like Void Winnower is incredibly annoying. Also, I would say that the biggest omission from this list is Consecrated Sphinx. That is like next to Jin-Gitaxias, I would say that that's the next best like cheat the thing into play threat. I think it's just as terrible, or if not more so, than cards like Primeval Titan, where basically the entire game warps around the Consecrated Sphinx. And it's basically answer this now, or I'm going to draw like, you know, 6+ cards and just run away with the game. I also really don't understand why Glacial Chasm is in here. That just does not seem to be a problem. I don't even think Tabernacle's that big of an issue. So I would quibble with those kinds of things. However, overall, I would say these as like watch cards are decent. I have never personally played against Trouble in Pairs, but I don't know how good that is, but I can imagine it would be obnoxious. And then the one, let's see, the other thoughts I had, so they're talking about all of this. It's all the bracketing. Soul Ring should not be exempted. I don't believe it. So this is basically a philosophical disagreement here, but it's this idea that, well, this is the face card of the format and it's in every deck, so we're going to exempt it. It's like, well, it's bullshit. It's just as bad, if not more so. I actually think it's a more egregious card than Monocrypt, because Monocrypt would legitimately actually cost you games. Especially in combination with other self-damaging cards. Like when you have not just Monocrypt, but you also have like Adnaz and Sylvan Library and Ancient Tomb, and you have these other cards that are damaging you, the damage from Monocrypt can add up. And there's plenty of games that end in you just bolt yourself too many times with Monocrypt and lose the game, right? Soul Ring is not always as good as Mana Crypt, but it's often just as good and doesn't damage you. And if the whole point is, like, we want these games to be more fun and not built around crazy, ridiculous cards, Soul Ring needs to go. But they're never going to make it go. I really don't think it would be that big of a deal if Soul Ring just was gone. It also has that homogenization problem where it's like every deck is, oh, it's an 100 card deck. Well, not really, because it's an 100 card deck, but -1 because Soul Ring's in everything. And that extends, that's another big problem with a lot of the homogenization of EDH, which is that it's not just Soul Ring, but there are certain cards in every color that are just in every single deck that can play them, which a lot of that is what they put on the Game Changers list, right? Like, a lot of these cards are you in this color? You are playing this card. So that's another big issue. Moving on, was there anything else here that needed to be discussed? I don't think so. Yeah, so I mainly just think the problem, like the basic, the problem with the premise of this whole system is that you're essentially trying to fix with game rules a problem that is caused by human lack of social skills, essentially, right? And this is not going to fix that other than having a literal list of quote-unquote banned cards in each bracket that you can punch your deck list into on a website like Moxfield or something, and it will tell you you are in this bracket, right? So that there's no quibbling, but there's always going to be quibbling, right? Like, just because they don't call out a card specifically doesn't mean that you can't quibble, right? So, like, no mass LD, no chaining extra turns, no 2-card infinite combos. Well, you know, what about 3-card infinite combos if the combo is easy enough? What if it's a 3-card infinite combo, but one of the pieces is your commander, so you always have access to it, right? What if you don't have mass LD, but you still have obnoxious stacks cards, right? Like, tons of stacks decks in CEDH, for example, play cards like Thalia and Thorn of Amethyst. That's not mass LD, like, it's just taxing effects. But if your deck is full of Grand Arbiters, that can be just as annoying as if you have cards like Armageddon, right? So there's always ways around this, even unintentionally ways around this. I don't think you're fundamentally fixing the problem by doing this. All right, so this was posted on, reposted on Reddit. I wonder what the comments have to say about it. Okay, so I think this is just a recap of the article we read, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, and then late April is the unban announcements. Multiple unbans. So we should talk about the ban list. Before we look at this, let's go to EDH ban list. So the banned card, I wish we could see this in a, wait, oh, that's modern. I wish we could see this in like a visual view. Actually, you know what? We can go to Scryfall and we can say banned EDH. All right, well, obviously the conspiracies, so get rid of anti-cards. Is that everything? Yeah, okay, so these are the banned cards. So I don't think there's too much to remove from here, but I think here's the cards I would unban. So the first one, I think this is the most easiest Coalition Victory. It's an 8-mana sorcery that requires that you play all 5 colors, and it also requires that you have a land of every type and a permanent of each color. Now, that in itself is not that difficult. If you have a like fetch land, dual land, or fetch land trio mana base, it's not that difficult to assemble domain. And obviously, if your commander is all 5 colors, you can just play your commander, but that still gives you an interaction window. It's not Thoracle or some other stack-based interaction where your opponent goes Thoracle, and then you need either a counterspell or very niche and like narrow specific answers to beat the Thoracle, right? This can be beaten by just any instant speed removal, right? You have your 5-color commander in play, and then your opponents just need any removal spells. And then you say, well, what if it's not your 5-color commander? What if you have multiple permanents in play that are, you know, that satisfy all the colors? And it's like, well, do you have no removal at all for any of those, or do they have like multiple redundant pieces? It requires that they have a lot of things in play, and none of their opponents can interact with them. I think Coalition Victory would not even be good if it was unbanned, so I fully expect this one to be unbanned. Now, the rest of them are more questionable. The cards that I would think are safe to unban are Biorhythm. So Biorhythm is the same kind of thing where it's a big, expensive... It is also 8 mana, just like Coalition Victory. It's a big, expensive spell. And the idea here would be, okay, you cast Biorhythm when you have creatures and your opponents don't have any creatures, so their life total becomes 0 and yours does not become 0, so you win the game immediately, right? But again, this requires that your opponents have no instant speed removal at all. And it's a big risk, right? Because if you cast Biorhythm and you have like only a few creatures in play, and your opponents just instant speed removal your creatures, then you lose. So it is yet another card that can be interacted with. It's big and expensive. There's plenty of time to set up for this. I think this is fine. Braids was banned mainly because people thought she was obnoxious as a commander. I don't think Braids is like really any worse than a lot of other commanders. So if you're going to put cards like Grand Arbiter, Augustin IV in the Game Changers list but not be banned, I don't see why Braids can't be just in that list as well and not banned. Outside of that, this obviously needs to stay banned. That stays banned. That stays banned. That stays banned. That stays banned. This is the bullshit, like, you know, oh, these are religiously offensive cards or whatever. Whatever. Those are like banned game-wide or something. We'll just ignore that. We're not getting into that right now. Dockside, Emrakul, Arrayo, yeah, that can stay banned. Obviously, manual dexterity stuff like Falling Star. Gifts Ungiven, I'm not convinced would be too powerful, but the bigger problem is that it just takes so goddamn long to resolve it. That's why I don't want it unbanned. I don't think Golos needed to be banned, but it does kind of homogenize Wooburg commanders into like, well, Golos is just better than everything. I don't think it is actually better than everything. I think it is pretty competitive with Kenrith as like whether it or Kenrith is the best 5-color commander. But especially in terms of like casual players, it was definitely very easy to just be like, oh, I'll just play Golos. And then it invalidates a lot of the other Wooburg commanders. So I don't think it needs to be banned, but I'm fine if it stays banned. Obviously, this stays. I do not understand why Iona is banned. I've never found Iona to be an issue. They banned it while unbanning Painter's Servant, so they're like, well, we don't want this 2-card combo to exist. Like, is that a problem? This 9-mana creature plus Painter's Servant? But you haven't banned, like, tons of other 2-card combos that are also huge problems. Like, if Thoracle's not banned, there's absolutely no reason why Iona should be banned. I've played plenty of games against Iona, and this usually has the same kind of effect on the game as, like, Void Winnower, which is certain players can't do stuff, but other players can. Usually, even the players that are not affected, they cannot just allow a 7/7 flyer to sit on the board unmolested. And also, a lot of times, the Iona player will name a color that is affecting multiple players. So it's plenty of times players can just answer Iona anyway. Like, they'll want to answer Iona because it's affecting multiple different people. And seriously, if your deck doesn't have an answer to a 9-mana creature, basically, how much of this bracket system is baby mode, is hand-holding people that you just need to play actual answers in your deck, right? Like, really, your deck doesn't have anywhere in it an answer to Iona. Are you a monocolor deck? Play, you know, Spinovish Saw or Cityscape Level or, you know, something that can answer it, right? I've never thought Iona was a problem. That being said, I doubt they'll unban it. These obviously all stay banned. I'm not even sure Library of Alexandria is that good. But it's banned. I think it's banned more so just because of how expensive it is. How expensive is it anyway? Yeah, it's almost $1,300 because it's only printed in Arabian Nights and it's on the reserve list, right? Yeah. So yeah, who cares? But like, you know, that's banned, but like Time Twister isn't banned. So I don't think cards should be banned because of monetary values. Just proxy. All this, yeah, that's all fine. I also don't think Panoptic Mirror needs to be banned. Now, I understand the problem with it, which is, so it's 5 mana, imprint X, tap. You may remove an instant or sorcery with mana value X in your hand from, so exile a mana value X instant or sorcery, and then at the beginning of your upkeep, you may copy the imprinted instant or sorcery and play the copy without paying for it, right? So the idea here is you have an extra turn spell, like Time Warp or whatever, in your hand, and you Panoptic Mirror, and then you imprint the extra turn spell into Panoptic Mirror, and then you just win the game, right? But think about what you're saying. You're paying 5 mana for Panoptic Mirror that does nothing the turn you play it. Then you need another... Most extra turn spells are 5 mana, right? So you're talking about another 5 mana to X tap to imprint the card. So you've spent 10 mana before you're able to do that, right? And so you're basically saying, like, you need the Panoptic Mirror, you need the extra turn spell in your hand, you need none of your... So you have to probably play Panoptic, like, even if you have all 10 mana at once, you have to wait to your upkeep anyway, right? So you go Panoptic Mirror, pass the turn. All 3 of your opponents have to not have an answer to Panoptic Mirror. Or a counter spell to counter the imprinted extra turn spell that you get off of it, right? Because that can also be interacted with. I think that's fine. I don't see the problem. Yeah, then all this stays banned. Obviously, I don't know if Sylvan Primordial is really that big of a problem, but it's probably just more obnoxious than anything else. And then the rest of this is all issues. Trade Secrets is more problem because it basically 2 players can just do like it's the same thing as when like 2 different players control Consecrated Sphinx. They just go, well, I'm never going to stop drawing, so we'll just all draw. Like if Trade Secrets was just 1 player draws 2 and you draw 4, like it'd be a fine draw spell, but it wouldn't be that good. But it's because the opponent can just go, well, I'm just going to draw, you know, 1,000,000 cards anyway. And then those 2 players are basically the only players that matter in the game. So sure, this can stay banned. So to recap, I think the most obvious card is Coalition Victory. I do not see a problem with this. And other cards I think are fine to unban are Biorhythm is the next one, and then the ones after that are more iffy, but I would be fine with Braids, Golos, Iona, Library, and Panoptic Mirror. Yeah, I think that's fine. I expect that they will unban Coalition Victory, and then I'm not sure what else they would unban. My best guess, if they unban more than just Coalition Victory, would be Biorhythm, Braids. Since they don't want 2-card infinite combos, I would say probably Iona stays banned. Same thing with Panoptic Mirror. Like, I don't think they're going to unban that. I would say those are the 3 most likely. I think Coalition Victory definitely gets unbanned, and then maybe Biorhythm and Braids. Anyway. So I guess the correct answer to what are you playing changes from, oh, you know, nothing crazy, something around a 7 to, oh, you know, nothing crazy, it's bracket 3. Okay. I feel like there's not enough stuff. Basically, all my high-powered budget decks are tier 3 despite being very optimized lists. Plus, I can add many strong cards still, which aren't on this list, and still be a 3. Double plus, I could even add a handful of these game changers to these decks and even still be a tier 3 deck. Edit, they're talking about that right now. Best Judgment. Oh, so this was printed. This was posted live while they were streaming. Where if you have an optimized deck list that appears to be a tier 2 deck, it's your best judgment to say, well, I know this is actually more of a 4. I don't necessarily like this answer since I was hoping for a solution that would actually help us delimit between these tier 2, 3, 4 decks. And this answer they're proposing, basically, my deck as a 3 is the new thing. Yeah, exactly. I don't think this is actually solving the problem they think it's solving. I think it's actually just overcomplicating a situation. Glacial Chasm as a game changer stands out to me. If Strip Mine isn't a game changer, then Crop Rotation should be a tutor. I have to think about this. They made the system as loose and feels-based as possible so that it's a conversation tool and not a series of different competitive formats to build in, but half the comments here are, lol, I'm going to take out the fast mana and play my highest power deck in bracket 1. As usual, the biggest problem with Magic is Magic play. Well, yeah, again, you're trying to solve a social skills issue with rules, right? You know, have you ever seen, like, you know, any message board or Discord server or something where there's a giant list of rules at the beginning that's like, you know, no racism, no homophobia, no, you know, being rude to people, don't attack anyone's religion, don't attack anyone based on, you know, don't say any personal attacks. It's like, if you have to list out, you know, 30 different rules of here's how you're supposed to behave in our Discord server, how likely do you think it is that somebody who actually is racist or, you know, is a problem person is going to be like, well, I was going to say all this nasty stuff, but now that I've read all these rules, I won't. Like, they're not. You're not solving any problem here. What it feels like is useless ass covering. Basically, like, well, we told you that this stuff is against the rules, so we banned you. You can't complain about it now. I think if I ever had a Discord server, I would either have no rules or I would just have a rule that says basically, look, you know, if you're being a dick, just don't be a dick. Boom. That's it. Easy enough. Game Changers list is missing a few cards. IMO, Necropotence, Bazaar Baghdad, Mishra's Workshop, to name a few. I don't think any of those are issues. My one concern is existing precons that have Game Changer cards like Blame Game with Trouble in Pairs. We need them to clarify how these precon decks will work tiering-wise because as of now, it looks like they're not playable against other precons in Bracket 2. I would just say if it's a precon, it's exempted from the rules. Like, if you haven't literally changed any cards in the deck. It's like when they banned Stoneforge Mystic, but they had a modern event deck. Or standard, whatever it was. Modern, standard, that had Stoneforge Mystic in it. You just say, it's exempted from the bracket system as long as you don't change any cards. Honestly, Food Chain should have been on the Game Changers list, but it is still a 2-card combo, so maybe that gets rid of it. I don't think Food Chain's not that good of a combo card. I don't think that's a problem. People don't have to be happy with the system. Personally, it isn't blowing my socks off, but at the same time, some of the complaints are laughably overblown. Half of them seem to have expected that the deck construction rules were going to remove the need for basic human interaction. Well, surprise, they didn't, and if those people were honest with themselves, they'd realize those expectations could never be met. Well, I agree with this comment, but my whole point is basically, well, then why are you even implementing the system to begin with? Banned as a commander was apparently too complicated for players to keep track of, but having everyone be aware of a second ban list where you can play them in either not at all or limited or unlimited amount depending on the match is totally fine. Yeah, that makes sense. Exactly. You're just like overcomplicating a system that you didn't need to overcomplicate. Precon should have been the lowest level. Bracket 3 is going to be way too big. I seriously, let me know if you are or know of somebody who is either plays commander decks that are below the power level of precons or buys precons and then just plays the precons without changing any of the cards in them. How is Jessica's Will a game changer and not Necro? Necro is good, but it's actually not that good in EDH. The damage really racks up. Late game 2-card combos is really confusing me. Yeah, that could have been phrased better. Okay, so if you put 4 Game Changers in an otherwise garbage deck, it's automatically bracket 4. Yeah, this is the other problem. You're trying to quantify something that's based on feels. I hate that non-basic land hate is included in ML in mass land destruction. That's one of the advantages of running fewer colors. I would say land hate in the form of like Field of Ruin is fine because then you at least get your land back. And you can get rid of problem lands like Ice Cradle, whereas things like Armageddon that just prevent you from playing the game are more of the problem. I have a foil version of every Primetime, so my green decks are ready, but please do not F this up. I do not think they will unban Primetime. As for the unbans, my guess is they unban safe cards like Coalition Victory, Panoptic Mirror, and maybe Raphellos. I doubt they want to shake things up too much after how poorly the community reacted to the banning last year. Unbanning a card which would become a staple of most green decks seems like a pretty big move to make after so much of Hebel IMO. I think everyone can agree for sure Coalition Victory is getting unbanned, but the other cards are more up in the air. I don't think they would unban Raphellos. Raphellos just has that like crazy mono ramp. The crazy mono ramp thing. I'm simply going to tell folks I'm playing tier 3 and list off my 3 game changers now. Invisite Curiosity is completely acceptable at exhibition level as long as you can't tutor it out too often. Is Expropriate a game changer? Does it count as chaining on its own or only if I copy it? If I don't have Expropriate in my deck, but I can Mnemonic Deluge it out of my opponent's graveyard, is my deck suddenly higher power? What is a late game 2-card infinite supposed to, as opposed to an early mid-game 2-card infinite? How do we define this in the presence of every deck running Soul Ring? I can't watch the stream, so if these are answered, I'd love to know. Edit Expropriate is a game changer. Okay, I did not actually watch the stream. I just read the article, so any of these comments talking about the stream, we're just going to ignore. Bracket 4, high power commander, no restrictions on the ban list. Bracket 5, CEDH, self-explanatory, optimized for competitive play. No, it's not self-explanatory. This is why every deck is a 7 right now. Everyone thinks they are making 4s. A distinction between 3 and 4 is going to help, but we need a distinction between high power and CEDH. Pretty simple. If you don't know whether your deck is CEDH or not, it's probably not CEDH. People who actually play CEDH understand the steps taken to make a deck viable in the format. Yeah, I don't think there's really much of a confusion between whether a deck is CEDH or not. Holy S, you're still streaming. Indeed. We are close to ending, though. I'm running 2 game changers across 40 decks. Am I playing this game wrong? I think all about those 2 decks are bracket 1. So this is a common complaint that I get in the various like EDH deck guides that I make, which is people will say, why are all of these decks just like all the same high power stuff over and over? And I would say, yes, that is a problem with EDH as a format, which is that they have printed way too many just like auto-in card advantage engines that are going in every single deck in their color. And it is homogenizing a lot of the decks together. But the problem is, if you start just saying, oh, well, I'm just going to put whatever in this deck, right? Then you wind up with these like fuddly, muddled down bad decks that are not that great. And I think it's much easier. Like, let's say I give you a guide and I'm like, here is, I don't know, let's bring a deck up. Filters, Commander, pick one. Redshift, all right? All right, here's a new commander I built from Aetherdrift. It's Redshift Rocketeer Chief. The main idea here is that you use his add X based on power, but you can only spend it on activated abilities, and you find infinite combos involving things like, you know, the most obvious one is like Staff of Domination. So, you know, you pump Redshift so that he taps for at least 5, and then you can use the staff to untap him, untap the staff, and then you've netted 1 mana per go, and then you can just, you know, draw your whole deck with staff, right? And there's like a whole bunch of other combos, and that's the whole point of the deck, right? And people will look at this, so not just this deck, but like plenty of the decks that I post, and they'll look at this and they'll say, why are you just turning every single deck into like the most high-powered version of the deck possible? This is so boring. Why do you just have these infinite combos every single time? And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. You could build the deck with none of these infinite combos, and you could just have like threats that just have expensive activated abilities. By the way, I did look for those. They're mostly crap. And you could play a much worse version of the deck. But then I think it is much easier to, if you're a person who, let's say you want to build Redshift, and you take a look at my list and you're like, wow, this list, you know, it just has all these infinite combos in it. I don't like these infinite combos. You know, I want to play at a lower power level than this. You can just take the combo pieces and you can just remove them from the deck. And you can be like, okay, instead of playing these combo pieces, I'll just play whatever my, you know, personal pet, you know, fun threats are, or whatever, you know, random cards that have activated abilities are. Oh, this deck has a Gaia's Cradle in it, and that's, you know, a super expensive land, and I don't own a Gaia's Cradle, and I don't want to, you know, proxy. Okay, well, you can just take Gaia's Cradle out of the deck, and then just play a different card. And then, do I have Tutor? So, you know, you take Gaia's Cradle out of the deck, and then you take Crop Rotation out of the deck, right? And you just play some other cards. You just take Gaia's Cradle, you make it a different land that isn't Gaia's Cradle, and you say, well, I don't need Crop Rotation now that Gaia's Cradle's gone, so I'll just take Crop Rotation out. And you don't have to make too many changes. But let's say I just said, oh, well, I'm not going to build the most powerful version of this deck. I'm just going to build, like, janky whatever the heck I want, right? And the deck was just filled with, like, all sorts of random threats that don't really synergize together, and they're only in because they have like activated abilities that Redshift can, you know, go into, right? And then someone would look at the deck, or they would, you know, copy the deck list and they would play the deck and they would go, why is this deck just a bunch of like weird janky stuff that doesn't go together, and it's so clunky, and I have all these expensive cards, and, you know, it's so inefficient, and I show up to my local game store and I play the deck and the deck sucks, and it just gets beat, you know, it just gets run over by the other decks in the pod. Why did you make it like this, right? And I'd say, well, oh, you can upgrade it. You don't have to play my deck list as is. You don't have to copy paste it. You can just upgrade the deck. It's like, well, where do you even start, right? So let's say this deck list was just filled with, you know, just a bunch of random threats, right? So you go, oh, all these threats are bad. Or are they all bad, or only some of them bad? Do I add in combos? What combos do I add? You know, way harder, I think, to take a low power deck and turn it into a high power deck than the other way around. That's why I build them like this. But yes, they do run into the problem of a lot of them are very homogenous, and you see a lot of the same cards and the same sort of combo finishes in every single deck. And I think that's more a problem of EDH as a format right now, less so than the mindset of the deck building. And I know personally, in my experience as a person living in Southern California who's played in plenty of casual EDH games, I think most players like to have their decks be powerful. Right? They're not a lot of the, you know, most of the players that I run into, they're not running just random janky cards. There's a reason that the more powerful cards that are legal in EDH have higher price tags. It's because more people want them. Anyway, Anything more? I mean, we don't have to read all of this. This whole thread is making me feel away. People who don't understand that a game changer is something that massively warps the game around their presence and not something that wins the game. Especially sad to me that was spelled out exactly in the video and people are still caterwauling about how is Hoof not a game changer. Nice use of the word caterwauling. Yeah, okay, we don't have to read all this. I think we've gotten the point. Brackets, initial thoughts. Brackets 1 and 5 are a waste of space. For one, people playing theme meme decks without an actual plan to win the game already have the necessary verbiage to communicate that. They don't need a whole tier dedicated to it. For 5, same thing. EDH doesn't need to be addressed by power scale, designed for use at casual EDH tables. People looking to play EDH know what it is. It has its own name. It doesn't need a bracket. The focus on extra turn spells is odd. Is that something other people are complaining about? I haven't heard anyone even concerned about it at my tables. Also, I feel like this focus is backwards. I'm much happier when someone wins with an infinite turn combo than if they take in 1 to 2 extra turns just to durdle for an hour, especially if that combo is 3+ cards. Not sure how exactly this should be fixed, but bracket 3 feels too broad. Once we throw bracket 1 and 5 out the window, they could do something to break up bracket 3, blah, blah, blah. While I feel that having a watch list for bans is important, I don't like that the Game Changers list pulls double duty as the watch list. Maybe it's fine, but I like that the Game Changers list should cover a lot of cards that aren't actually ban worthy, but would cause potential issues in lower power brackets. I mean, I've never personally felt that the extra turn spells were that much of a big deal either. Like, if you're not actually infinitely comboing with like, okay, I'm just going to take infinite turns now, and you're just like chaining infinite turn spells together, I have not really seen that happen much. Thoughts on playing EDH to hit on cute people? Ongoing project. I no longer care about MTG. I think that is probably not going to work out very well for you. Bracket system is so far is really bad, but it's not shocking. I don't like comments like this not because I'm like, oh, well, he's criticizing them. It's more because you're criticizing without offering any reason why you're criticizing or any solutions. I don't like, well, this sucks. Okay, I'm out. Bye. Okay, here's someone who's explaining. I think this is a terrible system. First and foremost, because I don't think it's possible to create a good system for this, so I think they shouldn't really try, at least not an approach like this. My second reason is that it fucks over decks with weak themes the most. You can currently build around weak themes by using these game changer cards and compete well with other mid-ish level decks. With this system, you either get destroyed by decks with actual strong themes in the high bracket, or have to remove the cards that make the deck competitive and also get destroyed in the lower powered brackets. True. This is something I didn't think of, but yes, he is definitely spitting here. Thinking of my Talrond deck. Which one's Talrond? He's a Minotaur, right? Oh no, the Sky Summoner. Okay, the Drake one. Because it's so focused around the commander and only producing 2/2s, I use a lot of powerful cards to stay in the game, but would now need to go to bracket 4 and get absolutely destroyed by actually powerful commanders. And on the other hand, my Maelstrom Wanderer deck doesn't use any of the game changer cards with 1 to 2 tweaks, could easily go into bracket 2, but is a way stronger deck overall. This pretty much primarily buffs Stompy and Landfall strategies, so green plus X, green plus white ramp will be even more dominant with other strong mana producers, soft banned, and having the absolute guarantee that no one will fuck with your lands. The opposite should be the case. Yeah, I think I agree with that sentiment. All right, we can go on forever, but I think we get the point. So, yeah, I don't like the system. I wish they wouldn't do it, but since they're going ahead anyway, it's better to, rather than say scrap the system, because they're not going to do that, better to criticize what you think should be changed about the system. I think mainly cleaning up these multiple different brackets and making it more clear what goes in each one. I also don't think you need all 5, and we should probably rejigger around some of the cards on the Game Changers list. And obviously, they said they're going to do unbans in April. So, let's wait till April to see. I fully expect what's going to happen with Coalition Victory is they're going to unban it. It's immediately going to spike in price because people are going to be like, oh my god, they unbanned Coalition Victory. They unbanned a banned card. Let's all go out and grab it. And then, so it's going to initially spike in price, and then people are going to realize how terrible Coalition Victory is, and it'll sink back down. As for what else they could unban, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, so we are 7 hours, 21 minutes onto the stream. As mentioned previously, so clearly we obviously have more Aetherdrift drafts to do on Moto, and we have had requests from one of my supporters to do some EDH decks based on his collection, also a request to build Edward Kenway, and also a request to build Asmo EDH. So we'll do all that the next time on the stream, but for now, we are calling it night. So if you showed up to the stream, I hope you enjoyed yourself, and I will see you next time.